This book is dedicated to people who mean more to me than anyone else in the world. To my family, my mother, my father, my sister Haley, my wife Ursula, and my children, Sophie and Holson. I can't tell you how much I love you all. In loving memory of my sister Emery Christine Elrod. Hal. Dedicated to my family, my wife Tracy, my mom, my daughters, Chivin and Bella, my son Luke. To my team for their unwavering commitment to our mission, always and at all times. To all those who strive for excellence, whatever it may be. David. Forward. Meeting with David Osborne. Several years ago, I was invited to speak at an organization's seminar on how to live life to the fullest. I had not heard the keynote speaker of the event, but those in attendance were anticipating his presentation. They were expecting it to be a highlight. I was intrigued. When David Osborne took the stage, I was as captivated as everyone in the audience. This man combined such rare qualities as originality, openness, experience, and dedication. The speech was called Welfare Can't Wait. David colorfully described how he, a troubled teenager, had managed to become a self-made multimillionaire. With startling openness, he talked about where each of his dollars came from. And there were a lot of dollars, almost 70 million. That is how much he was worth that day. I had met several millionaires up to that point, but none of them compared to David. None of them could share his knowledge so candidly and so enthusiastically for free to help others achieve the same financial freedom. My interest in the speaker continued to grow. During the talk, I learned that David co-founded GoBundance, which is a kind of workshop for those who choose to live a vibrant, full-blooded life. Wanting more interaction with David, I accepted an invitation to speak at a GoBundance retreat on Tahoe Island. But I never imagined that this trip would be the beginning of an invaluable friendship that bonded David and I, as well as our families. After the Lake Tahoe trip, my family moved to Austin, Texas, and we now live just 15 minutes away from David and his family's home. Our wives have become friends, and our daughters have become friends. Our children go to the same school. The Osbornes even bought a house on our street last week, so soon we'll be neighbors. If this keeps up, we'll soon be living together. In October 2016, I was diagnosed with cancer, with doctors giving me only a 30% chance of recovery. During this difficult time, David and his wife, Tracy, have been an invaluable help to me and my family. All year long, they brought us weekly meals that they prepared themselves. They drove me to the hospital and picked me up. They even offered to take us anywhere in their plane. David's father died of cancer, so David deeply sympathized with me and did what he could. The words "I can never thank him enough" best express the gratitude I feel for David and his family. I hope that everything I have told you will help you better understand the man from whom you are about to learn a great deal. I asked David to co-author this book and share his wisdom with readers because, in my eyes, he embodies the image of a man who can truly be called rich. After all, wealth is not just about the number of dollars in a bank account or the value of assets. True wealth is the ability to live in harmony with what matters most to you, for example, in accordance with your values, and financial freedom is only one of them. I don't know anyone who does this better than David Osborne. Hal. Millionaire is an early bird. That morning I woke up at 5:17. Believe me, I'm not exaggerating. Most of my life I honestly thought of myself as an owl. I remember well the weekends in high school, when I slept until 10 or even 11 in the morning. At university I happened to fall asleep right in the classroom, but in the session I would cram until the late hours of the night. After opening a business, I continued to fight the old habits to work until late at night, when everyone else was already asleep, and then to sleep in the morning. Why not? For me, night has always been the most productive time. The same could not be said of mornings. I spent them in my sleep as long as possible. Of course, I soon realized two things. First, life doesn't always allow me to sleep as much as I want. For the most part, things in the world are done in broad daylight, so the owl habits were hurting me. No matter how productive I thought my nighttime activities were, I wandered around like a zombie during the day trying to do business, and it hardly contributed to my well-being. Second, and much more importantly, I began to realize that there was a connection between mornings and prosperity. The world rarely sleeps long, and millionaires almost never do. What do millions and the early rise have in common? The more time I spent on business, the better I saw the connection between my early rise and my money. The more carefully I planned the first part of the day with the help of special practices, which I will talk about later, the more my net worth increased. And it wasn't just me. If you look closely at the habits of millionaires, as we did in this book, you will find that most rich people wake up early in the morning. There is a good reason for this. The early rise determines how much money you can make. When it comes to money, personal finance consultants most often give the popular advice: pay yourself first. In other words, before undertaking anything, set aside some portion of any cash income for investment. This advice is based on the fact that compound interest is considered the most effective savings tool. However, if you have nothing to invest, you can't take advantage of it. You should put money aside for this first, otherwise it will go to other needs. The same is true of time. Self-improvement is the most effective tool for personal development. As with money, a promise made to yourself to set aside time for this most important task later in the day is almost never kept. Just as with money, there are always many other uses for time. If you only have a few dollars left in your account, it's too late to save it for an investment, and it's too late to take on important tasks at noon. The Miracle Morning Life Transformation Method is precisely about paying yourself first with productivity and mental clarity. If you devote the morning to working on yourself, it is as if you are skimming the cream off the entire day and taking it to yourself to invest at a huge interest rate. All investments in the world, from real estate to securities to startups, are always best made in yourself. And how to do it is best understood early in the morning, there is no doubt about it. David. Beginning of the Morning Journey. This book is about three things. First, it deals with the most important practices that distinguish those who seek to become rich. If you learn them, you can apply them. It's very easy to do this. No, I'm not saying it's easy, but it really is. Secondly, we're going to talk about the need to start each day with these practices. Of course, you can postpone them for another time, but somehow I think you yourself know exactly how this will end. You will find that mornings have special value for millionaires. Mornings matter for reasons you can't even imagine yet. Of course, just getting up early is not enough to become a millionaire. However, it would not be a great exaggeration to say that mornings can significantly affect your destiny, whether you will be a millionaire or a loser. Third, we will try to make a roadmap, that is, to outline practical steps for becoming such a rare creature as a lark. I could go on and on about how important it is to get your mornings right, but none of this makes sense if you can't bring yourself to wake up early enough and take my advice. Fortunately, being a lark is a skill you can develop. You really can learn to get up early. You can wake up happy and energetic. You can become a lark. And my job is to show you how to do that. All of this will dramatically change your perception of the world, and not just in terms of well-being. If you are in control in the morning, you are in control throughout the day. You are ready to interact with the world on your own terms. You can act, not react. Imagine that you are making a plan of action for the day. You know what you should do first, and you are pleasantly excited about what is to come. This is what Miracle Morning offers you: not only the opportunity to achieve financial success, but also to achieve peace of mind and control of your own life. The starting point along the way is to be able to take advantage of the morning hours right now, in fact, starting tomorrow. Starting in the morning means getting that important time of day right tomorrow, while you continue to read the book and learn how millionaires make millions. Since we have already decided to do this, remember, the morning is where the magic is present. And it occurs when you manage to set yourself up for success. Your dreams, aspirations, and abilities should be aimed at becoming a millionaire. This is where it all begins in the morning. If it bothers you, don't be frightened. Even if you've never liked getting up early, realize that your difficulty getting up early isn't about the morning. The problem is what you do the rest of the time. If you're not satisfied with your life, you're not likely to jump out of bed with your energy boiling. Perhaps you think there is no reason to get up at all. I imagine quite a few people think that, which is why many of them have a hard time waking up. Our journey together will begin by breaking this vicious cycle. First, we'll find out why mornings are so important, and then we'll teach you how to get up early and take advantage of early rising as a daily step on the road to wealth. Many people think, first I'll figure out my life, and then I'll get up early, or when I'm rich, I'll change my habits. I can say with certainty that you have to do the opposite. You will not become a skylark, even if you get your life together. But if you take one small step toward your goal every morning, eventually life will get better. If you want to get more out of life, but don't know how to do it, read this book. It's the right guide, if you're determined enough to get on the road to change. Welcome, our journey begins. Part 1. A wonderful morning. Why the morning is so important and how to take advantage of it. Chapter 1. Why morning means more than you think. If you want to go to bed in the evening with a sense of satisfaction, wake up every morning with a sense of determination. George Lorimer, American writer and journalist. In my youth, I mostly tried to get up later, but now I rarely sleep at 7 in the morning. Even if I went to bed late the night before, I still try to get up early in the morning, which is a deeply ingrained habit. My usual sleep-wake routine first began to change after I realized that as my responsibilities expanded, I was working late and finding it increasingly difficult to sleep in the morning. It just wasn't efficient. I wasn't able to work hard until deep into the night and then get up early to take time for family, business, and problem solving because that required a clear head. This is how, under the influence of necessity, I decided to change my sleeping and waking patterns and consciously turn into a lark. It soon became clear that getting my mornings right was not just about getting up early to get right to work. I began to realize that mornings hold a secret that I had been unaware of for years. Getting up early not only allows me to get more done, but also to do things that would otherwise go undone. Today, many years later, after earning many dollars, my regular ritual, my wonderful morning routine, is not a boring chore, but something I want to do. It's hard to even imagine how I would live without it. Standing up on the wrong foot or on the wrong side of the bed. Part of the magic of the morning is that it sets the tone for the day. If the day begins with determination, discipline, and a results-oriented attitude, everything will go right from there. You'll know what you want to accomplish and how to do it. You'll be harder to distract from your goal. With the right organization in the morning, your day will never be lost. Most likely, what I have described is different from what happens to you in the morning. Most people belong to two types. The first can be conventionally called a hunted horse. From the moment they wake up, they play virtual catch-up and are constantly late. Thoughts in their head rushing at a gallop. They haven't even had time to pull on their pants yet, and they're already late. They always have a lot of work to do and never have enough time to do it. The second type of person can be called disappointed in life. They lack goals and motivation to act. They take long naps in the morning, procrastinate, and finally get to work. But even after that, they get distracted at the slightest thing because they don't see much point in it. They just drift along on the will of the waves, without any purpose. A day of hunted horses resembles a continuous firefighting. Chaos, noise, and a constant sense of rush. The day of the disappointed in life is like a very slow-moving car crash. You have no idea which pedals to push or which way to steer to avoid the impending crash. However, both of them are constantly worried about money. They are always short, and they are constantly pondering where else they can expect to get their money from. This is a clear sign of an inability to control the financial future. Such pressure creates additional stress, as if a blanket covers a person and obscures all the events of the day. In any case, if you do not take advantage of the early morning, by the time you get up the world is ready to pounce on you. Starting the day late, you risk losing it. If you wake up without a goal or plan of action, you won't get anywhere by evening. No matter which of the above images begins your morning, it's enough to make you wish you were still in bed. But maybe there is another way out. Can your mornings be different? Can you feel differently? Can you wake up full of energy and enthusiasm rather than feeling fearful about the day ahead? Instead of chaos, what if you could spend an hour in peace and quiet, focusing on self-improvement, improving your financial situation, and enhancing your quality of life? By mastering the Miracle Morning Method, you can create a clean, orderly mental space around you where you will find lost beauty and dignity. You will be able to take complete control of it to build the kind of life you have always dreamed of. Why is the morning so important? It has been my experience that the more effectively the benefits of early rising and morning rituals are taken advantage of, the better the chances of purposeful prosperity. But you don't have to take my word for it. There is more and more evidence that God gives to the early riser. Here are just a few key benefits that you, too, can enjoy if you set up your miracle morning. You will become more productive and active. Christoph Randler, a biology professor at Heidelberg University in Germany, wrote in the July 2010 Harvard Business Review that people whose efficiency peaks in the morning are more likely to succeed in their careers because they are more active than those whose efficiency peaks in the evening. According to Robin Sharma, Canadian author, New York Times best-selling author, and world-renowned entrepreneur, if you know many productive people, you have probably noticed that they have one thing in common: they are all skylarks. You will learn to anticipate and prevent problems in a timely manner. Randler went further and suggested that larks are the ones who have advantages that are important for career advancement. They are better at anticipating problems and minimizing their consequences. They are proactive, achieve greater professional success, and therefore earn more. He noted that larks are able to anticipate problems and solve them gracefully and easily, so they can share valuable insights into coping with stress arising from all kinds of unexpected incidents, from problems with children, at work, and in relationships to financial problems. You will develop your planning skills to a professional level. Someone said that a failed plan for success is a successful plan for failure. This is especially true when it comes to well-being. Not only do larks have time to organize, plan, and prepare for a fruitful day, they plan their financial affairs as well. Their sleepy opposites are only able to react to external events and hope for good luck. Won't you be stressed by an alarm during a sweet nap? Rising with the sun, and sometimes even earlier, allows you to meet the new day at the start. While everyone else is frantically trying to take control of the day's events, you are in a better position to follow the plan and remain calm, collected, and determined. You will become more energetic. One of the miracle morning practices is mandatory morning exercise, which, frankly, almost everyone often neglects. Just a few minutes of exercise brings a positive attitude for the whole day. It increases blood flow to the brain, which helps you think more clearly and focus on the most important things. The oxygen carried by blood gets to every cell in the body and adds energy, so people who exercise are in better shape, in better moods, sleep better, and work more productively. You get all the benefits of the early bird. Recently, researchers from the University of Barcelona, Spain, compared larks, people who wake up at dawn, and owls, people who prefer to stay up late and sleep off in the morning. Among the differences, they mentioned that larks tend to be more stubborn and resilient to blows of fate, hardship, and disappointment. This translates into lower levels of anxiety, depression, drug use, and consequently higher levels of life satisfaction. So the evidence is there, and scientists have already had their say. Mornings make a big difference from every perspective. As someone who has become rich, I can tell you that each of these benefits gives you an extra chance to become a millionaire. Just look at the full list of benefits. Productivity. Proactive problem solving. Higher income. Daily planning. More energy. Good mood and mental stability. Can we imagine better qualities for getting rich? There are studies proving the relationship of each of these qualities to early rise. There is undoubtedly a special magic in the early morning. But the question that probably bugs you right now is, if early mornings are so great, why doesn't everyone get up so early? This is a very good question. If we don't answer it, we can't learn the 5-step practice of awakening. This will be discussed in more detail in Chapter 2. The problem of early rise. If you have trouble waking up early, you probably know that the enthusiasm and willpower that overwhelm you in the evening disappear as soon as the alarm clock rings. And it's not just you. The promise you made to yourself in the new year to get up early belongs to those that are rarely kept and quickly forgotten. To keep it, you need to know something about getting up early. Maybe you didn't know it before. This secret is at the heart of the 5-step early rise practice you're going to master starting tomorrow. Sleep and wakefulness mode is inherent in us from birth. Is it possible to say that some people are naturally more active in the evening and others in the morning? I think you can. The results of studies confirm that. However, most people have a predisposition only as a tendency, not as a sentence of genetics. In addition, you should keep in mind that you have many habits related to sleep. Surely there is some sort of ritual that you have been doing every morning and every evening for years. Doing things regularly inevitably becomes a habit. Habit is a tremendous force. When you struggle to open your eyes when you hear the alarm clock on your bedside table, it is important to remember that at that moment you are fighting the neural connections in your brain that make you repeat habitual actions without thinking. Fortunately, habits can be changed. Lifting early can be mastered the same way we master riding a bike or running a business. In the following chapters you will learn how to do this. The ritual of awakening depends on the day ahead. Have you ever ducked back under the covers with the words 5 more minutes because you suddenly remembered that you had a tedious, hard, and emotionally exhausting day job ahead of you? Waking up in the morning in anticipation of exciting and exhilarating events is not the same as waking up expecting nothing good. Even larks can hide under the covers if they are frightened by the coming day. The Miracle Morning Method recommends 2 ways to combat this phenomenon. First, you should plan something useful for each day, such as setting aside time to improve your financial situation, improve your health, improve your mood, and generally do things that make your life better. Second, the sooner you start getting up early, the faster the days ahead will get better. As the benefits promised by Miracle Morning begin to manifest in reality, your life will begin to change for the better and you will be less and less likely to want to hide under the covers. You don't want to be selfish. Often it is not, oddly enough, the struggle with ourselves because we don't want to get out of bed that prevents us from getting up early, but a particular form of self-harm that makes us think that spending time on ourselves every day is selfish. Many have been taught that if you want to succeed, you have to put your desires on the back burner. You must, we were told, take care of your family, your job, your community, and only last, but not least, yourself. If there's time left. Unfortunately, we never have time to fulfill those desires. We always have so much to do that we don't have time for our own needs. As time passes, we begin to feel empty, depressed, desperate, and overwhelmed. Does this remind you of anything? I am convinced of the usefulness of the recommendation given to airline passengers before takeoff. If necessary, put the oxygen mask on yourself first and only then help others to do so. You can't help anyone if you pass out from lack of oxygen. The same goes for personal development and well-being. Ignoring your needs is a direct path to financial disaster. Remember, you can't help anyone if your own life is going down the drain. You cannot work productively if your health is deteriorating. You can't get rich if you don't pay attention to learning, developing the necessary skills, and building the mindset you need to achieve your financial goals. In everyday life, the oxygen mask for you can be the morning. Use it for yourself. Morning is the key that opens everything. It is in the morning that you can take control of your life and direct it in the direction you desire. Imagine that you are the pilot of an airplane. And it's up to you, not someone else, to control the flight. But while you're asleep, you can't do that. Let's talk about 3 things, the 3 demons you'll have to kill to start creating your miracle morning. By the way, you, like millions of people, can do it. Morning? Are you serious? There may well be a voice in your head right now saying, "Are you really serious?" That's your innate skepticism talking. Believe me, I understand you very well. It was exactly the same with me. Often a lot of people's first reaction is, well, yeah, it all looks great in theory, but it's not feasible in practice. I already have to squeeze in 24 hours to do things that aren't even 27 hours long. How on earth am I supposed to get up another hour earlier than I am now? And I'll ask you the counter question, how can you not? Morning can change your life. It can remain the worst part of your day, or it can be a real miracle. If you're still in doubt, realize that the purpose of the miracle morning method is not to deprive you of an hour of sleep, prolonging an already hard and stressful day at work, or even to teach you to get up earlier. It's about making your awakening more pleasant and productive. Tens of thousands of people on the planet are already enjoying their wonderful mornings, despite the fact that they were once owls. But they've all succeeded, they've made sure the method works, and they're now thriving. They didn't just add an hour to their day, they added a proper, healthy hour. You can do that, too. If you're sure you don't have time for this, read Chapter 3, which describes how to do the miracle morning practice in just 6 minutes. You have 6 minutes, don't you? Are you still skeptical? Then let me tell you, the hardest part of getting up early is the first 5 minutes. This is the crucial time when, snuggled up in a warm bed, you make a major decision whether to start the day now or to press the snooze button on your alarm clock. This is your moment of truth, and if you make the right decision, it will fundamentally change your day, and indeed your whole life. I will begin my story of the miracle morning method for future millionaires with the first 5 minutes. As the saying goes, you win the morning, and you're a winner all day long. And now is the right time for you to become a winner every morning. Trust a former owl, there is a long way between the I'm not a lark and hello, sunshine. After some trial and error, you will understand how you can cheat the owl chronotype and replace it with the habit of getting up early. Morning doesn't just matter, its significance is so great that you are hardly able to fully appreciate it now. The magic of the morning is so powerful that it will transform your whole life. In the next 2 chapters, I'll tell you how to make the early rise easier and more exciting than before, even if you've never considered yourself a skylark, and show you how to make the most of those extra, newfound morning minutes with 6 effective personal development practices that I've tested in my personal experience. Portrait of a Millionaire, Richard Branson. In my 50 years in business, I have learned that if you get up early, you can accomplish a lot more, not only in a day, but in a lifetime. No matter what part of the world I am in, I try to regularly wake up early, around 5 in the morning. Getting up early gives me time to exercise and be with my family, which allows me to get in the right frame of mind before I get down to business. You don't have to get up early to show how hard you work. Your goal is to do everything in your power to make your business a success. And if you have to get up when everyone else is asleep, you'll enjoy a beautiful sunrise on top of that. Chapter 2, 5 minutes is all it takes to be a lark. If you think about it, it's clear that pushing the snooze button on your alarm clock in the morning makes no sense. It's like saying, I hate waking up, so I'll do it again and again and again. Demetri Martin, stand-up comedian. If I've done a good job, you should be feeling optimistic and even excited about tomorrow morning. Perhaps you can imagine jumping out of bed tomorrow with the snooze button on your alarm clock covered in dust because it's not needed. But what really happens tomorrow morning after the alarm clock sounds? Will you remain motivated after the alarm clock snatches you from the clutches of sweet sleep? How much enthusiasm will you feel at the prospect of getting out of a warm bed? We all know what can probably motivate you: the urge to go to the bathroom. Then it is replaced by a cunning companion of mankind since time immemorial, the urge to rationalize. Rationalization is a powerful motivator. The idea that seemed great the day before, to get up early and take control of the day's events, will quickly melt away in the light of the morning rays. In a matter of seconds, we can convince ourselves that it's okay to snooze for another minute, and the next moment we're already rushing around the house because we're late for work. And we're late for life, too. Once again. And this is a very serious problem. It is when we need motivation the most, in the first moments of a new day, that we seem to have the least. But what if tomorrow morning you tried to generate the enthusiasm and energy you're feeling right now? That is the purpose of this chapter, to increase your morning motivation and help you cope with an attack of rationalization. The following 5 steps allow you to do all of this. Each step in the process is designed to increase your level of motivation in waking up, or UMP, a name coined by Hal. The higher your level of motivation, the more likely it is that you will not hit the snooze button on your alarm clock and get out of bed. You need to overcome the first barrier, the temptation to hit the snooze button, by any means necessary. Fortunately, these means are not as radical and complicated as you might think. 5-minute wake-up strategy. You may have a very low level of motivation in the morning, which means that when the alarm clock rings, you want nothing more than to get a little more sleep. This is normal. With 5 steps, you'll significantly increase your REM to the point that when you hear the alarm, you'll be ready to jump out of bed and start a new day. 5 steps. 5 minutes. Nothing else is required. Minute 1. Before you go to sleep, clearly state your intentions. The first way to ensure an easy rise is to remember that the first thought in the morning is usually the last thought that swirled in your head before going to bed. Some days I bet you couldn't sleep because there was an exciting event waiting for you tomorrow, like Christmas Eve, the night before your long-awaited trip. At the first sound of the alarm, you'd open your eyes and leap out of bed anticipating the day's pleasures. Why? Because your last thought about tomorrow before you drifted off to sleep was a positive one. If, before you went to sleep, you thought, "What a shame, I have to be up in 6 hours. Of course I won't get enough sleep and I'll be completely wrecked in the morning." When the alarm clock rings, you're likely to think, "Oh my God, is it really time already? No. I'm sleepy." This is how the nature of your awakening is partly a kind of self-fulfilling prophecy. You, not your alarm clock, create morning reality. So, the first step is to make a decision, every night before going to bed, actively and consciously form positive expectations for the next morning. Visualize and affirm them. Minute 2. Put the alarm clock as far away from the bed as possible. If you haven't already done so, put your alarm clock in the far corner of your bedroom so that when you hear the alarm you have to get up and make yourself move. Movement gives you energy, and when you get out of bed, chasing away sleep will be much easier. Most people put the alarm clock next to the bed, within reach. And that's wise if you're going to keep sleeping. In the first seconds after waking up, our motivation level is at its lowest point, which is why it's so hard for us to force ourselves to finally wake up and get out of bed. The alarm clock next to the bed gives you an excuse to sleep more. In fact, you turn it off without even realizing what you are doing. Very often, you convince yourself that you are only dreaming. A lot of people do that, believe me. Forcing yourself to get up to turn off your alarm clock instantly raises your TMR and puts you on the path to success in getting into the habit of getting up early. However, on a scale of 0 to 10, your TMR is still hovering around a 5, and you are likely to still feel sleepy. To overcome the temptation to go back to bed and curl up, you need to increase your motivation level a little more by moving on to the next step without delay. Minute 3. Brush your teeth. When you get out of bed and turn off your alarm clock, immediately go to the bathroom and brush your teeth. I know, you must be thinking right now, what are you saying? I need to brush my teeth? Yes. The point of this procedure is that for the first few minutes after waking up, you act automatically so that your body has time to wake up. In short, after turning off your alarm clock, head straight to the bathroom and, before you brush your teeth, splash some warm, or better yet, of course, cold water on your face. This simple action will raise your REM a little more. Now that you're perfumed with peppermint, it's time for the next step. Minute 4. Drink a glass of water. It is extremely important to replenish the body's water supply first thing every morning. After 6 to 8 hours of sleep, the body is dehydrated and this causes fatigue. Quite often, if a person feels tired, at any time of the day, they need to drink water rather than rest. Start the day with a glass of water. You can follow my example and pour water into a bottle in the evening, drinking it at a comfortable rhythm. The purpose of this procedure is to replenish as quickly as possible the water the body has been deprived of during sleep. A glass of water will raise your UMP one more notch, and then move on to the next step. Minute 5. Get dressed or take a shower. Here you have a choice. You can put on a tracksuit and be ready to leave the bedroom and immediately start practicing Miracle Morning. That's why it's better to have your clothes ready the night before you go to bed. You can even sleep in them, I'm not kidding. Or you can take a shower first, which will raise your UMP to a point where it's much easier to stay awake. I usually choose the first option, as I like to shower after exercise or a morning walk with the dog. But a lot of people like to bathe in water right away. This helps them wake up and gives them a feeling of freshness. It's your choice. If the first choice does not suit you, go to the second one. After that, it will be almost impossible to fall asleep. Whichever you choose, after all 5 steps, your URM is sure to be high and you won't need much effort to stay awake. If you were to try to practice right after the alarm clock rings, when your TMR is almost at 0, you would have a much harder time making the right decision. These 5 steps allow you to gain momentum quickly, so to speak, so that in just a few minutes you will be free of the urge to rationalize and ready to act instead of continuing to sleep. Never once have I decided to go back to bed after spending the first 5 minutes as described above. After I wake up and consciously spend the first 5 minutes, I find it much easier to stay motivated all day. Little secrets of a wonderful morning as a gift. Although the effectiveness of this strategy has been proven by the experience of thousands of people, the 5 steps presented above are not the only way to ease yourself into an early rise. Here are a few more tips from people who practice Miracle Morning. Repeat the Miracle Morning affirmations before going to bed. Keep them next to your bed to formulate your intentions for the next morning just before going to bed. They are designed to program your subconscious mind to easily and quickly turn off the alarm clock and wake up in a cheerful and energetic state. Install a light timer in your bedroom. One member of the Miracle Morning community installed a light timer in his bedroom, a device you can buy online or in a store. When the alarm goes off, the lights in the room automatically come on. That's a great idea. A dark room is more likely to put you back to sleep, and bright lights signal your body and mind that it's time to wake up. Whether you use a timer or not, be sure to turn the lights on right after the alarm goes off. Install a heating system timer in your bedroom. Another fan of Miracle Morning says that in winter he sets the timer of the heating system in the bedroom so that it turns on 15 minutes before the alarm rings. This makes the room cold at night, but it gets a little warmer by the time you wake up, which significantly reduces the temptation to go back under a warm blanket. You can supplement or refine the 5-minute morning rise strategy in your own way. And if you have helpful ideas to share, we'd love to hear them. Please post them at www.mytmmcommunity.com of the Miracle Morning Community. Set your alarm for half an hour to an hour earlier than usual and get up at that time for the next 30 days. That's right. Starting tomorrow, get up 30 to 60 minutes earlier for 30 days. Make sure you have your first ever Miracle Morning written in your agenda for tomorrow. Do it immediately, without looking for excuses like you should finish reading the book first and only then start acting. Join the Miracle Morning community at www.mytmmcommunity.com to connect with and receive support from more than 200,000 like-minded larks. Many of them have had great success practicing the method. Find a partner for the report. Invite someone, a spouse, friend, relative, colleague, or like-minded wonderful morning community member to join you on this adventure. That way you can inspire and support each other until Miracle Morning becomes a lifelong habit. If you still have doubts, it may be because your previous attempts to change your life have been unsuccessful. I have a suggestion for that. Turn to Chapter 13 right now. Here you will find the right attitude and strategy for overcoming any hesitations you may have at the beginning of your encounter with the method. In addition, it contains the most effective way to form and consolidate new habits. This is the first thing to try after you finish reading the book, so you may want to read it beforehand. Look at it as the beginning of the journey, keeping in mind the completion of it. First lesson in investing. The previous chapter was meant to make you think about the value of the morning. A lot of evidence, as well as the experience of thousands of followers of the Miracle Morning method, confirms a simple but grand idea. It is worth seeing the morning not as a beginning, but as the creation of a new day. How you start your day determines how your life will be. If you wake up with enthusiasm and spend your morning productive, purposeful, and efficient, you win the whole day. Many people start by procrastinating until the last moment, when they have to pull themselves out of a warm bed with pincers. Such seemingly innocent behavior sends a harmful signal to the subconscious mind. It programs the psyche that you lack self-discipline even to get out of bed in the morning, let alone to do everything necessary to achieve life goals, including financial well-being. Consider the alarm as the first opportunity of the day to invest in your own life. It is the gift of tomorrow, an invitation to make a conscious decision to get out of bed and spend time on personal development, through which each of us is able to create for ourselves the kind of life we dream of. We get up early to do it all while the rest of the world sleeps. This is your first lesson in investing on the road to prosperity. Being able to pick yourself up within the first few seconds of waking up and get up instead of staying in bed will earn you income for the rest of your life. When people ask me how I managed to turn from an owl to a lark and change my life at the same time, I always say that I did it thanks to 5 simple steps that stopped me from hitting the snooze button and made it much easier to get up in the morning, even very early. If it weren't for this strategy, I would still be hitting that button in my sleep. Worse, I would still be in the belief that I am not a lark and never will be, and would have lost a lot of opportunities. I realize that all of this may seem unbelievable. But, believe a former owl, you can do it. You can do it, just as I did. So, the most important thing to know about sleep and wakefulness mode is that it can be changed. Like most millionaires, larks weren't born that way, they became that way. You, too, can be a lark, and you don't need the willpower of an Olympic marathon runner. I can predict that once early risings become not only a habit in your life, but also part of your nature, you will truly love them. And you, like me, will need no effort to get up early. Not convinced? Forget your doubts for a while and try to do the above 5 steps tomorrow, and your life will change just like mine. Starting from this day, and for 30 days, set your alarm clock 30 to 60 minutes earlier than usual. It's time to start each day with a miracle morning and become a person who will help yourself and your family achieve a level of life that you never dared to think about before. What you spend that hour on will be discussed in the next chapter, but for now, continue reading our book every morning until you have mastered the practice. Portrait of a Millionaire, Arianna Huffington. Most of the time, 95%, I get 8 hours of sleep, so I don't usually set an alarm to wake up. In my opinion, waking up on my own is the best way to start the day. Most of my morning ritual is devoted to things I don't have to do, such as checking my smartphone when I wake up. On the contrary, I take time to breathe deeply, give thanks, and set goals for the day ahead. As time went on, I strive to change my life little by little. For example, living in Los Angeles, I enjoyed early walks and bike rides. I like to experiment, so as I learn something new, I add the next details to my ritual. And no, I don't believe in the snooze button. On the rare occasions when I have to set the alarm, I set it to the very last moment, so that I have no choice but to get out of bed. Chapter 3. Life-Saving Circles. The daily practice of life circles reminds me of refueling my body, mind, and spirit with rocket fuel before I start the day, every day of my life. Robert Kiyosaki, best-selling author of Rich Dad, Poor Dad, 1. 6 practices guaranteed to save you from a life of unrealized potential. Experiencing the second disaster of his life, the first was his severe injuries in a car accident, the collapse of his business at the height of the global financial crisis in 2008, Hal felt depressed. None of the rescue methods he knew were working, none of the measures taken had any effect on the situation. And then he decided to develop a more effective and quicker to implement a strategy for the transition to the next level of development. He looked for the best practices tested by successful people. Having made a list of 6 proven and, one might say, timeless personal development practices, Hal first tried to determine which of them, 1 or maybe 2, would most accelerate his progress. Then he asked himself, what if I started practicing them all every day? So he did. After 2 months of applying all 6 practices daily, Hal got results that can no doubt be called magical. In addition to nearly doubling his income, Hal had transformed himself into an athlete who was preparing to take part in an 83-kilometer race, even though he had previously hated running and hardly ever ran more than a mile and a half. 6 practices saved him from depression, proving to be the best way to transition to a new level of physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual capability. I had a similar breakthrough in business, too. Fortunately, I did not have to go through a car accident, but that event affected me just as much. I discovered that my well-being depended on controlling my morning hours, and it was not just a matter of getting up earlier. It was about getting up early and doing special exercises. The road to wealth was through 6 practices, a morning ritual that Hal calls life circles. So we've shown that mornings matter, and we've offered tools to help you turn into a skylark. Now a reasonable question has arisen: what to do with this time? This chapter will answer that question. Why are lifelines effective? Life circles are simple but very effective daily practices of personal growth. They allow you to attain real clarity of thought, a free from minutiae view of the world, on the basis of which you can plan your life and live it on your own terms. They are designed to allow you to start your day at the peak of physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual form, so that you can constantly improve and always realize your maximum potential. I know what you're thinking right now: I don't have time for this. How can I do 6 more things if I struggle to get out of the house on time every morning? Believe me, that's what I was thinking too. Before I mastered the miracle morning practice, I used to wake up with a jumble in my head. Like you, I barely had time to get dressed, eat breakfast, and scramble out the door to get started on the first of my endless to-do list for the day. It would seem that you barely have time to do everything you are supposed to do, so where are you going with your plans and wishes? But before I met Miracle Morning, I, too, didn't have time. Now it's different. I have more time, more money, and more peace of mind than I had before. Very quickly you'll discover a secret: the Miracle Morning practice creates more time. Life cycles will help you reconnect with yourself and get up in the morning with a purpose, not a list of commitments in your head. These practices allow you to get your priorities right and make the most productive plan of action. When you get enough experience with this, you'll notice that you're filled with energy each day and manage to get more things done with fewer unpleasant surprises. In other words, lifesavers don't take time away, they give it away, prolonging your day. Every practice in the Lifeline arsenal is good. All of them are recommended by very successful people, from movie and television stars and world-class athletes to entrepreneurs and heads of companies. It is unlikely that you will find a single person among them who has not practiced at least one of the life circles. The Miracle Morning method is so effective precisely because it combines the benefits of not just one, but all 6 practices developed by humans throughout the development of human consciousness. Together, they form an easily adaptable morning ritual to your needs. So, here are these lifelines. Silence. Affirmations. Visualization. Physical exercise. Reading. Letter. Trust me, life circles are an amazingly powerful tool for achieving well-being. The optimal combination of the 6 practices will accelerate your personal development. You can modify them according to your preferences, lifestyle, business, and goals. Let's take a closer look at each of the life circles. Silence. Most people start their day the way I used to, at the sound of the alarm clock. The first thing they hear is the sharp rattle of the phone or the alarm clock. And that's just the beginning. With more and more noise, phone calls, incoming emails, social media posts, incoming message alerts, TV news, and so on. If you look at it all from the outside, there is no doubt that all day long from morning to night we are trying to control events. Is it any wonder we feel depressed? The first lifeline, silence, allows us to appreciate a peaceful, meaningful, and quiet start to the day. If you begin with a deliberate period of silence, your stress will immediately decrease and you will enter the new day with a calm and clear mind, which is absolutely necessary to focus on what's important. Of course, silence does not mean emptiness. It doesn't. Spending the morning in silence is a conscious decision that can be realized in a variety of ways. Here are a few options, in no particular order. Meditation, prayer, reflections, expressions of gratitude. Many successful and famous people use the practice of silence in the middle of the day as well. Oprah, for example, does it. However, she also practices almost all life circles. Singer Katy Perry practices transcendental meditation, as does Sheryl Crow and Sir Paul McCartney. Film and television stars Jennifer Aniston, Ellen DeGeneres, Jerry Seinfeld, Howard Stern, Cameron Diaz, Clint Eastwood, and Hugh Jackman claim to meditate daily. Even famous billionaires Ray Dalio and Rupert Murdoch attribute their financial success to the daily practice of silence. As you can see, once you start doing the same thing, you'll give up in very good and quiet company. In an interview with Shape magazine, actress and singer Kristen Bell offers advice to readers: do meditative yoga for 10 minutes every morning. If you have a problem, whether it's a traffic accident, a fight with your boyfriend, or difficulties at work, meditation will allow you to direct the course of events in the right direction. There are many kinds of meditation. As Angelina Jolie admitted in an interview with Stylist magazine, she meditates by sitting on the floor next to the kids while they spend an hour doing coloring books or jumping on the trampoline. You just do what you love, what makes you happy, and that's what meditation gives you. The benefits of silence. Stress is the companion of an active and eventful life, and it often follows us on the road to well-being. You are constantly distracted from your goal, your schedule is disrupted, and various unpleasant problems need to be solved. Colleagues, subordinates, and family also sometimes have a bad influence on your day, especially if you started in a hurry. Prolonged stress is unhealthy. It triggers the fight or flight response, which releases a number of toxic hormones into the bloodstream that the body can't neutralize for days. According to PsychologyToday.com, the stress hormone cortisol is the worst enemy of human health. Scientists have long known that elevated cortisol levels impair memory and learning ability, reduce immunity and bone density, contribute to weight gain, high blood pressure and cholesterol levels, and the spread of heart disease. The list goes on. Chronic stress provokes depression, mental illness, and shortens life expectancy. If you are stressed only occasionally, that is normal. However, some people are stressed all the time. How many times a day do you find yourself in a stressful situation? How often do you have to deal with urgent matters that distract you from your plans? If cortisol is constantly raging in your bloodstream, your first line of defense is to practice silence in the morning. Silence, in the form of meditation, reduces stress and has a positive effect on health. For example, one large-scale study conducted by several medical institutions, including the National Institutes of Health, the American Medical Association, the Mayo Clinic, and Harvard and Stanford universities, found that meditation reduces stress and normalizes blood pressure. Another recent study by world-renowned psychiatrist Dr. Norman Rosenthal of the David Lynch Foundation found that people who practice meditation have a 30% lower risk of dying from cardiovascular disease. Another study by Harvard scientists found that as little as 8 weeks of meditation leads to an increase in gray matter density in the hippocampus, that part of the brain very important for learning and remembering, as well as in the brain structures responsible for self-awareness, compassion, and analysis. Meditation helps you hold your horses by focusing on yourself, even if only for a short time. At one time I started meditating because I felt the need to do something to make my life stop spinning and controlling me, singer Sheryl Crow admits. Meditation has helped me slow down the pace of life. Sheryl meditates daily, taking 20 minutes in the morning and evening to do so. Figuratively speaking, the practice of silence gives you the opportunity to put on an oxygen mask before you begin to help someone else do it. The benefits of this method are undeniable. It brings clarity and peace of mind. More specifically, practicing silence reduces stress, improves cognitive performance, and increases self-confidence. Meditation with an instructor and meditation apps. Meditation is like any other activity. If you have never done it before, it may be difficult and uncomfortable at first. If you are practicing meditation for the first time in your life, I recommend that you begin with an instructor. Here are a few of my favorite meditation apps that work for both iPhone/iPad and Android. Headspace, Calm, Omvana, Simply Being, Insight Timer, Oak. There are a number of subtle and significant differences in these applications, such as the voice that gives instructions. If you don't have a device to download the app, go to YouTube or Google and search for guided meditation. You can search by the length of the video, such as 5-minute guided meditation, or by topic, such as guided meditation to increase self-confidence. Individual meditation according to the miraculous morning method. If you're ready to meditate on your own, here's a simple step-by-step guide you can use during Miracle Morning, even if you've never done it before. Before you begin meditation, prepare yourself psychologically and determine your expectations. During this time, you must calm your mind and get rid of the impulsive need to constantly think about something, reliving the past painfully and never fully living in the present. One must try to forget the stresses, take a break from anxious thinking about current problems, and try to fully immerse oneself in the present moment. By digging deeper into your essence, becoming aware of your actions, understanding the words you use to describe yourself, you will discover the real you. If this sounds strange and unfamiliar or too new age for you, don't worry. I felt the same way. Nevertheless, be open and try new things. There are a few conditions you have to meet to do this. Find a quiet and comfortable place to sit. You can sit on a couch, in a chair, right on the floor, or put a cushion underneath for comfort. Sit cross-legged. You can close your eyes or look down at the floor, which will be about half a meter away from you. Concentrate on your breathing. Breathe slowly and deeply. Try to breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth. Make sure the air goes into your abdomen, not your chest. The most effective breathing expands the abdomen, not the chest. Next, begin breathing on the count, slow breaths for 3 seconds, 1, and 2, and 3, and breath holds for 3 seconds, 1, and 2, and 3, and then slow exhales for 3, 1, and 2, and 3, and. Feel how focusing on your breath makes your emotions and thoughts calmer. Even though you're trying to quiet and clear your mind completely, thoughts still persist in your head. Remember that. Just note this and let them go by focusing on the breath again. At this time, you should be completely in the moment. This practice is often called being present. You don't have to think about anything or do anything, just be in the present moment. Continue to watch your breath, imagining that you are breathing in positive, love-filled, peace-filled energy and breathing out anxiety and stress. Enjoy the serenity. Enjoy the moment. Just breathe. Stay in the present. If you find that thoughts don't leave you and flow in your head in a continuous stream, try focusing on one word or phrase and repeating it over and over, inhaling and exhaling. On the inhale, say, I inhale confidence, and on the exhale, I exhale fear. You can replace the word confidence with any other word, depending on what you would like more, love, faith, energy, or something else, and the word fear with whatever you feel you need to get rid of, stress, anxiety, resentment, etc. Meditation is a gift you can give yourself every day. Many fans of the Miracle Morning method consider time spent meditating to be their favorite part of the practice. It's a time to be at peace with yourself, to experience gratitude, and to feel free from an endless series of stresses and worries. Think of daily meditation as a temporary respite from problems. After it's over, the problems won't go away, of course, but you'll see them in a brighter light and be much better prepared to deal with them. Many people find it easiest to skip meditation in the morning ritual in order to move quickly to more active practices from the life circles. Don't give in to this temptation. Although silence can be practiced in many forms, skipping this step is not a good idea. Remember, how you practice silence is up to you. For example, I do it without getting out of bed so as not to disturb my wife. She often wakes up when I'm practicing. Keep in mind, only advanced practitioners should do the practice of silence in bed, especially if you're tempted to doze off in the dark. If you have trouble getting up early, stick to the 5 steps described in Chapter 2. As I lie in bed, I try to express my gratitude to life for all that I have. In my opinion, this feeling is essential to creating an amazing, beautiful life. It gives you so many opportunities to do more and forces the less positive emotions out of your head. In those first moments of the morning, I close my eyes and thank fate for family and children, for health, for wonderful business partners. These all play an important role in gaining well-being and making life meaningful. Affirmations. Have you ever wondered why some people manage to excel in everything they do and always achieve their goals, while others lose every ball, miss every opportunity? Again and again, I am convinced that it is the mindset, the way of thinking that drives effectiveness. This refers to a set of beliefs, worldviews, and perceptions. In her bestseller Mindset, The New Psychology of Success, 2, Stanford University professor Carol Dweck explains, "For 20 years my research has shown that the view of yourself that you deeply internalize affects the way you continue to live. The way you think is very important to your well-being. Your way of thinking shows up in your speech, your confidence or insecurity, your demeanor. It affects everything. Show me a person with an attitude of success, and I will show you a future millionaire in the process of becoming one." I know firsthand how difficult it is to maintain confidence and enthusiasm while riding the roller coaster of a rich person's life. After all, our way of thinking is largely unconsciously shaped. We are conditioned to think, believe, act, and talk to ourselves in a certain way. And programming depends on many factors, including what other people say, what we say to ourselves, and life experiences, both positive and negative. It manifests in all aspects of life, including, of course, our relationship to money. So if we want to improve our financial situation, we need to improve our mental attitude. This is done with the help of such an effective tool as affirmations. Positive affirmations allow us to become more determined and goal-oriented because they create additional stimuli and positive attitudes. If you repeatedly repeat who you want to become, what you want to achieve, and how you are going to do it, your subconscious mind will change your beliefs and ways of doing things. By starting to believe in something new and behave in a new way, you gradually put the affirmations into practice. Scientists have proven that when used correctly, affirmations are one of the most effective tools for quickly becoming the person you need to become in order to achieve your goals. And yet this method is often criticized. Indeed, many who have tried it have been disappointed by the negligible result or lack thereof. However, it is possible to practice affirmations in such a way that they bring excellent results. Why the old approach to affirmations doesn't work. For decades, many so-called experts and gurus have taught us to use affirmations in an ineffective way that only programmed us to fail and fail. Let's look at two of the most common mistakes made when using this method. 1. Don't lie to yourself, it doesn't work. I'm a millionaire. Really? I only weigh 7% more than normal. Not true. I achieved all my goals this year. No way. Formulating affirmations as if you have already become someone or achieved something that is not true is in all probability the main reason why this method does not work for most people. Every time you repeat an untrue affirmation, the subconscious mind resists violently. Man, as we know, is a thinking and rational being, and he resists any dissonance. Consequently, a strategy involving lies cannot be called optimal. Truth always triumphs over lies. 2. The passionate voice is ineffective. Many affirmations, unfortunately, are composed to give you pleasure by formulating an empty promise of something important and desirable. Here, for example, is a very popular affirmation about money, immortalized by a number of famous gurus in this field: "I am a magnet for money. Money flows to me in abundance without any effort." Repeating such statements will give you momentary pleasure, bringing a false sense of freedom from financial problems. But you won't have a dime in your pocket. Are there any rich people who sit back and wait for money to magically come to them? Of course not. To achieve the desired abundance, and indeed any other result, you need to do something. In this case, actions should be aimed at getting what you want, and affirmations should formulate and confirm both. For steps for creating effective affirmations using the Miracle Morning Method. The following are simple steps for formulating and applying result-oriented affirmations that you can include in Miracle Morning. They will tune your consciousness and subconscious mind to get the results you want and make progress in the financial field. Determine what the ideal result you are striving for is, as well as why you need it. Notice, I don't start with desire. All people want something, but they don't get what they want, they get what they strive for. Do you want to be a millionaire? Who wouldn't? Join this mini company. It's another matter if you give all your time and effort to becoming a millionaire, determining what it takes to achieve this result, and taking everything you need to do, until the end. This is worth talking about in more detail. Action. First of all, formulate a special, extraordinary result, one that is not easy to obtain, one that will significantly improve your life. You must be ready to strive for this result, to spend time and effort on it, even if you do not yet know how exactly you will do it. Strengthen your aspirations by including in your affirmation the question why, or a compelling reason why you would do anything for such a result. Examples. I am totally focused on the idea of improving my health so that I can have enough energy to run my business and communicate with the people around me. I am willing to strive hard for the goal of doubling my income in the next 12 months. Example, from to in order to financially secure my family. Identify the necessary actions and specify the time frame for their completion. To formulate in an affirmation only your desires without any indication how you are going to realize them is meaningless. Perhaps, it is even counterproductive, because such affirmation deceives your subconscious mind, making it think that the desired result will be obtained automatically, without the slightest effort on your part. Action. Determine exactly what you need to achieve the ideal result, and clearly list what you will do, when, and how often. Examples. To improve my health as much as possible, I am willing to go to the fitness club 5 times a week, and to devote at least 20 minutes a day on the treadmill between 6 and 7 in the morning. To make sure I double my income, I pledge to double the number of calls I make to potential clients from 20 to 40 a day and do it 5 days a week from 8 to 9 in the morning, no matter what happens. The more specific the actions required, the better. Be sure to include the frequency, how often, quantity, how many, and exact timing, the beginning and end of an action. 3. Repeat affirmations every morning, best of all with emotion. Remember, Miracle Morning affirmations are not just meant to make you feel good. These written affirmations are strategically designed to program the subconscious mind to include the beliefs and thought processes necessary to achieve the desired results. In doing so, they force the mind to stay focused on priorities and do exactly what will allow you to achieve your intended goal. For affirmations to be effective, it is important, when repeating them, to put real, strong emotions into your words. The most important thing for you is to repeat your affirmations without understanding their importance and truth. You should try to evoke genuine emotions, such as excitement and determination, and include them in every affirmation. You must formulate what kind of person you are going to become in order to achieve your goals. Again, this is not magic. The strategy works only if you manage to establish a deep connection with the kind of person you need to become in order to achieve your goals. Stronger than any activity, your essence attracts you to your desired results. Actions. Take time each day to read the Miracle Morning affirmations. That way you can tune your subconscious mind and focus on what's most important and what you need to do to turn it into reality. Yes, you must repeat them every day. Doing it occasionally is as pointless as going to the gym occasionally. There will be no progress unless saying affirmations becomes an integral part of your daily routine. A great place to do this is in the shower. If you hang a sign with the text in the bathroom, the affirmations will be before your eyes every day. Place them in any place where they will constantly remind you of yourself, under the visor of the car, on the mirror in the hallway. The more often they come into your eyes, the more they penetrate into your subconsciousness and change your way of thinking and actions. You can even write them with a marker on a mirror. 4. Keep your affirmations up to date and supplement them. As you progress toward your goal, improve and develop, you will need to adjust your affirmations. As soon as you have a new goal, dream, or extraordinary idea, include it in your affirmations. I have affirmations for every aspect of life: finances, health, happiness, love, parenting, and others, and I'm constantly updating them. I also look everywhere for interesting quotes, strategies, and philosophical thoughts to expand my horizons. Include in your affirmations every statement or philosophical thought that prompts you to think along the lines of, wow, this is something I could make significant improvements in. I have a few of these favorite phrases and affirmations, especially the ones about the coming day. I like to face the day with optimism, so I'll give you some examples. Today is going to be a great day. The morning hour gives us gold. I'll be an instrument of kindness and get great results. Affirmations should be tailored to your goals and formulated in the first person because they describe exactly what you are striving for. And most importantly, they contain a list of the actions you are going to take and a clear timeline for them. Because of this, you will achieve great success in life. Affirmations for those who are going to become very rich. In addition to the described formula for composing affirmations, I suggest a few examples that might stimulate your imagination. Feel free to borrow any ideas, as long as they fit your goals. I am as capable of achieving prosperity as any man on earth. I am worthy of it, and today I will prove it by my actions. My accomplishments are the result of the person I was in the past, but what I achieve in the future depends solely on who I become from today onward. I am willing to set aside 30 to 60 minutes every day to practice the lifelines from the Miracle Morning Method in order to become a person capable of achieving anything he wants. I am focused on gaining new knowledge and constantly developing skills. For this purpose, I intend to read or reread at least one book every month. I am committed to continuous self-improvement for the sake of optimal action in everyday life. I intend to turn off the internet and other sources of information weekly and monthly for a period of time to keep me focused, mentally and physically healthy, and aware of perspective. I commit myself to exercise for 20 minutes a day. These are just a few examples of affirmations. You can replace them with others that are more appropriate to you, from your point of view. Ideally, you should compose your own according to the 4-step formula. Everything that you say about yourself regularly, in a heartfelt way, will eventually take hold in your subconscious mind. You will have new beliefs that will translate into actions and deeds. The opportunity to change our initial attitudes and form new patterns of behavior promises us a great deal. So, if you can readjust yourself at any time, why not do it today? Visualization. World-class athletes are known to use visualization to improve performance. Olympic champions and other celebrities consider visualization an essential element of daily training. Less well known is that successful entrepreneurs and prominent financiers also often resort to this technique. Visualization turns on your imagination, which creates an attractive picture of the future, a picture that is clear and inspires the desire to turn it into reality. If you want to know why imaging is effective, type mirror neurons into Google. A neuron is a cell in the nervous system that processes, stores, and transmits information. A mirror neuron is activated when we take an action or observe another person doing it. The study of mirror neurons began relatively recently. Apparently, these cells allow us to develop abilities by observing the actions of others or by imagining ourselves doing them. A number of studies have shown that an experienced weightlifter can build muscle mass through visualization, and it may be due to the action of mirror neurons. The fact is that the brain does not distinguish between vivid visualization and real experience, so if you are skeptical, keep in mind, science has already proved it. What do you imagine? Hal, for example, resorted to visualization to get out of his comfort zone. Although he hated running, publicly, he made a promise to himself to run the 83 kilometers. All 5 months of training, he imagined lacing up his running shoes with a smile on his face and bouncing briskly on the sidewalk. At training, he was already feeling positive and enjoying the run. You can visualize anything, the key stage or step on the way to prosperity, a skill that is far from perfect, and so on. You can even visualize things that you don't like to do and always try to put off until later. This will allow you to develop positive intellectual and emotional skills. In short, there is no limit to what you imagine, but there are ways to make visualization as effective as possible. 3 easy steps for performing a visualization using the Miracle Morning Method. Combining visualization with affirmations is the next step in your morning ritual. It's best to do this practice after reading the affirmations. Fans of the Miracle Morning Method do the practice in 3 steps. 1. Prepare. Some people like to visualize to instrumental music, say classical or Baroque. Note the works of Johann Sebastian Bach. If you want to experiment with music, play it softly. For me, for example, compositions without words work for me, and songs are distracting. Sit comfortably. You can sit in a chair, on a sofa or the floor, on couch cushions. Breathe deeply. Close your eyes, clear your mind of extraneous thoughts, try to free yourself of any internal restrictions, and prepare yourself for visualization. 2. Draw in your imagination what you want to get. Imagining themselves successful, many people feel some discomfort. Apparently, on a subconscious level, success scares them. Many feel internal resistance, and some even feel guilty that they are going to surpass 95% of ordinary people and achieve outstanding success. Writer Marianne Williamson did an excellent job of describing the feelings of those who face emotional obstacles when trying to imagine success. Our deepest fear is not that we are not good enough, but that we are powerful beyond measure. What scares us most is not our darkness, but our light. We ask ourselves, who am I to be smart, great, talented? But, actually, why not? After all, you are a child of God, and your self-deprecation does not serve the world well. There is nothing enlightened about shrinking for the sake of making others around you feel safe and uncomfortable. We are all meant to shine, as children do. We are born to embody the glory of God that is embedded in us. Not in some of us, but in everyone. By letting our light shine brightly, we subconsciously give others permission to do the same. By getting rid of our fears, we free those around us with our presence. Think about how the greatest gift we can give to those we love, and those we lead, is to realize our inherent potential. What does this mean for you? What do you really want? Forget logic, limiting attitudes, and practical considerations. If you could reach all heights personally and professionally, what would your life be like? Try to see, feel, hear, touch, taste, and smell every detail of the picture of your ideal life. To increase the effectiveness of the technique, engage all of your senses. The brighter and clearer the image, the more effort you will later make to make it a reality. 3. Imagine doing what you need to do and enjoying it. Once you have a clear picture in your mind of your desired success, imagine that you are already doing everything necessary to make it a reality with full confidence in your abilities and enjoying every step of the way. Visualize yourself doing useful activities that you have to do every day, exercising, preparing articles and presentations, sending out emails, selling, and other such things. Imagine yourself confident in your abilities, choosing a venture capital fund to invest your capital securely. See yourself smiling as you go through the endless calculations, transfixed by a sense of self-discipline that helps you finish what you start. In short, in this mental picture, you should enjoy what you're doing, especially if it doesn't really give you much pleasure. Imagine this picture and feel the pleasure of the process. Imagine the determination on your face as you confidently build your business, increase sales, or make a successful investment. Imagine colleagues, employees, customers, and partners responding to your positive attitude and contagious optimism. Being able to picture yourself as a successful person is the first step to making it happen. In conclusion, by combining the reading of affirmations with visualization, you accelerate the readjustment of your subconscious mind for success through effective activity. With daily visualization, you align your thoughts, feelings, and behavior with the vision of the future. This makes it easier to maintain the motivation you need to keep going in your chosen direction. Visualization is a very useful aid in overcoming the beliefs and habits that limit our abilities, such as the habit of putting off important things. That way you can move more quickly into action to achieve outstanding results. In Chapter 5, we'll take a closer look at how visualization helps you create a picture of a millionaire's world. Physical exercise. Morning exercise should be a staple of Miracle Morning. Even a few minutes of exercise every morning will improve your health, increase your self-confidence, and improve your mood. In addition, you think more effectively and concentrate better on what's important. You'll also notice how much more energetic you become after exercise. Personal growth specialists and self-made multimillionaires and entrepreneurs Eben Pagan and Tony Robbins believe that the most important key to success is this: start every morning with the rituals of success. These rituals include exercising. Eben says this about the importance of morning exercise: every morning you should make your heart beat a little faster and your blood run faster through your veins, filling your whole body with oxygen. You shouldn't exercise in the evening or in the middle of the day. But even if you prefer to exercise at that time, set aside at least 10 to 20 minutes for jumps or other exercises in the morning. What's there to say? If it worked for Eben and Tony, it will probably work for you and me. That doesn't mean you need to do a triathlon or marathon training. Moderate physical activity, especially if you're not a great athlete, can make a big difference in your life. If you are an active athlete, however, morning exercise will not displace afternoon or evening workouts. You can go to the gym at your usual time. However, the benefit of 5 minutes of exercise in the morning is undeniable. It helps normalize blood pressure and blood sugar levels, reduces the risk of various diseases, including cardiovascular, osteoporosis, cancer, and diabetes. And most importantly, a little exercise in the morning allows you to stay energetic throughout the day and stick to a strict schedule. You can go for a walk or a jog, take an instructor-led yoga class on YouTube, or find a racquetball partner among the Miracle Morning fans. There's also a great app called 7-Minute Workout that lets you work out all your body parts in, you might have guessed, just 7 minutes. The choice is yours, but be sure to pick something and work out every morning. It is very difficult to get rich doing nothing. So you need an inexhaustible charge of energy that will allow you to effectively cope with the challenges of the day, and morning exercise will provide you with it. Exercise for the brain. Even if you don't care about your health at all, consider that exercise makes you smarter. Dr. Stephen Masley, a nutritionist who develops programs for top managers, explains why morning exercise has a direct impact on cognitive performance. The best predictor of effective brain function is aerobic performance. The speed at which you can run up a hill correlates very strongly with the speed of brain function and the ability to make cognitive changes, Masley states. Based on his experience with more than 1,000 patients, Masley developed an excellent corporate wellness program. Company employees who participated in it reported a 25 to 30% improvement in their performance. Hal, for example, chose to do yoga. He started practicing it shortly after he came up with the Miracle Morning method and has been doing it with great pleasure ever since. I usually exercise with dumbbells and go for a walk with my dog. When I travel, I limit myself to doing push-ups, trying to get them up to 100 repetitions, not in one go, of course. In conclusion, of course, you know that to stay healthy, to always be energetic and strong, you need to exercise regularly. This is not news to anyone. Unfortunately, we easily find all kinds of excuses and reasons not to do it. The most common excuses we hear are, I don't have enough time and I'm already very tired. However, excuses can be anything. The more creative you are, the more reasons you can think of. The point of including exercise in the Miracle Morning ritual is to do it before you are overwhelmed by the cares of the day and before you have a reason to make up excuses. Miracle Morning is a surefire way to avoid that and make morning exercise a habit. With all the obvious benefits of exercise, I hope you understand, before you start exercising, you should consult a doctor, especially if you have any pain or physical discomfort, if you have serious pathologies, as well as in other unusual cases. You may have to choose a lighter exercise program or refuse to exercise at all, taking into account your individual needs. Reading. One of the fastest ways to get your dreams come true is to find people who are successful in a particular field as role models. There is always a competent and reputable expert who has already achieved the same goal you set for yourself. In the words of Tony Robbins, success leaves clues. Fortunately, some of the best have shared their stories in writing. And that means that the keys to success lie in the most prominent place, just waiting for those willing to take the time to read. Books are always an accessible and inexhaustible source of help and guidance. It's great if you're into reading. But if you belong to the number of people who do not like to read, I offer you a unique opportunity to discover something new. Reading does not always produce immediate results, at least in the short term. In addition, many other activities can distract us with other, less intellectual and fruitful activities. In the long run, however, they do far less good than reading. Want to open a business? Increase sales? Hire great employees? Get rich through real estate transactions? Lift your spirits? Act more efficiently, get rich, become wise, happy, productive, very successful. You are in luck. There are books out there that tell you how to do it all. Sometimes I hear people say, "I'm very busy. I don't have time to read." I understand this well, because I used to think so myself. But as time goes on, I am reminded more and more often of the words of my mentor: the best human minds have spent years of their lives to set out in a few pages everything they have learned, while we can buy these books for a few dollars, spend a few hours reading, and reduce our learning by decades. But I understand, you're very busy. Oops. Turns out you have a minute, 10, or even 20 to read the invaluable content of the books and enrich your life. Apply some techniques from this book. Spend less time reading your Facebook newsfeed. Read at breakfast time to nourish your mind and body. Here are some books to start your reading practice with. We'll bet that once you're addicted to reading, you won't be able to stop. Wealth Can't Wait by David Osborne and Paul Morris. The Art of Exceptional Living by Jim Rohn. The One Thing, The Surprisingly Simple Truth Behind Extraordinary Results, 3, by Gary Keller and Jay Papasan. The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, Powerful Lessons in Personal Change, 4, by Stephen Covey. Mastery, 5, by Robert Greene. The 4-Hour Workweek, Escape 9 to 5, Live Anywhere, and Join the New Rich, 6, by Timothy Ferriss. Visionary Business, An Entrepreneur's Guide to Success by Mark Allen. The Distracted Mind, Ancient Brains in a High-Tech World by Adam Gazzaley and Larry Rosen. Creativity Incorporated, Overcoming the Unseen Forces That Stand in the Way of True Inspiration, 7, by Ed Catmull and Amy Wallace. As a Man Thinketh, From Poverty to Power, or the Realization of Prosperity and Peace, 8, by James Allen. Rich Dad's Cash Flow, 9, by Robert Kiyosaki. The Game of Life and How to Play It, 10, by Florence Scavelchin. The Compound Effect by Darren Hardy. Your Money and Your Brain by Jason Zweig. Taking Life Head On, How to Love the Life You Have While You Create the Life of Your Dreams by Hal Elrod. Think and Grow Rich, 11, by Napoleon Hill. Vision to Reality, How Short-Term Massive Action Equals Long-Term Maximum Results and Business Dating, Applying Relationship Rules in Business for Ultimate Success. Finding Your Element, How to Discover Your Talents and Passions and Transform Your Life, 12, by Sir Ken Robinson and Lou Aronica. Spirit-Led Instead, The Little Tool Book of Limitless Transformation. The Little Tool Book of Limitless Transformation by Gina Lane. Through reading, you can not only become a more confident parent, but also change your relationships with others, improve your self-esteem, develop your communication skills, learn how to be healthy or how to improve any aspect of your life, and even ensure your financial well-being. Go to the library or bookstore, or follow my example, go to Amazon.com, and you'll find lots of books on improving anything you think needs improvement. And if you want to see a list of Hal's favorite books on personal development issues, including those that have had the greatest impact on his success and well-being, go to tmmbook.com for a list of recommended reading. How much time should I devote to reading? I recommend committing to reading at least 10 pages a day, although you can start with 5 if you read slowly or don't enjoy reading yet. 10 pages doesn't seem like a lot, but let's do some simple math. 10 pages a day equals an average of 3,650 pages a year, which is about 18 books at 200 pages each. That's enough to get you ahead on the road to excellence and success. All it takes is 10 to 15 minutes of reading a day, 30 at most if you read slowly. After reading 18 books on the subject over the next year, do you think you will become a more knowledgeable, confident, and competent person? Will you learn effective strategies for approaching success? Do you feel that in doing so you will become a new and improved version of yourself? And how will it affect your success in business? Without a doubt, reading just 10 pages a day won't hurt you in any way, but it will certainly benefit you. Admittedly, the biggest thing that saved me a lot of time was audiobooks. I continued to read print or ebooks in the mornings, but it was audiobooks that allowed me to combine reading with walking, exercising, and driving. In conclusion, as you get started, don't forget the end goal. What do you expect to gain from reading books? Answer this question right now. What good will the book you have in your hands do you? You don't have to read books from cover to cover. You're free to use your own reading time. Use the table of contents so that you don't miss the parts that are most important to you. And if a book doesn't appeal to you, don't hesitate to pick it up and read the next one. There is too much great information in the world to waste time on mediocre information. Many people who practice the Miracle Morning Method use their reading time to fill the gap in their knowledge of spiritual texts such as the Bible, Torah, Quran, and others. As you read, underline and highlight points of interest, put exclamation and question marks, make notes in the margins unless, of course, you borrowed the book from a friend or from the library and you can return to the desired section of text at any moment, repeat important lessons and retrieve the most interesting ideas without having to read all over again. On digital readers like the Kindle, Nook or iBooks, notes and underlines can be seen as you flip through the pages, and you can skip to your own notes at a moment's notice if you like. Briefly record key ideas, discoveries, and memorable passages in your journal. You can make a summary for your favorite books, so you can review it and quickly return to the important material. Rereading good books on personal growth is a very effective but not often enough used strategy. And one seldom grasps the value of a book at once. Achieving mastery in any field of endeavor requires repetition. I have reread some books 3 times and referred to them frequently throughout the year. Why don't you do that with our book? Promise yourself to reread it again as soon as you finish, to dig deeper into its lessons, and give yourself more time to make your miracle morning as effective as possible. And most importantly, try as quickly as possible to start putting into practice what you have read about. As you read, make a plan for using the new information. Keep it close to you while reading and note how and when you can apply the new knowledge. Don't turn into a personal growth fanatic who gulps down book after book but does nothing. I've met people who take pride in the number of books they've read, like some kind of badge of honor. I would rather read one good book and take advice from it than swallow 10 books and not lift a finger except to go to the 11th. While reading is a great way to gain knowledge and learn different strategies for success, you can only make progress in business development if you put those strategies into practice. Diarying. Keeping a journal is a type of writing. As part of the Miracle Morning practice, writing allows you to record your thoughts, discoveries, ideas, successes, insights, lessons learned, as well as new opportunities and prospects for personal growth and self-improvement. Most people who practice this method spend 5 to 10 minutes every morning on journaling. By formulating your thoughts on paper, you achieve a high level of concentration, clear awareness of the situation, and can draw important conclusions that might otherwise be overlooked. If you're anything like Hal, you've probably accumulated several half-filled diaries and notebooks. It wasn't until he developed the Miracle Morning method that journaling became one of his favorite habits. As Tony Robbins repeatedly said, a life worth living is also worth describing. Writing helps you consciously direct your thoughts, but most importantly, it gives you new ideas that light up as a result of going through your journals from cover to cover after a while, especially at the end of the year. It's hard to put into words how constructive a return to note-filled diaries is more often than not. Michael Marr, co-author of The Miracle Morning for Real Estate Agents, is known as a great lifeline enthusiast. Part of his morning routine consists of writing down his revised affirmations and his experiences in a diary he calls a book of thanks. Let's give it to Michael, because no one says it better than he does. What you appreciate goes up in value. It's time to replace the insatiable appetite for getting what you want with an equally all-encompassing appreciation for what we have. Express gratitude on paper, describe your feelings, be grateful and positive, and you will get much more than you could have hoped for: harmonious relationships with people, more happiness, and material possessions. The benefits of keeping a diary every day are great. I find particular benefits in it. If you keep a diary all the time, you get the following benefits. Clarity of thought. Keeping records allows you to understand past and present events more clearly and to cope with problems better because you can look at them from an unexpected perspective, prioritize events, and plan daily actions to get the best results in the future. Identifying new ideas. Keeping a diary makes it possible to record, classify, and develop ideas without fear of missing the most valuable ones. You can always return to them if necessary. Repetition of lessons learned. In the diary, you can write down, refresh your memory, or repeat lessons learned in the past, both victories and defeats. Evaluating and acknowledging progress. Going back and rereading your diary entries for the past year, or at least a week, allows you to mark and monitor your progress. This method gives you a great advantage you enjoy and at the same time realistically evaluate success, which strengthens your confidence in your own abilities. You can't achieve it any other way. Improving memory. People often rely on their memory, but if you've ever had to go to the store without a grocery list, you probably know that such hopes are not always met. By writing something down, we are more likely to remember it, and if we forget it, we can always reread it. How to keep a diary. Here are 3 simple steps to help you start a journal or improve the process if you already do it. Step 1. Choose a format: paper or digital. First of all, you should decide where you prefer to take notes: in a notebook or on a computer, on your phone or on a tablet. If in doubt, experiment with all the options and find out what suits you best. Step 2. Start a diary. Any diary will do, but if we are talking about a paper diary, then choose a beautiful and sturdy notebook, which is pleasant to take in your hands. It is ideal to keep it for the rest of your life. I like leather-bound notebooks with lined pages, but it's your diary, so choose according to your taste. Some people prefer non-lined pages because they like to make sketches or diagrams in them. Others choose notebooks with as many pages as there are days in a year, so it's easier for them to be in control. Members of the TMM Facebook community especially like these diaries. 5-Minute Journal, 5minutejournal.com, is popular with the most successful members of the community. It has prompts for each day, such as, "I'm thankful for," or "What would make this day outstanding?" It takes no more than 5 minutes to fill out. There's also a box for summing up the day. The Freedom Journal, thefreedomjournal.com, allows the user to organize each day as a process focused on one goal, such as realizing goal number 1 for 100 days. This diary is designed by entrepreneur John Lee Dumas specifically to help you set one goal and achieve it systematically. The Plan, a compendium of your life projects diary, was developed by our friends. It is a systematic planner for setting goals and developing useful habits. The planner is suitable for those who seek balance between different aspects of life and intend to achieve outstanding results in them. The Magic Morning Diary 13, for use as part of the Miracle Morning Method. With its help, you will stay organized, monitor your progress, and track the effectiveness of the practice of life circles on a daily basis. If you prefer a digital diary, there are many options at your disposal. Here are the most popular ones. 5-Minute Journal has an iPhone app, 5minutejournal.com, in the same form as the paper version. It lets you add photos to your entries and reminds the user to take regular notes in the morning and evening. The popular Day One app, dayoneapp.com, is perfect if you don't need structure and limits on the number of entries. You'll find a blank page in it, so if you like to write a lot, try this option. Penzu.com, is a popular online diary that does not require different Android devices. You only need a computer to access it. In short, it all depends on your preferences. If none of the suggested diary options caught your attention, type online diary into Google or diary into the App Store and you will get many options to choose from. Step 3. Write daily. As I practice writing, I focus on two things: my goals and my thoughts. Depending on how busy my head is with other things and what's going on in my life, I may write a lot or I may limit myself to a few words. More often than not, writing is 1 or 2 pages long and takes anywhere from 5 minutes to half an hour. You can write about anything to make notes about what you're reading now, list things you're grateful for, and so on. Writing down 3 to 5 priorities for the day is a good start. Write about everything that brings you joy and helps you get through the day optimally. Don't worry about grammar, spelling, and punctuation. In a journal, you let your imagination run wild, so hold back your inner critic and don't edit anything. Just write. Adapting the life cycle to your needs. There are days when you don't have time to do all the recommended practices from the Miracle Morning program. So you can divide up the lifesavers and do the most necessary ones. I'll share with you a few ideas on how to coordinate them with your routine and preferences. If your busy weekday schedule allows you to set aside 6, 20, or 30 minutes for Miracle Mornings, you can practice the full program on the weekend. Here's an example of a typical 1-hour Miracle Morning that includes all the lifelines. Silence, 10 minutes. Affirmations, 5 minutes. Visualization, 5 minutes. Physical exercise, 10 minutes. Reading, 20 minutes. Writing, 10 minutes. The sequence of practices depends on your preferences. I like to deviate from the recommended sequence, and after practicing silence, I make notes in my journal. After that, I say affirmations, and then read a few pages from the book. I do my exercises after these practices. And hell starts with purposeful silence to wake up gradually, clear my mind, and focus my energy on implementing my plans. It's your miracle morning, though, so experiment with different sequences of practices to find the one that works for you. The best miracle morning is what you do. In conclusion, everything new is not easy, but afterwards it usually becomes easier. Any new thing, before it becomes pleasant and easy, is uncomfortable at first. The more you practice life circles, the more natural and normal they seem to you. Hal's first meditation attempt was almost his last. His head was buzzing with all sorts of uncontrollable thoughts, hurtling along at the speed of a race car. But now he loves meditation, and although he still doesn't think he's a master at it, he says he's made pretty good progress. The first affirmations for Miracle Morning were partly borrowed from the book, and the rest I made up as I came up with them. As time went by, being under the influence of different ideas, I included them in my affirmations or changed the existing ones. Now my affirmations are deeply personal, so their practice has become more effective. I urge you to throw yourself a lifeline right now so that you can become more familiar with each element of this complex, get used to them and, so to speak, get off to a sharp start, and then begin the 30-day Miracle Morning Life Transformation Program. A wonderful morning in 6 minutes. If lack of time is still the biggest problem for you, I have good news for you. Miracle Morning easily adapts to the amount of time you have at your disposal. You can do the complete Miracle Morning program and all 6 lifesavers in as little as 6 minutes a day. I wouldn't recommend limiting yourself to this all the time, but on days when you don't have time at all, do each lifeline for 1 minute. Minute 1. Close your eyes and enjoy a moment of quiet, meaningful silence so that your mind is clear and remains focused throughout the day. Minute 2. Say important affirmations to decide what result you want, why it's important to you, what it will take, and most importantly, when. Minute 3. Visualize yourself flawlessly completing the most important thing you have planned for the day. Minute 4. Stand up and jump 50 to 60 times, jump as high as you can, or lie down and do as many push-ups and or twists as you can to get your heart beating more often and get your energy up. 5. Minute 6. Write down in your journal what you are feeling grateful for today, as well as the one most important result you want. I'm sure you've already figured out how lifesavers even in 6 minutes can properly set you up for the whole day. Later, when the opportunity arises, you can devote more time to Miracle Mornings. 6 minutes of practice is a great way to develop the habit of boosting confidence, so to speak, laying the foundation of a useful habit for a particularly busy morning. Another useful habit is to start with one lifeline, and as you get used to waking up earlier, add more. You need to make time for personal growth, but if you're overloaded with practices, it's unlikely to benefit you. Remember, the quality of the practice is more important than its duration. Try to do as many practices as possible, even if for a short time, and as you get used to them, increase their duration. My miracle morning has gradually become a ritual of renewal and a source of inspiration that forms an important part of my life. Even a shortened program of a few minutes is much better than nothing. So you have got a complete set of tools to finally realize the important place of the morning in our lives and to become a lark. You know how to get up earlier and what to do in your free morning hours. Now it's time to take it to the next level. In part 2, we will switch from the question of how and why to wake up earlier to a description of the key principles and practices necessary to become a millionaire. Portrait of a Millionaire, Howard Schultz, CEO, 14, and Chairman of the Board of Directors of Starbucks. Every morning I get up at 4:30 to walk the dogs and exercise. Around 5:45, I make coffee for me and my wife in a coffee maker that holds 8 cups. It's the best way to make coffee at home. Part 2. How to become a millionaire. 6 lessons for future millionaires. Chapter 4. 1. 2 doors, or a chance to get rich. Most of us have 2 lives, the one we live and the unlived life inside of us. Stephen Pressfield, writer, author of The War on Creativity. Imagine for a moment that you are on a game show. In a fierce struggle you make it to the finals. You are one step away from victory. The audience in the studio, the people who had been cheering you on throughout the game, suddenly fell silent. All that is left in the world is you, the host, and the final round of the struggle. The presenter takes the microphone. "Welcome to the last round," he says. "It was a long fight, but you made it to the final round. You just have to win one more time, and the prize is a debt forgiveness and $1 million in tax-free money." Wow, you think. This is exactly what I've been dreaming of. "Win this round," says the presenter with expression, "and you'll be a millionaire." The studio roars wildly. Then the lights go out and the curtain rises. There are 2 doors on the stage, decorated with a cluster of lights. A wave of excitement sweeps through the hall. Behind one of these doors, says the presenter, is the grand prize. Great, you think. 50-50. I can do it. You open your mouth to respond, but the host interrupts. "Wait a minute," he says. "There's something else." You're perplexed. What else? A drumroll rattles. The prize is behind the left door. The announcer says solemnly. The lights go up, the orchestra plays tush. The audience goes crazy. You say cautiously, when the hall finally calms down a bit, "Are you telling me which door to choose?" "Yes," shouts the presenter. "That's right. And all I have to do is choose?" "Of course," says the presenter. "If you want to become a millionaire, all you have to do is make a choice. You are waiting for the alarm clock to go off and bring you back to the real world. Even if this seems like a dream to you, you, like anyone, can face this choice in reality. Moreover, all people who have become rich have made this choice. They, like you, had the chance to make a choice that was not too different from the one described in our imaginary show. And that choice came down to the question, do you want to be rich or not? At the beginning of the journey, the most important thing is not what lies behind the door, the most important thing is to make a conscious choice. A new life, or a road you have not yet chosen. From what they could have become, most people are separated by a deep chasm. And it is hard to bridge. Deep down inside, everyone knows that they are capable of more, that they can do more, become something more, have more. What hurts us is not that we are not rich enough, but that we know we could be much richer. Unrealized potential makes us feel dissatisfied. And it causes us to spend too much time thinking about what to do to get results. But there is never enough time to do anything. More often than not, we know what needs to be done, we just don't do it. It's easy to assume we're missing something here. Looking at how others thrive, we think they know some secret something we don't know. Surely they must know a special way or have a source of power to draw on, and we don't. However, it's not like that. My experience with millionaires tells me that what makes them different from everyone else is that they have consciously chosen to be rich. The first step in bridging the gap between your current financial situation and wealth is choice. If there is a secret, it is that this choice does not mean what you think it means. To make a choice or to desire. Lately, several friends have asked me for advice. They wanted to invest in real estate to secure their future. They thought I had a better understanding of the subject. Indeed, the path to prosperity is very well known to me. I made my own fortune in real estate operations, gradually building a business with billions of dollars in sales per year. Little by little, my friends had saved $70,000 to start a business and were now ready for this scam, having spent $35,000 to start with on a seminar where they were promised to teach them how to buy and sell real estate profitably. And so they were sitting in my kitchen asking me what I thought of this seminar. In my opinion, they were concerned about a different issue. My friends and every other person on the planet have something in common. They want to be rich. They want to be millionaires. So what they really wanted to ask is, how do you get rich without working hard? I think you know the answer to that question. Sometimes in the quest for riches, every action is difficult. Some decisions are not easy to make. Some plans are difficult to make. And very, very many actions are not easy to take. At each of these moments, you make choices. Every morning you can wake up and repeat a familiar ritual, or you can make a choice to be rich. Any decision you make may resonate with the decision to become rich, or it may be in tune with the desire to be rich. Desire is an empty sound and nothing more, while choice is the first impetus to action. The desire to become rich often leads people to throw a lot of money away on all sorts of ways to get rich quickly. My friends had saved $70,000 and were going to spend half of it on having someone teach them how to buy and sell real estate. But they could have woken up a little earlier every morning to read 3 useful books on the subject, which can be borrowed from the library for free or for a small fee. In the context of wanting to become rich, the determination to give a lot of money for free information is nothing more than trying to find a quick way to get rich. In terms of the choice to become rich, to give someone half your capital for something you can get for free or at minimal cost is to lose half your capital. People who have no experience in business, the desire to get rich pushes them to the decision to play the stock market, slot machines, or buy a lottery ticket. It seems very easy to them. My friends didn't want to get rich in the real estate business, at least not at that point. They wanted someone to show them the easy way to riches. They wanted someone to tell them the secret of the real estate business. Unfortunately, I didn't know it. It's a secret that not everyone knows. But I was able to tell them, and I'm telling you, that the road to wealth starts early. Wealth begins early in the morning, when you wake up and make the choice to devote some of your time, energy, and money to getting rich, day after day. It's not a secret and it's not helpful advice. Nor is it a special technology. All of this is in the realm of wanting to be rich, not choosing to be rich. Choice is something else entirely. But what is it? After all, if, as in our imaginary game show, you are about to choose the door behind which lurks the future of a millionaire, you probably know better what it is. Choice 1. To accumulate wealth. First of all, it should be noted that the word millionaire can be understood in different ways. Contrary to the belief of many, earning a lot does not mean being rich. The tabloids are full of stories about movie stars and athletes who were millionaires but died in poverty. If even in a year you make a 7-figure sum of money, but you owe 10 times what your house and car are worth and have no other assets, you are not a millionaire. The only way to become a millionaire is to own more than $1 million invested in assets. More specifically, you need $1 million not included in the value of the home. Since you need somewhere to live, it's wise not to include the value of the house as an asset. What it means to be a millionaire, in our opinion. Everyday people become millionaires. The middle class can become millionaires by saving and investing wisely. If you want to get rich passively, it is best to maximize your retirement fund, live frugally, invest every available dollar, and eventually achieve what you want. However, this book is not for passive investors. Miracle Morning is designed for those who want to manage their lives. You don't need to get up early to increase your retirement fund. All it takes is one phone call to your company's human resources department or a financial advisor. Our book is aimed at active people, those who are willing to do something every day to enrich themselves, so our choice to become a millionaire means opening and developing your own business, investing in real estate or other forms of wealth accumulation, the main job plus the search for part-time work, which over time will grow into a full-fledged business. If you want to build wealth slowly with traditional investment tools, fine. Spend your morning doing that. We'll talk about how to go even further. The first step after deciding to become a millionaire is to accumulate funds. Choice 2. Think strategically. In Chapter 2, we talked about how to encourage yourself to get up earlier with 5 simple steps. Thousands of people have used these tips to overcome their laziness in the morning. These methods work. The 5 steps are a sequence of actions aimed at helping you wake up faster. To do this, you need to increase your level of motivation. Agree, it's not the same as setting an alarm clock and hoping for the best. It's one thing to want to, it's another to consciously make a choice. When you decide to become a millionaire, you immediately notice something has happened. The change may be slow and almost imperceptible at first, but you soon notice that your decisions and actions revolve around wealth accumulation. Once you make the first decision to save, you begin to look at all subsequent actions through this prism. This means that from now on you evaluate your life and money strategically. Let's try to express this thought with an analogy. Imagine that your goal is not to become a millionaire, but to have a flexible and strong body. If you seriously want to achieve this, that is, not just want, but have decided, you will have to change your behavior. For example, when you go grocery shopping, you make a shopping list based on the principles of healthy eating. Between walking and driving, you choose the former. Instead of continuing to sleep, you say to yourself, it's healthier to get up early and exercise. If you really intend to improve your health, you will evaluate any decision differently. Similarly, if you decide to become a millionaire, you will look at everything from this point of view. When buying a house, you will prefer one that is suitable for renting. This way, you will reduce costs and save for further investments. When renting a car, choosing between one you can't afford and an older model, you make your decision based on how it will affect your plan to get rich, not on what car your neighbor drives. In the morning, instead of going to sleep, you think, no way. If you've decided to become a millionaire, you have to get up and act. Just as the decision to be healthy requires adhering to the principles of a healthy lifestyle in everything, the decision to become a millionaire requires a strategic approach. One must look at one's life from a new perspective, one in which accumulating wealth is a priority. Select 3. Strive to multiply. Many people imagine wealth in simplistic ways, such as, if I save and work hard and long, eventually I will accumulate $1 million. For them, becoming a millionaire means looking at the balance of their savings account and seeing 6 zeros, nothing more. In reality, it is extremely difficult to become a millionaire simply by saving some money unless you have a pretty high income. However, as you know, the higher the income, the higher the expenses. You have to make your resources work for you. In other words, you need to invest your money, time, and energy in something that will multiply your income. Money in a savings account does not add up, at least not as quickly as you would like it to add up. Longer hours at work will not add to your time, it will only make you spend more hours away from family, friends, and home. Hard work will not increase your income either. Wealthy people are the ones who want to make more money. They use profits from investments, hiring other people, and their time in a way that gives them the greatest return. The next chapter of the book is entirely devoted to this question. In the meantime, all you need to know is that waking up in the morning and doing the Miracle Morning program is one of the best ways to use your time. By beginning to read the book, you have already made your first successful investment. Select 4. change. What brought you here will not lead you to where you want to be. These words are repeated so often that they have become a cliché. Nevertheless, there is truth in them, and it deserves closer attention. Everything you have, from your job and your health to your relationships and your financial situation, is the result of choices you've made in the past. After all, for example, at some point you made a decision to work at your job. And, whether you realize it or not, you continue to make decisions now, all the time. You may tell yourself that you have to do your job, even though you don't. You don't have to do it, you just decide to do it. Don't you think that 5 to 10 pounds of extra weight are related to your lifestyle, which was formed as a result of 1,000 decisions made in the last days, weeks, months, and years? What about your partner and close friends? All of these are your choices. The furniture, the food in the refrigerator, the car in the garage are all the result of choices you've made. All without exception. The same goes for wealth. If you've never managed not to spend at least a dime, that's a choice, too. If you save 10% of your income instead of 15%, that's your choice. You made the decision to invest or not, year after year. It's all your choice. Think hard and realize that everything you have in the present is the result of how you have thought, made decisions, and acted in the past. There is nothing esoteric or supernatural about it. It's a normal cause and effect relationship. You believed, thought, and acted in the past to get what you have now, in the present. What conclusion can you draw? The lack of wealth today is the result of your way of thinking and actions in the past. If you want to become rich in the future, then you need to change your attitudes and behaviors in the present and move forward. As they say, only a fool would act as before and hope for different results. I want to be clear, these are not empty words. If you had acted differently day after day last year, what would your present life be like? Would you be in the same physical shape? Would you work in the same job? Would you make as much money? If you want to become a millionaire, the most important choice you have to make in life is to decide if you should change or not, but we'll talk about that later. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Of course, change is not easy at all. Ask anyone who has ever made solemn New Year's Eve promises to himself what proportion of them have been kept. I suspect you have statistics about that, too. Whatever grand plans I've made in the past, I've never got beyond words. Only the plans that I was determined to follow were successful. We face the problem of choice not just once in our lives, but almost every day. This is the cost of well-being. You can't get rich if you earn too little and spend all your income. Just putting money away in a bank savings account won't make you rich. Don't get your hopes up for wealth by making decisions without regard to its accumulation. You can't get rich without changing. It's not an easy choice to make, but you have to make it. And you are just as capable of it as any other person. What is good about wealth, or what keeps us determined to become rich? They say all the troubles in the world come from money. That's not true. I am not inclined to philosophize, but I will point out that people misunderstand these words. The quote to which most people refer is taken from the Bible, First Letter to Timothy, chapter 6, verse 10, and literally reads as follows, "For the root of all evil is covetousness." If you love money, want to have it, and just want to be rich for the sake of wealth itself, you are unlikely to succeed. Of course you can earn a lot. And you can certainly enjoy money. But if you feel nothing else but love for money, you may burn some important bridges along the way to riches, like ruining your health and relationships with those around you. Someday later, you will desperately want to have it all. It follows that chasing riches without a goal is the surest way to fail. I never chased after wealth. I like to feel like a wealthy person, but I have gone through trials for it. Wealth is like Mount Everest, a summit to be conquered. Money is a nice addition to a life dedicated to a higher purpose, to development, to what you jump out of bed for in the morning. Money is a means, not an end. Would you be happier with more money? Of course. Happiness is when you can choose to live a more interesting and fulfilling life, and finances are inevitably part of it. In recommending that you set a goal for yourself, my premise is that an affluent life is much more fulfilling than a life of poverty. But only if wealth comes in an honest way. The question why comes from the fact that without a goal, it's hard to stay on track. It's easy to forget why we decided to lose a few pounds, or start a business, or ask a girl out on a date. That's why you need not just an attractive goal, but a motivation that will keep you going towards it. Just as the Alcoholics Anonymous Society holds regular meetings, and people who watch their weight constantly weigh themselves, you need support in your choice to become wealthy. That's the kind of support Miracle Morning provides. Mornings will be the yardstick for you as to whether or not you have answered the why question correctly. They will allow you to take the time you need every day's time to dream, set goals, and increase your optimism. You need those minutes to remember why you decided to get rich and what wealth means to you. That's why mornings are so important for millionaires. Because without mornings, you can forget about what you decided to get rich for. What door do you choose? So the decisive moment has arrived. The stage is set. You're standing in front of two doors, and you know what's behind each door. The audience is waiting for your decision. All you have to do is make a choice. Which door do you choose? Portrait of a Millionaire, Steve Jobs. It is said that Steve Jobs used to ask himself every morning when he looked in the mirror, if today were the last day of my life, would I be happy doing what I was going to do today? If the word no was repeated several days in a row, he knew something had to change. Chapter 5. 2. You're a millionaire, how to replace uncertainty with a vision for the future. The first rule is not to deceive yourself. After all, it's easy to deceive yourself. Richard Feynman, physicist. Of course, if it were easy, we would all be millionaires by now. But unfortunately, this is not the case. And first of all, because although the decision to become rich is a very important step on the way to the goal, it is not the only one. To become a millionaire, you have to go all the way to wealth, not just one step. I have talked to many people who have tried to change their financial situation. Their attempts looked something like this. I'd like to earn more, but I don't know how. I work hard from morning till night, but I don't get richer. Some people just attract money. But I don't have that. I think you've heard something like that, too. Good. There is some truth in that, and it proves that you're not the only one who has doubts. My response to such arguments is the same: welcome to the box. This phrase succinctly expresses a global idea, which, in my view, given my experience of struggling for a place under the sun, is perhaps the most important condition for getting on the path to wealth. The idea of the box explains why some people, even those who have made the choice to become rich, end up achieving nothing. It explains why some people feel they will never earn more than a certain level, and why harder and harder work so rarely leads to greater wealth. Naturally, everyone wants to know what a box is. To understand it, let's talk about crustaceans first. Hermit crabs and millionaires. No doubt you've seen hermit crayfish, a crustacean that belongs to the same, delicious class as lobsters and shrimp. Unlike other crustaceans, hermit crayfish have adapted to live on the ground. They breathe moist air rather than live in water. Unlike lobsters and the like, hermit crayfish do not have a shell of their own. They have an exoskeleton, a chitinous shell, but are rather soft on the outside compared to their crustacean relatives, making them easy prey. In the course of evolution, they've learned to borrow other people's shells. If you see a hermit crayfish crawling on the beach, you know it's dragging a shell that previously belonged to someone else. As the hermit crab grows, it has to find a bigger shell to fit in. Like the goldfish, the crab is limited by the size of its shelter. What is interesting is that not all hermit crayfish are the same. Some are used to living in larger shells. Some almost never change their shells, while others do so regularly. Some individuals do not change their shells from a certain age, staying in one all their lives. Humans are not characterized by such a variety of behaviors, but they also have their shells, or boxes. I mean worldviews, beliefs, and habits that change over time or are discarded as unnecessary. When we are young, while we are growing up, we tend to change our shells, or boxes, often both physically and intellectually. But as we mature, this process slows down considerably. We do the same things, usually with the same people. We sink into a routine just like everyone else, and most importantly, our beliefs and ways of thinking gradually lose flexibility. Like the most cautious hermit crabs, we acquire a mental shell and try to settle down in it as securely as possible. This tendency manifests itself in all aspects of life, from choosing a career and vacation destination to the choice of a life partner. It is especially pronounced when it comes to wealth. How we come to this? The box is the beliefs, perceptions, life experiences, skills, and opportunities that shape the reality in which we live. It is invisible, but it leaves an imprint on everything. Undoubtedly, the box in which you live now suits you perfectly. You have grown up in it and feel quite comfortable in it. Everything in your box is going on in the established order. Your home, your friends, your job, your business, your car are all the result of the thoughts, beliefs, and actions that you have taken in the past. It is all a consequence of living in your box. Every action you take goes through its filter, a habitual sequence of thoughts in your head that helps you decide, for better or for worse, which life to lead. The same is true of income. Your current box is responsible for your current level of income, account balance, and total assets. If you want to change all that, you need a new box. When the hermit crab needs more space, it abandons the old shell and goes in search of a new one. But this is a very dangerous moment for him. Deprived of its shell, the naked crayfish is open to the world. It is a great risk. But a crawfish takes risks in order to get a more comfortable and safer home. Like cancer, you can outgrow what you have. Every day that cancer doesn't change is a day that nothing changes. The same can be said for human beings. We are limited by the size of our box, so even though it involves risk, we must try to expand our worldview if we want different results. If you are trying to build a different life and a different reality, you will have to change your beliefs, your way of thinking, and your way of doing things. If you continue to live your life as before, you will continue to get the same result. If you, like a hermit crab, want a bigger shell, decide to make a change. How to build a bigger box? You will never escape the box because you look at the world through the filter of your beliefs and past experiences. You have always been a little fooled by your mind, showing reality not as it really is, and that applies to all of us. But you can broaden your view of the world. You can do this in two ways. The first is to become aware of which attitudes, especially about wealth and money, are bad for your judgment, distorting your reasoning and tying you to the old. Mistakes are like blind spots in the eye. You don't always see the world clearly because of them. Your vision fails you. The second way to expand your outlook is to imagine for yourself another life, to create an image of another reality in which a well-off life awaits you, where you are a millionaire. In this life, you are like a hermit crab, ready to change your shell. The old box, identifying errors that distort attitudes toward money. One of the most important discoveries in human science in recent decades is the realization that we do not see the world as it is. We are aware of a brain-created version of reality, each of us different. If this idea seems far-fetched to you, consider this: it has nothing to do with pseudoscience. Everything you think you know and believe is created by the brain. And neurobiology has proven this. Red is nothing more than an interpretation of the brain. Your brain. This means that other people don't necessarily see that color as red. The filter through which we look at the world distorts it, causing us to see things a certain way, and is often misleading, especially when it comes to money. Don't worry, we all tend to fall into different traps. If we are aware of them, we can more accurately estimate the size of our box and understand what can make it cramped. There are many different distortions. And next we'll look at those that have to do with wealth. Lost country. We don't like to lose, that's how we're built. No one likes to lose, often the fear of losing outweighs the desire to win. It's nice to win $100, but the reluctance to lose that amount is much more acute. It forces us to attach ourselves to what we already have. In other words, we don't want to take risks when it comes to money. However, the pursuit of wealth always involves a certain amount of risk. If your fear is too strong, it will be difficult for you to become a millionaire. Sunk cost error. This peculiarity of human thinking is related to the fear of risk, and it encourages us to keep spending on useless things. If you have ever reasoned in this way, "I've already invested so much that now I can't stop," then you are a victim of this mistake. Remember, the sunk costs are already lost. You cannot bear it again. Status quo. This trap is related to the desire not to change anything. We want everything to remain as it is. Like crayfish, who never change their shells, we are only comfortable in familiar surroundings. Change robs us of our self-confidence, so we don't like it. But then we can't change either. The Strauss effect. We all know the desire to hide from reality. If you've ever dropped an unopened envelope from the bank because you didn't want to see the amount you owed, or delayed dealing with business problems even though you knew they existed, then you tend to fall into this trap. Other box filters. In addition to the well-known distortions of reality identified by psychologists and economists, there are others about which little is known. These are beliefs or ways of thinking formed in childhood under the influence of environment, culture, and other factors. They include such attitudes as the belief that hard, not reasonable, work ensures prosperity, more on this in Chapter 7, or the belief that rich people are greedy, or that the root of all evil is covetousness. Any one of these beliefs is detrimental to your financial prosperity. Everyone has some kind of beliefs about money, a kind of money mentality that affects the ability to get rich. Your task is to identify them in order to determine which of them prevent you from acquiring wealth and which, if you change them a little, will be useful for this purpose. To avoid these traps, you need to be aware of them. Only then will you be able to avoid them if they come your way. To do this, you have to practice. By the way, that's what mornings are for. You will find a great deal of valuable information about how the brain affects your relationship to money in Jason Zweig's book Your Money and Your Brain. The New Box, Shaping a Millionaire's Worldview. In Wealth Can't Wait, my co-author and I wrote about the difference between playing on the ground and playing in the air. Playing on the ground represents a daily, relentless effort to achieve goals. When thinking about work, most people think about the game on the ground, the calls to clients, the nails to hammer, the words to write, the fines to pay. Playing the ground game provides your livelihood, and with great difficulty. Let me be blunt, the ground game is very important. It is unlikely that you will become a millionaire by sitting at home and doing nothing. But since most people do nothing but play on the ground, they don't know anything else. And the ground game is inside the box. Playing in the air is an entirely different matter. It's your own personal 20,000-meter high peak, 1,000 miles away. Playing in the air incorporates your plans and tactics for acquiring wealth. It is the largest perspective in life, helping to make sure that the game on the ground is going right. You expect the game in the air to help broaden your worldview. You can't have one without the other. Playing only in the air means that you're only projecting and nothing more, which is what happens when you shy away from a firm choice to become rich and only hope to become a millionaire someday. But playing only on the ground is no better. You save every penny and work harder and harder, only to find that hard work adds nothing to your wealth or, worse, adds nothing to any aspect of your life. In the next chapter we will talk about how millionaires set goals and make plans to realize them. Goals, plans, and well-being fit into a larger context, a game in the air of the highest level, a game called life. All of this must be in harmony and not contradict the kind of life you want. You can set any goal you want related to gaining wealth, but you will never achieve it, or even get close to your dreams, if your actions don't serve a purpose. To make sure you've made the right choices and that your financial goals align with your larger goals, answer this question: what kind of life do you dream? I call the answer to this question a world picture, and it is the most global perspective of my game in the air. I usually write down my goals for the year in the last pages of my diary, which I always have with me. The diary serves me as a notebook of things to do, and a collection of thoughts on various things. By the end of the year, it turns into a description of my outlook over the past 12 months. This approach doesn't work, however, if there is no vision of the future. Although I usually set goals for the year, I have a picture of my life 5 and even 30 years ahead. The entries with my vision of the future, the ultimate game in the air, are unique even in form. Consider how I do it. A letter from a sincere millionaire. Imagine receiving a letter from a millionaire in which he not only describes the seemingly magnificent life of luxury to you, but also offers guidance and support in building such a life. It's a very valuable letter, and it boggles the mind. This is how I paint a picture of my future, acting as a sincere millionaire. I write a letter to myself as if I were at some time in the future, often 5 or even 30 years from now. In the letter, I try my best to describe my life and how I have arrived at it. I try to give advice and encouragement to the young me of today. You can do the same thing. Ask a happy, healthy, and wealthy self from the future to write you a letter to the present. It may seem strange at first, but approaching yourself from the future is not the same as imagining the future in the present moment. In the first case, you are required to accept the point of view of the person you are about to become. In the second, you are simply imagining the future. This way will force you to go from humble desires to what you will experience when you are rich. I will share with you techniques for writing an inspirational letter from a wealthy future self to a present self. 1. Visualize the future as if you were already in it. To do this, you can use the practice of life circles, described in Chapter 3 and recommended for this very purpose. What does your life look like? What is around you? How does your business work? How is it growing? How successful are you in your relationships with people? Are you healthy? Try to picture it all. 2. Formulate a picture of the future without fear or doubt. It doesn't cost you anything to create a vivid, inspiring picture of the future. Remember, you are writing about something that has already happened. There's no room for doubt. 3. Write in the present tense. Describe the life you intend to lead in the future, not your current life. Don't say, "I'm going to have a big house and a thriving business." Write as if you already have all that. You can also say words of encouragement and support to yourself. Sometimes presenting a picture of the future lets you know what is holding you back in the present. 4. The picture of the future should evoke pleasant emotions in you. Don't include anything in your picture of the future that you're not 100% sure about. If the flight of fancy is not limited by anything, it is easy to get distracted by things that do not matter, personal islands or garages for 12 cars. There's nothing wrong with that, of course, but don't include them unnecessarily in your vision. 5. Don't worry about how the picture of the future will become reality. When you begin to imagine a future that is significantly different from your present state of affairs, immediately insistent thoughts about how to achieve it all will come to the forefront. This will inevitably become a hindrance to the realization of your desires. For example, your picture might contain the following statement: "I am writing to you from our summer residence in France, where we stay for 3 weeks every 3 months. For a short time, you'll come to love it. You've always dreamed of living in France." Then reality bursts into your dreams. So how will I be able to buy a house in France? And who will look after it when I'm not there? And anyway, I can't vacation for 3 weeks every quarter. This is unbelievable. Next, you must turn your wildest desires into something more realistic. Realism, of course, is not the main thing in the picture of the future. Its essence is what kind of life you want for yourself, but how to achieve it. So forget about that last question for a while. You have weeks, months, and years to answer it. Now it's not about imagining what kind of life you want, but about conquering it. Remember, this is the future, and in it you are a millionaire. What is your life like? What would you like to say to yourself, not yet a millionaire? Reflecting on the picture of the future life, as if it has no limitations, is the first step toward leaving the old box. Even if it doesn't happen immediately. Coming back to the present. If you have already made a picture of the future, having got rid of worries about how to put it into practice, it's time to gradually move on to practice. To do this, you need to look at the situation from above. You can't make a good plan on the ground. Take a broader view and keep a clearer mind. Now you need to think about how best to spend your time, energy, and skills in the present to solve the problem of wealth accumulation. In Good to Great, 15, Jim Collins proposes the hedgehog concept, 16, the essence of which is conveyed by 3 intersecting circles. If a company wants to succeed, it must focus its efforts on the intersection sector. This idea can also be applied to a person's life, to find an area of development on which to bet in order to get the maximum result. This is what we got. Connections. Skills allow you to excel in a field and continue to improve in that field. You can run the best business in the world or build a successful career, but if you don't have the right skills and ability to develop, you won't get rich. Ask yourself questions. What do I do best? What do I have more experience in than others? What abilities and skills do I continue to develop and improve over time? Opportunities. Achieving great results in a business whose product people don't want to buy is unlikely to help you become a millionaire. Spending effort on an activity that is not in demand or has no future prospects does not pay off. To become a millionaire, you have to focus on a business that has a financial return. It is helpful to answer the following questions. How is my situation unique? What new things could I give to the world? What resources do I have at my disposal? Fascination. You shouldn't interpret passion for work in a narrow sense, such as, I have to enjoy my work every minute of every day. That's not the way to get rich. Of course, it's important to love what you do. It's nice to wake up in joyful anticipation of work, but work days are not always joyful and easy. It's a myth. Even successful people who are sincerely committed to work have difficult days. They have to make hard decisions. They have setbacks and disappointments, both big and small. They, too, sometimes wake up in doubt, unsure of their choices. Passion shows confidence that you have enough energy to do something for a long time, that you are motivated enough to work hard and strive to improve. Without this, you are unlikely to last long enough to get rich. Ask yourself, what gives me pleasure? What do I prefer to do, even if it's difficult? What do I prefer to do, even if there is no immediate prospect of a payoff? On the transaction. Here, in the center of the circle, is the best sector for building future prosperity. However, even the intersection of the two circles is not enough. Without passion, you will lack the inspiration to achieve the goal, lack of opportunity will lead to failure, and skills will lead to business failure and career collapse. All 3 aspects are necessary. Millionaires operate at the intersection of all 3 circles. Here you are stronger than others, and your work is generously rewarded by the market and enjoyable. Finding a new sink. In a perfect world, you would begin your trek to wealth with a clean slate, unconstrained by prejudices, past attitudes, or a worldview shaped by poverty. You would then see clearly the financial possibilities and pursue them without fear or doubt. In reality, such a thing is impossible. Everyone has a past. We've all made mistakes, had wrong beliefs, been afraid of something, worried about something. All millionaires have had to struggle with their own doubts, and some still do. These are the costs of the path they have chosen. After all, changing shells is dangerous for us humble hermit crabs, but it is the risk that is the reward. There is no cure for doubts and limited worldviews. But know this, mornings are a moment of freedom, expanding the walls of your box. Your wonderful mornings give you time to think about life outside of it. To step outside of your usual boundaries. To start over. To take a decisive step and leave behind the cozy security of the old shell to take a swing at something new, bigger and better. Portrait of a Millionaire, Damon John, businessman, investor, writer, motivational speaker, and popular TV show host. 5 days a week before I go to bed and after I wake up, I reread my goals. I have 10 goals related to health, family, and business, and I set deadlines for each of them. Every 6 months I update them. Chapter 6. Lesson 3, The Flight Plan, Goals, Plans, and the Path to Wealth. The ability to set high goals is probably the pinnacle of human brain evolution. Adam Ghazali and Larry Rosen, authors of Scattered Minds. If it were possible to travel back in time to the first days of the birth of life on the planet, we would find that we have one thing in common with our distant predecessors: goals. Presumably, even being in the so-called primary broth in our evolutionary past, that is, long before the emergence of the brain and nervous system, single-celled organisms already had a purpose. They possessed simple detectors, feelers, that allowed them to recognize chemicals and move forward to where it was best, evading danger. Over the millennia, this elementary goal-seeking behavior has improved considerably, but essentially humans still act in a seek-and-avoid style. We survive because we seek what allows us to survive and avoid what does not. However, survival and prosperity are different things. Most of the world's inhabitants manage to support themselves with money. First of all, people need food and a roof over their heads, so they find a job, get a salary, and come home at night. But surviving is not the same as living. And succeeding means much more than surviving. It means taking the choice between pleasure and pain to a whole new level, and you will achieve it, too, if you can make him your advantage. Goals and plans. Although people are mostly pleasure seekers and pain avoiders as before, their brains now have many highly organized functions at their disposal. The first is the ability to set goals for ourselves. Thanks to the complex arrangement of our brains, we can not only imagine our future, as we did in the previous chapter, but also set clear goals for the path that should lead to it. The second function is the ability to develop plans to realize goals. We take action, anticipate difficulties, and estimate the resources needed to achieve the goal. Goal setting helps us put plans into action. Plans help us realize goals. I call the combination of goals and plans a flight plan. This is a very appropriate metaphor. If you are going to fly somewhere, you can't do without two kinds of information: a destination, goal, and a map, plan. Both are very important. Suppose you are going to fly to New York. But if you fly with just a compass, without a map, you'll choose your direction at random, which won't help you get a kilometer closer to the Big Apple. You may have experienced firsthand what it means to act without a goal or a plan. If you set a goal but don't make a plan to realize it, at best you will experience pleasant but transient excitement and eventually be disappointed to see that the goal doesn't become a reality in and of itself. You'll get just enough momentum to attend some seminar or make another firm decision to start a new life in the new year. Nevertheless, you will go back to where you started. Similarly, the most detailed plans developed without clear goals will negate all your hard work. You're going somewhere, but your energy is wasted. Without a reference point, you're just drifting with the current. As my fortune grew, I became increasingly aware that the hallmark of those who have become millionaires is their sense of purpose. I know many millionaires, so I can tell you that there is hardly a person among them who has acted without a goal or a plan. These people know what they are striving for and how to achieve it. They know what they will do on a certain day, week, month, and where it will lead. In short, you need a goal-oriented approach to make your life what you envision it to be. You need to know your destination and route. You need a flight plan. In this chapter, we'll look at how to use Miracle Morning to set meaningful goals and develop a plan to achieve them. How millionaires set goals. In my journal, I write about two things: my thoughts and my goals. Thoughts, or rather ideas, insights, stream of consciousness, reflections, I write down in my journal during the morning ritual, and this constant process is not subject to certain rules. The last pages of my diary are a different matter. This is where my goals are written down. I have a habit of setting goals that align with the picture of the future, and I reread them every morning while doing one of my lifelines. Once a goal is achieved, I highlight it with a colored marker. To categorize the goals, I use different colored markers. Lest you think that I was born with the ability to set goals and make great plans, I would like to point out that in school I was a mediocre student who put off until tomorrow everything that could be done today. I hate to mention it, but I even bought CDs that promised to have phrases written on them that would influence my subconscious mind to stop procrastinating. I'm not sure if they were effective. I couldn't hear anything on them except the surf because I kept putting off unpleasant things for later, even years later. I don't know if there is a word for someone who can't set goals and achieve them, but I have been that way for years. If you have great difficulty determining what you should strive for, and even more difficulty going in the right direction, please understand that you are not condemned to a lifetime of financial misery. After wandering in the dark for a while, I realized that although I had made the choice to become rich, I did not know how to achieve it, nor did I have the necessary self-discipline. I just pushed the gas pedal, hoping to get somewhere and find a wagon and a wagon load of money along the way. When I was in my early 20s and started running a business, I realized that setting goals is very useful. In many ways, it is great to know where you are going. But as soon as I wrote down a goal on paper, it was as if it disappeared into thin air. There was nothing left of it. And I never even remembered it. As far as I can tell, targets written down on paper go the same way as paired socks, that is, to some unknown place. Since then, I have significantly improved goal setting, and my method works great. Thanks to it, I got rid of the habit of putting things off and became a goal-oriented person. As it turns out, I am following the example of many self-made millionaires. Set goals while on the rise. One of the biggest surprises for me on the road to becoming a skilled goal setter was that formulating a goal is only part of the picture. The state in which you get down to it makes a huge difference. For example, if I tried to set goals when I was tired, depressed, or frustrated, I was more likely to fail. Conversely, goals set in a state of excitement, energy, and optimism were much more likely to be achieved. The second case is when I am confident in my strength, in high spirits, and in good physical shape, psychologists call the peak state. It is a state of mind in which you are clearly aware of what is happening, excited, and full of energy. If you formulate and set goals in this moment, they will be more inspiring and consistent with your desires. This is where Miracle Morning comes into play. After all, it's the perfect tool for reaching your peak state before the day's worries dissipate your attention and make you look at things more narrowly. When doing life circles, pay attention to what touches you, inspires you, and spurs you into action. Perhaps it's during exercise, reading, journaling, or moments of silence. Any practice can give you a boost of inspiration. But what to do when it comes? Try to hold on to it. Write about it in your journal, not only about your goal, but also about the circumstances under which it was set. What were you doing in that moment? What were you thinking? What did you feel? What made you say to yourself, I want to achieve this goal? Of course, enthusiasm can overtake you at any moment. You can try to induce it intentionally by watching inspiring movies, reading motivating books, visiting places that fill you with energy. Perhaps an hour at your favorite cafe, a nature corner, or a flight in an airplane will do that for you. Maybe you'll get into that state during a church service, chatting with friends, or listening to music. There are two advantages to peaking. First, you set more ambitious and reasonable goals in this state. You choose what you really want, for which you are willing to make an effort. Second, the state of enthusiasm can be induced later, when you encounter an obstacle or want to reconsider your goals, and so on. Feeling depressed? Go to the bridge from which you were looking at the river when this goal first occurred to you. Always putting off until tomorrow what you need to do? Take the same walking route during which you came up with the best ideas and solutions to your most difficult problems. Afraid to take the next step? Put on that song that always inspires you. Your task is to change your state of mind so that you become imbued with the goal, inspired by it, and begin to act. You must tune in to be open to all possibilities and mobilize your strength to act against all resistance. The peak state is the fuel that drives you toward your goals. This resource is mobilized so that deep down you become yourself, someone who wants to get more out of life, including financially, someone who wants to move into a bigger box, much bigger than the one you are living in now. Be flexible. For many years I have dreamed of running a marathon. It's a typical physical development goal, a test of body, mind, and spirit. The morning workouts, the thinking, the punching of the wall all led to one thing: I had to take part in a marathon. I trained and ran many miles in the morning. I squeezed all the juice out of me on the treadmill. My intermediate goal, like many others, was to run a half marathon. It turned out to be terrible. I felt really bad for days after the race. So bad, in fact, that I gave up my intention for almost a year. But then I set that goal again and signed up to run the half marathon distance. And it happened all over again. I didn't like the race at all, or my condition after it. I decided to discuss this goal with my counselor. He just loved to run, but he was hampered by a bad knee and back. I didn't want to face that kind of hardship at all. One morning, rereading my goals, I thought, I don't like this. I don't want to run. Then I just crossed it off my list and never went back to it. The marathon became sort of an imposed goal for me. I felt I had to run it to prove to myself that I could do it. However, I didn't want to train and run at all. I wanted to be the person who ran the marathon. In other words, I wanted to get a medal, but without much effort. This also applies to goals related to accumulating wealth. Goals set out of a sense of duty usually don't bring good luck. You're either going to realize them or you're not. But they are not conducive to improvement and will not help you get rich faster. For this reason, you should carefully consider whether it is necessary to achieve them, and, if necessary, remove them from the list. Of the 25 to 30 goals I set for the year, I probably crossed off about 10%. Some were small, some were not, but all had one thing in common: they could be crossed out. From my perspective, goals are something living and breathing. They change at the same time as you change. They can come and go. Like milk, goals have an expiration date. Sometimes a goal only stays relevant for a certain period of your life, after which it needs to be adjusted or carried over into the future. For example, I love to play golf, so I usually participate in tournaments and set goals to improve my skills. But all of a sudden I find that I didn't set any such goals this year. I had just started a new company and was completely absorbed in it. As a result, when I was playing golf, I found myself thinking about work instead of play. I could play a brilliant 8 to 9 holes and then have a horrible time the rest of the game. And the thing was, I wanted to work more than I wanted to play golf. The game didn't evoke the same vivid emotion. At least temporarily, it lost its meaning. I put on my list the goal of taking at least 10 lessons from a professional player to develop my skills. However, it was clear that this goal would remain unrealized this year, and that's okay, because I was inspired by very different things. I wasn't going to give up golf forever. But I made the choice consciously, based on the payoff from both activities. It makes no sense to deny the obvious. I was not passionate about the goal of golf, so it had to be replaced. While it is natural to give up goals that no longer inspire you, you should be aware that financial success requires realistic goals that are relevant to the areas in which you are already successful. We will discuss the question of persistence and goal abandonment in Chapter 8, but for now I will note that future millionaires need to have a certain amount of character, but no goal should be turned into a lifelong sentence. Regularly review your goals. It is surprisingly easy to lose sight of your goals. It seems to you that the goal set in the moment of inspiration, which motivates you to action and causes a surge of energy, will not require any more clarification. But life, alas, often devalues any goals, even those underlying the most inspiring plans. Miracle Morning is a great time to revise goals. It's the easiest time to be mentally uplifted and to remember how you set them. Also, we're usually more optimistic in the morning than we are the rest of the day. I don't review my main goals all the time, but at least once a week I check my flight plan against them. This is an additional opportunity to inspire myself, to adjust my plan of action and pace of progress, and to carefully check whether I have strayed from the path to my dreams. Reward yourself. Not every goal is inspiring. To be honest, 240 workouts a year rather depresses me, but in order to reach my goals, you need to be in great physical shape. That's why I go to workouts. From my point of view, it's like putting fuel in the tank. Regardless of the goal, I find it helpful to plan rewards and recharges. It helps to keep focused, energetic activity going in order to implement the plan. It's important to reward yourself to complete your goal system, and you don't have to book a private plane to Bora Bora to do it. You can go to the nearest park and bake some chocolate chip cookies over a campfire. Anyway, in my opinion, everyone needs a reward from time to time. not as a carrot to keep going forward, but to recognize the results obtained. If you just work and work without receiving any reward, in my opinion, the subconscious mind may take it as a sign that the work is not being done for a reason. By claiming that you can't afford a vacation, you are letting the subconscious mind know that you don't need the money because you don't plan on taking a vacation anyway. Rewards also help recharge your energy. If you treat your spirit and body like a saddle horse that needs to be chased to make it work harder, it won't do any good. The horse will eventually die. So will your spirit and body. Treat your horse well. Feed her. Give it a rest when you can. Following this rule is sure to pay off in life's race. But remember, if you overfeed your horse and reward him for doing the wrong thing, he will become fat and lose his agility. I try to take a vacation for myself and my family once a quarter. It doesn't have to be expensive or exotic. A bike ride in the park is fine, but it is essential. After such breaks, my productivity increases and I earn more, not less. Reward yourself with vivid experiences. These experiences, in turn, will give you new ideas, resources, skills, and a sense of empowerment. Plans that lead to wealth. The goals are your destination. This is where you want to go. Goals can change, they can be motivating, they can be actionable, but in any case they remain what you are striving for, not what you have at the moment. You need a plan to achieve your goals. There are as many ways to develop a plan as there are goals it leads to. You will have to make one in a way that is convenient for you. Below we will reveal the little planning secrets that will help you succeed in this endeavor. Always plan your next step, however small. Just as a map doesn't show everything you see with your eyes as you travel, so plans don't include all the steps you need to take. Nevertheless, one such step is sure to be in your plan, and that is the next step. Always plan your next step, no matter how small. I think this is one of the main secrets. More often than not, a plan fails because I do not know the next step or I am afraid to take it for some reason. In both cases, the problem is solved by putting the next step on paper. Sometimes it's a very simple action like asking a friend for advice, and it consists of finding someone's phone number. However, this method always works. Take the smallest next step and you will feel that you have moved in the right direction. Try to anticipate obstacles. The road to wealth is never smooth. You are bound to encounter problems, obstacles, and the need to make difficult decisions. With this in mind, it will be easier for you to prepare for the future. It is not difficult to imagine difficulties such as a lack of cash or a downturn in the economy. These, of course, are also useful to anticipate, but keep in mind, obstacles are not always external. You may want to pay particular attention to internal obstacles. What habits can keep you from achieving your goals? What fears can stop you? What skills, experience, or knowledge do you lack? What are the most obvious problems you will face? In each case, list the most likely internal and external obstacles, and then devote part of your miracle morning to making a plan to overcome them. Redesign the plan. There is a saying, war will show you the plan. This means that plans can change as you go along, not that they shouldn't be made. Plans should be reviewed regularly, like a map on which new roads are drawn from time to time. It is especially good to do it in the morning hours. Mornings are a great time to set goals and revise plans with a clear head. It is in the early hours of the day that perspectives are clearer and creativity is more vivid. What the plan looks like. A plan is not just a list of goals or actions to take. A plan is a map of the route from point A to point B, from your present situation to the secure life you hope to lead in the future. Let's say you're a real estate agent who wants to get rich. What should your plan look like? In a simplified form, it can be presented as follows. 1. Become the best at what you do in order to get the biggest commissions possible. 2. Set aside 30% of your commission to buy real estate for rent. To purchase investment property. Effectively manage it. To use the income from it to buy new real estate. Combine the ownership and management of 10 properties for rent. Redeem them. Become a millionaire. I have described a realistic and common plan for accumulating wealth. Many people have acted and are acting on it. However, it lacks clear and simple steps for each item. They may include many different tasks, and although you have no idea about all of them, you should know exactly which step is next. For example, 1. Become the best at what you do in order to get the biggest commissions possible. The next step is to hire a business coach. 2. Set aside 30% of the commission to buy real estate for rent. The next step is to open an account in a bank to save for the purchase of real estate. To purchase investment property. The next step is to make an appointment with an employee of the bank to discuss the condition and terms of my savings. To effectively manage real estate. The next step is to interview 5 rental property management companies. None of these steps can be called complicated, but they are all very important to our real estate agent. Every day there will be new little steps, although the plan itself will remain more or less the same. It is possible to adapt this plan for construction workers, teachers, or accountants. But in this case, too, only minor details would change. A laborer would pay special attention to home repairs. A teacher might look for properties vacated in the spring so that they can be prepared to rent on their own over the summer while school is out. The accountant may have access to alternative sources of funding besides the bank. The strength of a plan is not that it foresees everything, but that it reflects the end point, the appropriate route, and the step you will take tomorrow. Present versus future. The flight plan is about the future. It guides your actions, tells you what to do next and why, and what will come of it. A good flight plan contains information about the end goal, speed, and route of travel. However, it is important to remember that you are now in the present. That present is your life, and making time for it is a wise thing to do. I've known many millionaires who refused to make time for the now and in doing so ruined relationships with loved ones, their health, and ultimately their happiness. I like to ask people, is there something you've always wanted to do, but had to put it off? And I always get surprisingly different answers. I want to go to Italy. I want to go back to the places where my great-grandfathers lived. I want to be in good physical shape. I want to learn how to cook. Following the first question, I usually ask the second one, when are you going to do it? Again, the answers come in a variety of forms. When I can afford it. When I have more free time. When I retire. When the babies fly the nest. You know what strikes me most about people's answers? They answer the first question with excitement and hope, but the second question is usually answered with sadness in their voice, because it's about the long term. Goals are a matter of the future. But don't make the mistake of putting aside the present until the moment when you finally have money, time, and health. It is quite possible that it will never come. Set goals. Make plans. Achieve excellence in your business. Become a wealthy person. But don't forget that you have now, and it's just as attractive as the future. Portrait of a Millionaire, Oprah Winfrey. Oprah begins her morning with a 20-minute meditation, which, in her words, fills her with hope, deep meaning, and an equally deep joy. Then she gets on the treadmill to wake up her body and speed up her heartbeat. Oprah assures that even 15 minutes of running increases her productivity and fills her with vigor. Then she tunes up for the day ahead with a walk during which she listens to music or cooks something yummy. And she always completes her morning ritual by eating a healthy meal high in complex carbohydrates, fiber, and protein for breakfast. Bryan Adams Incorporated Online. Chapter 7. Lesson 4, The Pursuit of Excellence, the Leverage Principle as a Way to Enrichment. It is not enough to be busy, even ants can be busy. The question is what you are busy doing. Henry Thoreau, writer. When I was in my 30s, I woke up one day with a strange burning sensation in my chest area. When I looked in the mirror, I found that while I was asleep, I had been whipped by a branch of a poisonous plant on my chest, a bright red streak of pus bubbles on one side. But unlike the poisonous plant burns, it hurt, and it hurt like hell. I had no idea what it was or where it came from, but the pain made it impossible to concentrate on work, so I went to the doctor. After throwing a quick glance at me, the doctor sat back down and said, "Shingles." Shingles? I interjected. Well, yes, shingles. The doctor explained that the causative agent of shingles is the same virus that causes chicken pox, the same virus that most people, like me, had as children. It's strange, the doctor said, usually people over the age of 50 to 60 were weakened by the disease or experiencing stress. Honestly, I don't know why it happened to you. But I knew that for a fact. At the time I was in real estate operations in Dallas. 4 locations had already opened under my franchise, and business was booming. I was working my butt off to make it a success. At the time, I thought that hard work could accomplish anything: wealth, health, success, and my strategy was to stretch my workday so that I could get everything done. And there really was a lot to do. I had to do everything myself, from buying furniture and equipment for the office and assembling office bays to planning cash flow, staff recruitment, and computer repairs. As soon as any work appeared, I immediately rushed to do it. As a result, my energy was disastrously lacking, and the painful red streak was a wake-up call. I began to develop the disease that is characteristic of older people who have been weakened by cancer or AIDS. It became clear something had to change. The ABC of welfare. At about the same time that I was in therapy, I happened to attend a seminar attended by a man whose fortune was estimated at about $1 billion. While we were talking, I was doing some simple calculations in my head. Knowing how hard he had to work to make even a fraction of his wealth, I tried to imagine how hard he had to work to earn $1 billion. How could I ever hope to have that kind of money? And how is it that he doesn't get shingles? I asked him. Is it possible to redo all the business? My business is tiny compared to yours, but I never succeed. The secret of my success is simple, he replied. Every morning I write down the top 7 things to do today. 7 main things to do, I thought. Good. And then, he continued, I do the first 3 things on that list. That's it? Yes, that's it, he replied. That's the whole secret of my success. Scratching my ribs, which were burning with liquors, I watched him slowly walk away, calm and sure of himself. I returned to the office a different person. Whereas before I had frantically struggled with my list of urgent tasks in the order I had written them down, I now began to prioritize them. Each case was assigned a priority of A, B, or C. Cases marked A had the highest priority, and those marked C had the lowest. So what? I just started with cases that had a priority A. Even if they were the most difficult to do or I didn't want to do them at all, I still started with them. They were the most important things in my business. If that's what billionaires did, then I would do it too. It was decided. The billionaire's words opened up a new world for me. Almost immediately, 2 consequences of my decision became apparent. First, oddly enough, I began to find more pleasure in business. I used to wake up to start the day full of endless worries, most of which just kept me from doing what I wanted to do. Now, I happily looked forward to the day, because I knew I was going to make the best use of my time. Secondly, I saw that my work was producing much better results. The puzzles were piecing together a whole picture. By focusing on the most important things, I was getting a lot more work done. If I spent all day fixing computers or planning an office, my business wasn't growing, it was even shrinking. If I spent those same hours on A-list things like business development or hiring staff, it had an immediate positive impact. Not just priorities. It would be easy to reduce the essence of the billionaire lesson to prioritization or time management. And in principle it is. Prioritizing from the more important to the less important is the essence of time management and the basis of productivity growth. There is hardly a single book on the subject that does not mention some modification of it. Nevertheless, the correct prioritization does not reflect what actually happened to me. This formula does not explain what the secret of its effectiveness is. Why does simply changing the order in which things are done make such a big difference in the overall result? The billionaire opened my eyes to what everyone who wants to get rich should know. Some people find it easy, while others, like me, have to get shingles to understand it. But however and whenever you come to realize this truth, the conclusion is the same. To get rich, you must learn to make the most of the resources at your disposal. To learn this lesson, we have to go back 2,000 years to the time of the Greek mathematician and inventor Archimedes. He is said to have said, "Give me a fulcrum and a lever long enough, and I will turn the earth upside down." He was speaking literally, but his principle of the lever has a much broader application. He explains why, when I started prioritizing my time, I got much more out of my business, spending as much or even less time than before. I wasn't just wasting my time, I was using it as leverage. With the lever principle, you can do more with the same or less means. If you use a long lever to move a heavy object, you will lift much more weight with less force. If you use time more purposefully, you can do much more. I was spending my time on strategic business tasks, which means my time was giving the greatest return. The same amount of time now had a much greater impact, which in the case of my business meant more sales and more capital. The math of millionaires. We use some of our resources every day, such as time, money, energy, and material assets. We use them to create value and build capital. We exchange time spent at work for wages. When we put money in a savings account, we trade its use for very small interest. Millionaires have resources, too. They have time, money, energy, and material assets just like everyone else, but they perceive these resources very differently. People of average means think like this. If I put money into a savings account a little at a time, my wealth will increase. If I work longer, I'll do more. If I spend more time working, I'll probably make more money. All this is true only to a certain extent. Most people think the world is governed by the rule of addition. The more you put in, the more you get out, but the rich see things differently. They know that adding up extra hours in the workday or extra money in a savings account yields little. Millionaires don't like to add. They prefer to multiply. They like the leverage rule. They want investments of time, money, energy, and other assets to grow exponentially, not linearly. As a result of my meeting with the billionaire, I learned the first rule of leverage, time multiplication. Whereas I was grabbing for more and more things until I collapsed under the weight of them, the billionaire was strategically taking on the right things, so his time had the biggest payoff. Every day I tried to do as many things as I could, and he limited himself to the 3 most important ones. For years he multiplied his efforts every day, and I added up my efforts. In this case, the math didn't work in my favor. After taking his advice, I realized that I could multiply my efforts by allocating my time properly. Suddenly it turned out that my time was much more valuable than I thought. I increased its value by multiplying instead of adding up. The path from illness to the lever rule was not easy, but very important. As one acquaintance, watching my transformation, said, reminds me of turning Clark Kent into Superman. Of course, I was still far from perfect, and I could hardly be called Superman. However, once you discover the magic power of the lever rule, you can really feel like Superman. Wealth accumulation is a team game. You've probably already noted the weakness of this elegant prioritization plan. The decision to pursue only the highest priority cases has side effects. Soon things with priorities B and C begin to pile up. My home quickly became a disaster zone. After all, something like cleaning only had a B priority. The business grew and grew, but my personal finances plunged into chaos as I stopped paying bills not because there was no money, but because paying them did not have the highest priority in my new system. It could hardly be considered an optimal use of my time. So, everything was going great until my electricity was cut off and my credit card was charged a higher interest rate for late payments. In the meantime, all hell broke loose in the office. Since there was no one to repair the computers, they went out one by one. As a result, office work slowed down catastrophically. After that, I realized that I had to optimize not only my time. I had reached the performance ceiling even when using it optimally, and I needed help. First I hired an accountant. Then a secretary. I began to surround myself with people capable of performing tasks that were not high priority. This is how I built a team and learned the second rule of leverage. Value is multiplied not only through my efforts, but also through the efforts of others. If you do a survey of people who have made their own fortune, you will find that there are very few people who got rich on their own. This is very rare. Technology has equipped us with wonderful tools to use the leverage rule that were not available decades ago. For the most part, however, large fortunes are the fruit of team effort. Multimillionaires know well how difficult it is to make millions of dollars on your own, because it takes a team. Don't be fooled into thinking you need to hire as many employees as possible and pay them a salary. That may be true in your case, but not everyone goes to wealth the same way. Teams come in all sorts of ways. You can, for example, occasionally use contractors and consultants to do certain types of work. A small business owner can pay sales agents and vendors commissions. You can also hire a virtual secretary to arrange business trips and meetings. A real estate investor can organize a network of trusted agents to entrust them with repairs to apartments for sale. You don't have to hire an army of full-time employees to multiply the productivity of your time, but you will have to build a team if you want to get rich. Value of the rule of leverage. It is commonly believed that hard work is the surest path to wealth. This is partly true. Hard work is very important. Hardly any millionaire would say that he sat back and waited for riches to fall on him. If you have indeed made the choice to be rich, you have thereby decided to spend time and energy, or what is called work, on making that choice. But there is one important clarification: work is less important than the rule of leverage. Indeed, could it be otherwise? After all, many, if not most, spend decades of their lives at work. Grown-ups spend their best years in a 40-hour work week in various forms. But only a small fraction of them become millionaires. If hard work were the best strategy for gaining wealth, we'd all be millionaires. But we are not. Not at all. Most sit penniless or at best feel more or less well off financially. So there must be another way. And that's the leverage effect. Your priorities and the allocation of your time, effort, and ability have a big impact on whether you manage to get rich. This important idea is worth repeating again. Your chances of getting rich depend on how you prioritize your time, energy, and abilities, not on your work. All people work. The difference between them is determined by leverage. Prioritizing your time, energy, and abilities multiplies your work effort. For example, a real estate agent may spend his life selling houses. Each successful transaction adds some amount to his fortune. Of course, you can live your life by carefully stashing away money in anticipation of retiring with a modest pension. The more clients he attracts, the more impressive his list of completed deals will be, which, in turn, will help him make more deals, especially if he works longer, striving to earn as much as possible. At some point, he will reach the ceiling of his ability to increase his income. Compare the situation described above with the situation of a person who buys real estate to rent out. Each property generates a monthly income with little or no extra effort. A person who opens a rental property business multiplies his time and money, and his income is not limited by anything. Same business segment, and how the prospects of getting rich are different. The difference is due to the leverage rule. Likewise, a person who is employed has little opportunity to use the leverage rule. A person starting a business is not limited by anything. Learning is the longest lever. Today, I often ask myself, maybe that meeting with the billionaire saved my life. If I had worked harder and harder, I probably would have driven myself to an early grave or at least damaged my health and family relationships. The more I learned about the lever rule, the more my view of business changed. It was as if I discovered X-rays penetrating the surface world of addition and revealing the world behind it, in which the lever rule and multiplication action reign. Above all, I realized that people learn about the rule of leverage and begin to take full advantage of it by a natural pattern. In business, you often start a business on your own. At first, you have to do all the work yourself. As it gets bigger, you realize that you will have to allocate your time properly if you want to get everything done. Spending time on work that doesn't produce significant results, like filling out all sorts of paperwork, is a departure from the leverage rule. Even worse, you can go from adding up to subtracting. When things get too much to do, you realize you need help. It is impossible to forget about priority B and C for a long time, as I tried to do. That's when you start enlisting helpers. You manage their time to get more work done and ideally do it better than you would have done it. When your fortune begins to grow, you realize that money, like time or people, is a resource and its use should be optimized. To grow, money has to work, to be in motion all the time. Rich people figured this out a long time ago. They know that money deposited in a savings account, spent on a cup of coffee, or stored under the mattress brings nothing. They know that making a fortune depends on making time, people, and money work for them. There is a kind of leverage that allows you to add up to almost anything. This is what I call leverage, and it is available to you as well. To use it, you don't need employees or money to invest. You need what everyone has the ability to learn. Learning is a top-level multiplier. What you learn once can be used over and over again. Learning is comparable to the magic dollar with which you pay for purchases endlessly, and it keeps coming back. It's a real gold mine, and if you develop it, it will be consistently profitable. Ultimately, this is the value of the Miracle Morning program. Quiet moments of tranquility, when the world is still asleep and your life is all yours, are best spent studying. This is the time to nurture the hen that lays the golden eggs and build the longest lever possible. During this magical time, you will find the power of Superman within you. Portrait of a Millionaire, Barbara Corcoran, founder of the Corcoran Group and Shark Tank investor. In the morning I exercise for an hour and then run to the office. There I go through the list of urgent tasks for that day, made the night before. I prioritize and start with the most important things. The day is bound to end, so I need to make sure that the most important things get done. Chapter 8. 5. The Woodpecker Effect, When to Chisel and When to Stop. A woodpecker can peck at each of 1,000 trees 20 times in a row and achieve nothing, or he can peck at the same tree 20,000 times and end up with lunch. Seth Godin, The Dip, 17. Getting to know millionaires is of great benefit. This is obvious: useful connections, sharing experiences, the opportunity to raise capital. But the most valuable benefit, in my view, is the opportunity to ask them how they got where they are. This is an invaluable opportunity, the benefits of which are inestimable. Inquiries can be about more than just wealth, they can be about many other things. If you know great parents, someone in great physical shape, or someone who knows how to be a true friend, you too have received a valuable gift, though you may never have bothered to unwrap it. This kind of acquaintance always gives you a chance to find out how these people manage to achieve excellence in their business. If you want to be financially successful in a particular business, look first at those who have already succeeded. Your acquaintances who have what you want to achieve are a treasure trove of information. Don't pass it by. When asking about wealth, I like to ask millionaires, what 3 things played a major role in making you a millionaire? And always get different answers. For example, I know how to see possibilities. I have organizational skills. I'm great with finances. I'm an inimitable salesman. When I was able to catch them in a moment of crisis or a moment of sincerity, they said something else entirely. I had to be an example to my children. My parents were broke, and I was scared to death to live in poverty. I'm a workaholic. I just got lucky. Some explanations are more positive than others. Some are more helpful. In my opinion, in each case they honestly cite the reasons that these people themselves believe helped them get rich more than others. However, when guided by the advice, it is necessary to take into account 2 circumstances. First, you should not literally copy someone else's actions. If someone thinks that the key to their wealth was their ability to understand finance, it does not mean that with your specialization in taxes you have no chance of getting rich. Everyone has their own path to wealth, their own advantages, and a unique life. It's very wise to study other people's experiences, but it's much wiser to figure out how to choose what's right for you. Second, and even more interesting, of the hundreds of responses I received to my millionaire question, the most frequently repeated words were "I never gave up" in many variations. I heard everything from "I clung to the idea" to "I just didn't know what else to do, so I tried again and again." In all cases, one idea was evident in the success stories of millionaires, and in my opinion, it matters more than anything else. It is persistence. Dietal dilemma. Everyone knows that perseverance is a useful quality. It is based on the desire to hold on no matter what, even in the face of all kinds of difficulties. Perseverance is necessary for everyone, from young parents to marathon runners. When it comes to amassing wealth, perseverance can be expressed in very different ways. Every millionaire I have ever met has exhibited this quality in one way or another, often in extremely difficult circumstances. No matter which path to wealth you take, you too will have to be persistent, if those who are already rich are right. You can do it any other way. You can call it toughness of character, fortitude, or refusal to give up, but the point is the same: the worse the circumstances are, the stronger your determination not to give up must be. British Prime Minister Winston Churchill said, "When you go through hell, don't stop." This advice reasonably raises two questions. First, where do we find the strength to go forward? After all, we decide to stop precisely because the going gets too hard. If getting rich were easy, we would all be millionaires. The valuable advice to hold on no matter what is not enough. The second question is, shouldn't we stop? Sometimes this is the wisest decision. While persistence is absolutely necessary, there are times when there is no alternative but to abandon further efforts. A study of the stories of millionaires from around the world confirms this. You can't run a loss-making business forever while hoping to get rich. You can't expect to become a multimillionaire by constantly making losses and not getting a return on your investment. Sometimes you have to tell yourself stop. This is what I call the woodpecker's dilemma. A woodpecker can peck at the same spot for hours and get nothing, but if it flies to another tree, it will find lunch and energy for tomorrow's search. But how does the woodpecker know when to abandon fruitless efforts and leave the place? Should he give up further attempts, or is it better to be persistent and redouble his efforts? Such a problem arises many times on the road to riches. Very often one has to choose one or the other. To be persistent, of course, is necessary, but to be able to refuse a fruitless waste of time and effort is also important. How do you know what's best to do? How do you determine if it's time to change the tree? Let's tackle this problem step by step. To see if we need to be overzealous, let's look at the three main reasons why people prematurely give up on further attempts: mistakes, fear, inertia. And then let's discuss how to know when it's time to go in search of fatter pastures, judging by the circumstances. When it's not worth stopping. There are many ways to get rich, as well as an infinite number of reasons to give up that goal. Not all of them are convincing, however, most of them still cannot make us do it. So, the unconvincing reasons can be divided into three types: mistakes, fear, inertia. Errors. In 2006, my business began to gain momentum rapidly. The real estate industry was booming, and I took advantage of the opportunity. Every year I was opening not one new office, but 4. It was fantastic. The sales volume skyrocketed. When you jump on the footboard of a fast train, the daily work becomes incredibly busy. You can't find and hire the right people fast enough, so you're on a constant search for talent for all levels of your company and fighting an endless list of urgent tasks and problems waiting to be solved. In such a situation, you have to make more and more decisions on an ever-increasing scale, and you are constantly faced with a lack of time and information. And all of this almost always leads to mistakes. In my case, the mistake was hiring the wrong people and renting more office space than necessary. When the market began to collapse, it turned out that I had more staff and office space than I could afford. In addition, some of the employees were not capable of doing the job they were hired to do. I was moving too fast and setting too ambitious goals. As a result, I had to close 2 offices that had just opened. There is much talk in today's business community about accelerated collapse. And while there is much truth in this discourse, it completely overlooks the catastrophic consequences that a mistake can lead to. Closing the offices was very difficult. I had to terminate contracts. Admitting my own failure. I lost money. But worst of all, I had to fire some of my employees, people who had made plans on the basis that I had given them a job. And now I had to renege on the promise I had made to them. Anyone who has made similar mistakes and claims they were painless is either completely devoid of humanity or a liar. Frankly speaking, it is a very difficult situation to go through. Looking back, I can say that I am grateful to fate for that experience. I learned important lessons from it about the need to choose business partners carefully and to have a backup plan for getting out of business. But at the time, I was in a lot of pain, too much pain, and I couldn't ask myself if I understood what I was doing. This is the danger of mistakes. Anyone not only experiences a mistake painfully, but they also think about whether they can learn a lesson from it, and about the fact that a mistake can cause them to quit without good reason. If you quit because of a mistake, not only do you lose the opportunity to gain invaluable experience, but you won't be able to use that experience in the future. By quitting, you just stop. It is impossible to completely avoid mistakes. But I have found that when I make a mistake and it is bound to happen, I can use the miracle morning ritual to analyze it in a calm state. At this time, I react to everything most adequately and can learn useful lessons. More often than not, this analysis takes place when searching for answers to questions. It's like an autopsy of a mistake. I go back to the experience of journaling as part of Miracle Morning. Does this error mean I don't like my case? Does it mean I'm not good enough at what I do? Does it mean that my business or business plan is based on faulty assumptions? What can I learn from this mistake? Can this situation be avoided in the future? If the situation happens again, will I be able to recognize it? Would I be able to make a different decision in a situation like this? Usually, after answering at least some of these questions, I begin to understand the most important thing: mistakes are not fatal. A mistake is a lesson, not a reason to give up on your goals. It is a reason to become a better person. Mistakes help us to become ourselves. I've never met a millionaire who didn't make a mistake before he got rich. Contact. It has been said that the mind is a wonderful servant, but a disgusting master. If you control your mind, you are the master. You can do incredible things. But when the mind controls you, you get anxious, fearful. This is bad for the development of your business and, as a consequence, leads to negative consequences for gaining wealth. Years ago, when I was killing myself at work all day, a friend said to me, "You keep aiming and aiming and aiming, but you never shoot." And he was right. I couldn't act because I was analyzing too much. I was procrastinating because of endless hesitation, afraid of making a mistake, familiar, isn't it, afraid that my project would be rejected or fail. My friend's honesty helped me understand that I needed to free myself from fear if I wanted to develop. I made a discovery: in order to cope with fear, you have to act immediately and start with the thing that scares you the most. For example, if today you have to do something important but difficult and unpleasant, say, make some cold calls to clients or talk to an angry client who has already driven you to the brink, the only way to get rid of your anxiety is to act as quickly as possible. As soon as you start thinking about it, you will immediately become a servant of your restless mind, and you will find it very difficult to get out of this vicious circle. Don't think, do. If, while thinking about how to scale up your business, you realize that you need to call this prospective and solvent client, do it. Don't hesitate to act. Even if you panic, do it anyway. That way you develop the skill to act even in the face of uncertainty and fear, and that, believe me, is very useful. And the best way to improve this skill in the program Miracle Morning. A quiet morning that you start by your own rules, at your own pace, and control of what's going on, you're sure to cope with fear and anxiety. In the morning hours, the anxious, frightened voice in your head is perceived not as a harbinger of truth, but as an annoying neighbor who periodically wanders into the quiet backyard of your mind. This neighbor is usually distracting and suggestive of stopping, and today 9 times out of 10 I ignore it. Don't confuse fear and anxiety with the value of what you are doing to get rich. If you are experiencing fear, it does not at all indicate that you are on the wrong track. Your anxiety does not mean that the business is bound to fail and you will lose all your money. Sometimes fear and anxiety is a signal that you should act more decisively instead of standing still. Inertness. A person who acts under the influence of fear, even if half of his actions turn out to be wrong, always has an advantage over one who does nothing. Such a person will sooner or later stop because he lacks momentum. As you embark on big, important things that scare you, you get results very soon. Over time, you become increasingly convinced that decisive action always pays off financially and personally. And because of that conviction, people who have made and then lost millions often manage to make them again. Because they know from their own experience that decisive and purposeful action always yields results. If they make a mistake, they start over and sooner or later find themselves on the right path. Sometimes a series of mistakes or lack of progress can lead to a vicious circle, especially for those trying to make a fortune for the first time. The less you achieve, the more you lose confidence and the more you worry. The more you worry, the less power you have to act. But even before this becomes clear, you will permanently lose the incentives to act. If you are familiar with this situation, keep in mind that it has not only happened to you. The impetus to move forward and the energy to move forward at certain times comes and goes. So you should try to avoid slumps and not take them as obvious signs that it's time to stop. To keep myself motivated to move forward, I use miracle morning and the following techniques. I revise my goals regularly. Sometimes the momentum fades because we lose touch with our reference points. It may seem trivial, but you'd be surprised at how easily goals get lost sight of without us realizing it. Once a week, I use a morning ritual to review goals. For example, one of my goals is to exercise at least 240 times a year. And I'd probably lose control of it if I didn't periodically review my list, noting my progress. In addition, as I review my list of goals, I remember what inspired me in formulating them. I keep fit and energetic. It's hard to keep yourself motivated to move forward if you don't feel a rush of energy. Eat well every day. Move as much as you can. Use the miracle morning ritual to motivate yourself to action. Don't think that waking up an hour early will make you feel broken all day. Miracle Morning is designed to do just the opposite. Read Chapter 11, which describes different techniques for mobilizing energy and restoring the impulse to action. Controlling the environment. Energy doesn't come out of nowhere in our bodies and minds. Perhaps nothing awakens it more than the people around you. Your friends, mentors, subordinates, colleagues, partners, and customers all influence how alert and active you feel. In turn, your energy affects your willingness to act, whether you go, figuratively speaking, up or down. Relationships with others should be cultivated like a garden, tending beautiful and useful plants and weeding out the weeds. If you need help, reach out to members of the Miracle Morning community. It's an inexhaustible source of support, reasonable help, and an energy boost. What to do if you have doubts? Lean on those close to you, because they are always ready to share their energy with you. When it's best to stop. In 2006, I started my own business and lost $1 million. My business consisted of organizing English language courses for newly arrived immigrants. I thought it was a great idea and a unique niche in the market, and I was very enthusiastic about the idea. On closer examination, it turned out that there were some problems. The first one was that it only became clear after a while that the timing was bad, because just recently there had been a crisis in the American real estate market. No matter how good the business idea was, the chances of failure were very high, just because the whole economy was plunging into recession. The second problem was that I had hired the wrong person for the manager's position. Although I had realized by then that I could not do everything myself, I had not yet had time to practice the process of hiring suitable candidates for positions. That was the sticking point, plus, I didn't have enough control over this person's activities. As a result, the business was getting worse by the day, and we were simply thrown out of the market before I knew it, and the $1 million I had invested went down the drain. In this case, there is a deeper reason. My biggest mistake was not even the timing of my entry into the market or appointing the wrong person to a leadership position, but my unwillingness to stop in time and get out of the business. We were completely preoccupied with how to continue the business, where to get the extra strength and funds to achieve the main goal of consolidating wealth. People often stop making an effort while still striving for the goal of wealth. It is hardly worth persevering in every endeavor, because not every plan to get rich can work. Sometimes it is better to simply minimize losses. I had a chance to get out of the business of teaching English to foreigners earlier and with less loss. I could have easily walked away from this project, and the loss would have been only about $350,000. However, I redoubled my efforts and, gritting my teeth, invested about $650,000 more. And after a few months the omen of imminent collapse was literally burning on the wall, or rather, it was there for a long time. I just did not pay attention to it. I had no choice but to give up. Money lost, painful lesson learned. At least, I hoped so. As I reflected on this case, as I had on others where I had suffered losses, I tried to understand why I had not made the decision to retreat sooner, and whether I could learn to make such decisions in a timely manner. Fallback algorithm. Born for this, How to Find the Work You Were Meant to Do, author Chris Gilbo calls two simple questions the answers to which will help you figure out if you should stop already. It's a simple but very effective way to decide when it's time to stop making the effort in difficult cases in business, personal relationships, or work. 1. Does it work? 2. Does it give you pleasure? Does it work? In the context of this book, the first question is about finances. After all, it is about getting rich. If you have chosen the wrong direction and are not getting closer to your goal, you should probably stop. Can the path you're taking bring you the wealth you want in the appointed time frame? That is the question to ask yourself. If the answer is no, then you should either decide to make a big change or stop doing it. Which option will you choose? To make a decision, ask yourself one more question. Does it give you pleasure? This question is more about the problems of life than about money. Take the opinion of someone who has spent most of his life building wealth. Money is not everything. Apparently, there is no sure way to separate emotions from financial affairs. Doing something you've hated all your life is unlikely to make you a successful millionaire. This requires adding another variable to the equation: enjoyment. Would you say you enjoy your work? Running a business, moonlighting, investing? Whatever you do to get rich, does it give you pleasure? If you draw the answers to both questions on the figure, you get the following diagram. This is very graphic. The first thing that catches your eye is that you will agree to stop only under one condition: when something is not working and you do not like the work. Otherwise, you will make one of two possible decisions: to continue to stick to your plan, doubling your efforts, or to decide to make a radical change. Let's go back to the example of renting out real estate. Are you losing money? Then your plan isn't working. But before you do anything, ask yourself, do I still like this business? If the answer is no, maybe it's time to make a change. But if you enjoy being a property owner, there are a number of questions to answer before you make the final decision to go out of business. Can you refinance your mortgage for cost savings? Raise rents? Upgrade apartments to increase their value? Attract new tenants? The same is true of business. If it is unprofitable for a relatively short time, it can still be resuscitated. Think about what the best result is. You don't want to quit a business that you love and that can still be saved. But what will you do if you don't like it or if it can't be saved? In this case, it is better to do as many smart millionaires have done: go out of business. However, you should not forget that not only the reasons for going out of business can be false, but also the reasons for continuing it. Your persistence may play against you. Let's look at two of the most common reasons for not going out of business in a situation where it is justified. The error of sunk costs. Remember what it is? We are so constructed that we don't like to lose. In fact, we don't like to lose any more than we like to win. And it binds us to what we already have, like a losing business or investment, and makes us want to keep wasting resources on something better to give up. Remember that some costs have already been incurred and can't be recouped. And you cannot spend them more wisely by increasing their number. Fear. Fear can make us quit our business or, on the contrary, stay in an unprofitable business longer than is reasonable. There is nothing wrong with fear itself. The main thing is to correctly identify the moment when this feeling prevents us from making the right decision or doing what needs to be done. Leave or stay. It's not about never giving up, even though the world tries to make you believe it. And it's not about always minimize losses. The solution is much more complicated. You have to find a way to combine persistence and the ability to quit in time. To achieve your goals, you have to constantly solve the quit or stay dilemma. To go or to stay is the question, and Miracle Morning will be of great help in solving it. It's hard to establish your intention to keep fighting for your business when you're drowning in the chaos of a busy day. You still can't think through the alternatives or make an informed and clear decision. Miracle Morning is a great chance to find a spare moment to think. This is the time of day when you can take a look at the big picture and weigh all the relevant factors. Perseverance is necessary in order to get rich. After all, you will have to implement your plan in spite of difficulties and in difficult times. But the decision to go out of business in a certain situation is also inevitable. Sometimes you can at best reduce your losses. So if you are going to become a millionaire, you have to understand what to do in a particular situation. Portrait of a Millionaire, Jack Dorsey. The CEO of Twitter and Square, Jack Dorsey, wakes up at 5 in the morning, meditates for half an hour and exercises before heading to his favorite breakfast cafe. I get up at 5, then meditate for 30 minutes, exercise 3 times for 7 minutes, make coffee, and go to work. I usually sleep from 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. Darkened curtains in the bedroom help a lot for a good night's sleep. Meditation and exercise. Chapter 9. Lesson 6. Show me the money, or what is measured in money. If we dispose of our wealth, we are rich and free. If our wealth disposes of us, we are no poorer. Edmund Burke, politician. Show me the money. That's probably what you're thinking right now. And you're right, because we've managed to write 8 chapters of the book on how to become a millionaire without mentioning much about money. There is an important reason for that. Although money is considered a measure of achievement, it is nothing more than that. It is only a measure, a yardstick. Money lets you know the score of the game, but, as is often the case, the score only tells you how the game is going. We've been discussing things that are much more important for you to have something to measure, the things that make the scoreboard appear. These are very valuable lessons in gaining well-being. Decisively make the choice to create wealth. Formulate a vision for life that can inspire your daily efforts to achieve it. Develop a flight plan to guide your efforts. Learn to multiply time and energy with the lever rule. To develop the skill of distinguishing when it is better to stop and when you need to persevere. Very few millionaires have ignored these lessons, because each lesson is extremely valuable, each fulfills its function in wealth creation. But despite all this reasoning, there are no millionaires without money. With that in mind, it's time to start talking about you and money. In this chapter, we will look at 5 money-related principles that any millionaire should understand and embrace. Principle 1. Welfare begins with personal finances. Usually we associate the image of a millionaire with a luxurious lifestyle, big business, large blocks of securities, high positions in the management of companies. In reality, things are more modest. The road to wealth begins with controlling an area you know well, personal finance. This thought may seem strange to you. After all, you don't expect to find $1 million under your bed or suddenly remember your forgotten savings accounts. But personal finances in their current state are very important because they reflect your attitude toward money and your habits in handling it. For example, you want to believe that suddenly having $1 million dropped on your head will make your life easier, but in reality it's not that simple. No matter what you do, your character and habits will remain the same. If you spend 110% of what you earn now, you will spend 110% of your income, even if it's a few $1,000,000. Believe me, this task is not that hard to manage. So, if you can't manage what you already own, you can't make and keep a lot of money. Try changing your lifestyle so that you spend less than you earn anyway. What are you going to do with that difference? Save it up. This will give you options later on. You can invest the spare cash. You can get a better job or start your own business. You can make decisions in a quieter environment. If your personal finances are in deficit all the time, it will be hard to change, which is exactly what you already know you need to do. I don't mean to sound like the How to Save for the Future lecture you've heard from your parents over and over again. I want to teach you how to effectively manage the assets you already have and how to break bad habits so that you can free up your time and energy to make the decisions that millionaires, not the rest of us, make. I recommend that right now you start withdrawing 10% from all bank accounts and putting it in a separate savings account. Get used to doing this automatically, and don't spend money from this account on recurring expenses. As your balance grows, you'll have more and more options for investing. Remember, rich people are in the habit of investing part of their money in secure projects. But you don't have to wait until you're rich to follow their example. Tony Robbins said, if you can't make $1 by investing 10, you can't make $1 million by investing 10 million. If you can't make 10% and not blow your rent, make 5%. Or 2%. Or even 1%. The size of the percentage doesn't matter. In this case, the important thing is to build a mindset and habits that will change your financial future because they will serve you faithfully for the rest of your life. It's time to train your subconscious mind to think that it is capable of finding opportunities to earn big money. You need to believe that there are many such opportunities, and at any moment one of them may come up. If you don't know how to manage what you have, you won't be able to manage a larger fortune. Principle 2. Money must work. In Chapter 7, we pointed out the fundamental difference between the mathematics of millionaires and ordinary people. The latter prefer to add, while millionaires like to multiply. Now we will look at multiplication as a tool for allocating time between priorities and mobilizing the efforts of others. Money also has to multiply. I like to think of it as a thing that has a certain rate of circulation. If your money is in a savings account, its rate of circulation is very slow. It takes years to grow substantially. It's slow money. If you invest in businesses, real estate, or other projects with higher returns, the money picks up speed. The speed at which it circulates increases, and your assets grow as a result. Money has to work. If you want to become a millionaire, you have to learn how to make money work. The higher the velocity of money, the sooner you will become a millionaire. Principle 3. Risk assessment. In general, a higher velocity of money is associated with higher risk. Imagine that your money is a car. At a low speed, say, the same speed as most road users, it is not difficult to drive the car and control the situation on the road. The risk of getting into an accident is low. If you press the gas pedal, the risk increases. If you start to make sharp turns at twice the allowed speed, the risk increases dramatically. Of course, you will get to your destination faster, but there is a great risk of an accident. This analogy also applies to money. The faster it circulates, the greater the risk. The higher the risk, the faster you get rich, but the likelihood of failure is also much greater. Money in a savings account is virtually risk-free. But the interest rate on the deposit is so low that, in fact, the rate of circulation of your money is negative. It grows slower than the economy as a whole. This is the price you have to pay for the security and liquidity of your funds. A successful venture capitalist faces a very high risk of losing his investment, but if he wins, he increases his capital fourfold or more. The higher risk is associated with a higher return on investment. There is no one right answer to the question of what level of risk is acceptable. Tolerance to it depends on the character of the person. You just have to keep in mind that, first, there is a direct link between risk and return, and, second, there is no quick and safe way to get rich. To get rich, you have to understand and accept risk. Principle 4. Diversification of income sources. One way to achieve both goals of high velocity of money and moderate risk at the same time is to have multiple sources of income. Even successful millionaires with one business tend to diversify so that they have more than one source. The dealer sells cars, but also offers repair and maintenance services, corporate car rental programs, and financing programs. The restaurant opens at lunchtime and evening hours, simultaneously offering catering services and selling popular takeout meals. Part of the reason for this practice is the desire to increase the amount of the check from each client, but it is also a way to reduce risk and test the profitability of new market segments. Multiple sources of income contribute to capital appreciation and reduce risk by not keeping all your eggs in one basket. At the age of 25, Hal began to think about leaving the Sales Management Hall of Fame to devote himself entirely to entrepreneurship. He started his first business and first additional source of income while still working as a sales manager. He offered training in the art of selling to individual sales reps as well as to groups. Year after year, following his step-by-step methodology, Hal generated 9 additional and substantial sources of income. These included private lessons, group training, book publishing, lecturing and mediating discussions, podcasts, publishing books overseas, franchising and publishing books from the Miracle Morning series, related income, and hosting various events with over 300 attendees. Supplemental income sources can be active, passive, or a combination of both. Someone might pay you to do a job you love, active income, while other times you don't have to do anything to get paid, passive income. You can diversify your sources of income by industry to protect yourself against losses in the event of a downturn in a particular industry or market by growing income from a source tied to another industry. Hal's strategy of diversifying your sources of income is just one of the strategies you can choose, such as buying real estate, investing in securities, opening a store, and the like. Let's look at the content of the successive steps that make up the proven and straightforward path to building sources of income. It is very important to consider their diversification as a priority. Allocate special time in your schedule for it. 1 hour a day, 1 day a week, or several hours on Saturdays is a prerequisite for success. This is the only way you can find ancillary sources of income today that can bring additional income and financial security in the short term and financial freedom in the long term. We'll look at how Hal did it, and you can modify or change them for your own situation. Identify what makes you unique. Everyone has special talents and abilities, experience, and useful skills to offer people by creating something of value for them. It may even pay generously. Think of an area in which you have knowledge, experience, abilities, or a ready-made solution that others would find valuable and worth paying for. Remember, knowledge that you take for granted and publicly available is not always so. I can recommend several ways in which you can determine your value in the marketplace. Your unique qualities determine your value compared to other people. Many people will like you more than others who offer roughly the same knowledge and competence. Knowledge is the only thing you can increase quickly. In Money, Master the Game, 18, Tony Robbins writes, one of the reasons why people succeed is because they have knowledge that others do not have. You pay a lawyer or a doctor for knowledge and skills that you don't have. Expanding your knowledge in a narrow field very effectively adds value, which you will then be paid to apply your knowledge to people or to teach them what you know yourself. But you can present your value in different ways. When Hal first wrote his famous book, he struggled with uncertainty because the early rise was not a personal discovery. He doubted whether there would be buyers for his book. However, hundreds of thousands of people have confirmed that the information presented in this way is what makes it so popular. Simplicity of presentation and step-by-step instructions are what was useful for them. Because of this, everyone can improve certain aspects of their lives by analyzing how their day begins. Identify the target audience. Think about what group of people needs your services. A career as a successful sales manager led Hal to conclude that his target audience was sales managers, so he organized his first training just for them. Today his audience is much wider, thanks to the publication of the book series The Magic of the Morning and various events Best Year Ever Blueprint. It covers all corners of the world. In addition, Hal advises aspiring and established authors who would like to increase their income to the tune of 7 marks. Based on what valuable you could do for others, the problems you could solve, or the results obtained with your help, consider who would be willing to pay for your services. Create a community of like-minded people. The turning point in Hal's history of acquiring wealth was when he heard Dan Kennedy, a self-made millionaire, explain why the most valuable asset in business is an email contact list. At the time, such Hal's list included only a few friends and family members. Realizing the opportunity, Hal made it a priority to expand his contact list. 10 years later, thanks to Dan's timely advice, he had more than 100,000 regular subscribers, and he went even further by creating a close-knit online community of supporters of his personal growth method. Facebook, 100. Make a plan for starting a business. Think of how a company brings products to market. It's not just about putting them on store shelves or advertising them on the online store's website. Apple makes a whole event out of it. First, it creates an atmosphere of impatient waiting for months. People are willing to live for weeks in tents set up on the sidewalk in front of the stores just to be the first in line. Organize something like this. To find out how to do it, read Jeff Walker's book Launch 19. Find a mentor. If your professional experience is limited, you may want to start with this step. We all know that one of the most effective ways to accelerate learning and get the results you want faster is to find someone who has already gone down this road and repeat what they did. Instead of racking your brains, figure out what your predecessor did, replicate his behavior, and apply it to your own situation. You may want to connect with a mentor in person or virtually, or you may want to join a group of learners, or you may want to hire a coach. Even reading a book like this will give you some of your mentor's wisdom. Diversifying your sources of income increases your income and reduces your level of risk. How to get rich from real estate transactions. Most of Hal's income comes from the Miracle Morning brand and related products and services, while I get the lion's share of my income from several sources related to real estate transactions. Creating something of value for people, earning and multiplying wealth can be done in many ways, but real estate transactions deserve special mention. It is the driving force behind my business, and most importantly, almost every one of us can get rich from real estate transactions. What is the basis for this opinion? 1. A rich history of business. This business has enriched more people than any other. Real estate transactions have proven effective in acquiring wealth, and, unlike other businesses, this one operates with tangible assets of real value. 2. Low barrier to entry into the market. Don't get carried away with ideas of creating real estate empires and huge condominiums. Contrary to popular belief, the good thing about this business is that you don't have to have a large startup capital to open one, without which you can't create some other types of businesses. In the real estate industry, what you already have is enough. 3. Short-term and long-term returns. I take pleasure in the thought that in the short term, real estate can generate rental income, and in the long term, one can profit from price increases caused by general economic growth. 4. Passive income. Doing business can consume all your energy because entrepreneurship, for all its profitability, is an active form of income generation. However, real estate operations are a passive form of income generation. You have no idea how much fun it is to think of someone paying your rent while you are minding your own business. 5. For every age and profession. Real estate is a very powerful equalizing factor. It doesn't matter if you are young or old, an entrepreneur or an employee. Still at university? You can rent rooms to your classmates. Retired? Great, you can manage your property and achieve a higher level of profitability. That's the appeal of this field of work for many people looking to make a fortune. Real estate is affordable, proven to be profitable, and requires no special skills. If you still need more motivation, read my book Wealth Can't Wait or Robert Kiyosaki's Rich Dad, The Cash Flow Quadrant. Try not to give in to fear. Start small, and later you'll be surprised what a portfolio of assets you'll be able to assemble. What money measures? In the pursuit of wealth, everyone is really chasing money. Money matters and at the same time, in a strange way, does not. You have to be at least a little bit obsessed with money to become a millionaire, but that's not the point of the game. Money is still just a tool to keep score. But what exactly is reflected on the scoreboard? The answer is obvious: it's dollars, or euros, or pound sterling, or pesos, or yen, or whatever currency the account is held in. This answer allows us to define wealth, but does not help us make money to become a millionaire. To do this, we have to look at money in a different way by asking ourselves a series of questions. Instead of thinking about how much money you have at your disposal or how much you can earn, we have to ask ourselves more important questions. And first of all, you have to get an answer to the question, what does money measure? For me, money has always been a measure of how much I've grown professionally. So I should not first ask myself how much I have earned and how quickly and easily, but ask myself these questions. How well have I learned and put into practice the lessons on making money? How much have my business skills improved? What valuable things have I done for the world? Can I do more? How do I continue to develop in order to reach my potential? As the answers to these questions change, so does the amount of my income. I am growing as a person, and my wealth is growing. So where do you start? Ask yourself the same questions. Ask yourself what valuable things you have to offer the world. Maybe you should learn something new, do something, or become something to get rich. Instead of asking the world when it will show you money, ask yourself what money has shown you. And if that's not yet completely clear, it's best to ponder it in the early morning hours. Just start doing it. A year or two will pass, and you'll wish you had started right away. Don't limit yourself to good intentions and don't expect anything. Just start taking action. Portrait of a Millionaire, Warren Buffett. Charlie, as a very young lawyer, was making about $20 an hour. Sometimes he would ask himself, who is my most valuable client? Eventually he came to the conclusion that it was himself, so he decided to sell himself an hour every day. He set aside that hour early in the morning and spent it developing construction projects and closing real estate deals. Anyone can do the same, become their own client, and then work for others. From Alice Schroeder's book Warren Buffett. The World's Best Investor, 20. Part 3. 3 examples of personal growth to help future millionaires. Unobvious principles of millionaires. Chapter 10. The first unobvious principle of the millionaire, self-governance. Your success very rarely exceeds your level of personal development, for you attract success only by becoming a person capable of attracting it. Jim Rohn. Ask 100 people on the street what you need to become a millionaire. More often than not, you will get the answer, more money. Ask the same question to a classroom full of 10-year-olds, and the answer will probably be the same. Although theoretically true, it makes little sense, since most people are convinced that the only way to get more money is to work harder. That's not to say that hard work isn't important at all. Our society tends to think that the only way to earn more money is to work harder. Want more money? Work more. Give more time to your work. Want more sex? Lift heavier weights and walk more. Do you want more love? Do more for your partner than he or she does for you. However, there is a possibility that in order to get what you want, you need not do more, but become a different, more appealing person. Miracle Morning is based on the idea that success in any area of life is always predetermined by the level of personal development, such things as beliefs and emotional development, knowledge, skills and abilities, faith, and more. In other words, if you want to get more, you must first become something more. What you become is far more important than what you do, is the principle of Miracle Morning. It should be noted, however, that daily activities are precisely what determines who you will become in the future. To become something more, you have to be careful about what you spend your time and energy on. Millionaires are often leaders by nature, even if they don't realize it. They like to think that they are capable of becoming something more, and the key to this transformation lies within them. Before discussing the principles of self-management, I would like to share with you a reflection on the key role of worldview as the foundation for effective leadership and thus for the accumulation of wealth. Be aware of limiting attitudes and be skeptical of them. You may well be holding on to false beliefs that subconsciously affect your personal and professional goals. Suppose you are one of those who constantly repeats how he would like to be more organized. But after all, you have both the motivation and opportunities to become such a person. If you consider yourself unready for anything, failure is inevitable because such an attitude undermines your ability to succeed. Life puts too many obstacles in our way, so why create them yourself? Leaders carefully analyze their beliefs to decide which ones are useful for achieving goals and which ones are not. If you catch yourself uttering some postulate that limits your options, say, "I don't have enough time" or "I'll never get it done," stop and replace the negative attitude with an encouraging question, such as, "Can I find free time in my schedule? What's the best way to get started on this goal?" Such actions will help you awaken your dormant creativity and find a way out. In short, there is always a way if only you wanted to. In the words of the famous tennis player Martina Navratilova, the difference between ownership and dedication is like the difference between a ham and eggs and a scrambled egg. The chicken only partially participates, while the pig gives of itself without a trace. Giving oneself whole is the key to the realization of what one wants. Think of yourself as better than you really are. As Hal wrote in The Magic of the Morning, most of us suffer from digging into the past, which causes us to fail to achieve something now and in the future because that ability depends on who we were in the past. Remember, your present position is indeed the result of past actions, but your future depends entirely on who you have chosen to be since that moment. This is especially important for millionaires to remember. You're bound to make mistakes and worry about it. Don't let guilt blind you, preventing you from seeing that you are capable of more than you always thought. There aren't many obstacles to overcome in order to become what you want to be or do what you aspire to do. Every mistake is an opportunity to learn something new, to step up, to become a better person. In an interview, Sarah Blakely, the founder of the lingerie company Spanx, the youngest American billionaire to make her own fortune, said that the worldview instilled by her father helped her achieve success. When we were young, he taught us not to be afraid of failure. Sometimes at dinner my father would ask, "What did you fail at today?" If I had nothing to answer, he would be disappointed. It was an interesting psychological trick. I had to tell him how I had tried to do something, but for some reason I had failed. That's when my father would shake my hand. If we allow ourselves to make mistakes, our failures turn into valuable life lessons. Because there is no instruction manual for all occasions, we all make mistakes sometimes, and there will always be people ready to give unsolicited opinions about our lifestyles. Don't listen to them, believe in your choices. If in doubt, find arguments to support it. All successful people once made the decision to achieve more than they had. To do this, they abandoned limiting attitudes, replacing them with a belief system based on the argument that their creative potential is unlimited. The practice of affirmations from the Miracle Morning Ritual described in Chapter 3 is very helpful in this. Make success-oriented affirmations. They should remind you of what you are capable of and have achieved in your best periods, why this is important to you, what you are willing to do to achieve your desired goal, and when exactly you are going to do it. Actively seek support. Millionaires know how to find like-minded people. In contrast, many people prefer to suffer in silence because, in their opinion, everyone else is much smarter and more capable than they are. Strong leaders know that they will not achieve their goals alone. They need support to recharge their energy, which drains from time to time. They may need support to take responsibility and overcome the tendency to walk away from it when things go wrong. We all need support in different areas of life. Leaders know this and try to take advantage of it. A great place to find support is the Miracle Morning community on Facebook. Its members are positive and responsive. Try joining a local group in your area. I also highly recommend finding a report partner and, if possible, a personal development coach. Trust me, you can use their help. 4 principles of self-government. To continually grow as a person, you have to learn how to manage yourself. Fortunately, this skill can be developed. My favorite way to cut the learning curve in half and get to the top of my field in half the time is to model the behaviors and habits of those people who have already made it. In my quest to get rich, I've studied many effective strategies for millionaire success. Let's look at 4 principles that I firmly believe are most useful for learning how to manage yourself and become organized. 1. Take full responsibility. You must know the truth. If your life is not what you would like it to be, and you are not achieving your goals, it is your fault. The sooner you admit this, the sooner you will see progress. That doesn't mean you have to be very hard on yourself. Think of failure as a wake-up call. Successful people rarely accept the role of victim. They are responsible for everything that happens in their lives, both personal and professional, whether it is their fault or not, whether it is good or bad, even whether it is their task or that of another person. Average people often complain but do nothing to improve their situation, while successful people analyze how to get better. They find the right resources and, more importantly, they get results on purpose. While rank-and-file entrepreneurs complain about project failure due to various circumstances or try to blame failure on subordinates, successful entrepreneurs take full responsibility for finding successful projects as well as executing them and hiring the right staff. They are busy working, so they have no time to complain. In one of his speeches, Hal articulated the first principle as follows: the moment you take responsibility for everything that happens in your life, you form the intention to change anything in it. But you have to understand that responsibility and blame are not the same thing. Blaming looks for the culprit in the situation, while responsibility determines who intends to improve it. It's not so important who is to blame. The main thing is to set yourself up for positive change. And he's right. There is a great motivating power in this idea, provided you accept it. You suddenly gain control over yourself and effectively manage your life. If you are the master of your life, what is the point of discussing who is to blame? If you are responsible for the result, then it depends only on you. And let someone else do the work of figuring out the reasons why the goals are not achieved. Your results, both good and bad, are yours alone. You can rejoice in the good ones and learn from the bad ones. You always have a choice of how to react in one situation or another. The constant search for blame is bound to be noticed by your team, and they probably won't like it. Subordinates are always watching your actions. That's why it's so important to always take responsibility and act according to the values you're trying to instill in them. Let's do a little psychological experiment. From now on, take responsibility for all your decisions, actions, and results, and be adamant about it. If one of your team members makes a mistake, ask yourself if you have done everything in the past and, more importantly, what you plan to do in the future to prevent this from happening again. While you can't change the past, you can do the rest. And that's great. From now on, you shouldn't have any doubts about who is at the helm and in charge of all your accomplishments. You make the calls, make the appointments, decide what you want to achieve, and then carry it out. The result is entirely up to you. Remember, you are in control of your life and there are no barriers for you. 2. Take care of your health first and foremost. How would you rate your health and fitness on a 10-point scale? Are you healthy? Are you strong? For the most part, do you feel good or not? Are you full of energy all day long? Do you feel energized when you know exactly what to do? Can you wake up before the alarm bell, get all the important things done, put out the inevitable fires, and not feel like a squeezed-out lemon by the end of the day? You and I have already discussed the importance of exercise when we talked about lifelines, and now I'm going to talk about it again. Undoubtedly, your energy and success depend on your health and fitness, which is especially important to entrepreneurs. Unlike salaried employees, they are not paid for time worked. Their income is directly related to their results. The pursuit of wealth takes a lot of energy. Entrepreneurs, like athletes, need nutrition to be successful. The business visionaries have identified 3 priorities that should be a priority for you: eating well, sleeping well, and being physically active. In the next chapter, we'll go into more detail about each priority, but for now, remember, have you exercised today? It's important to find the kind of physical activity that gives you pleasure. There is no denying the connection between exercise, happiness, and prosperity. You've probably noticed that prominent businessmen are very rarely in poor physical shape. Most of them make sure to dedicate half an hour to an hour a day to the gym or running because they understand the importance of physical activity. Although the practice of life circles allows for a minimum amount of exercise, such as 5 or 10 minutes of exercise, it is still advisable to devote 30 to 60 minutes a day at least 3 to 5 times a week to it. Thanks to these activities, you will be able to keep yourself in good physical shape and will not suffer from a lack of energy and confidence in your abilities, which are necessary for success. The best thing, of course, is to take up a sport that you enjoy. You might choose to ride a bike or play frisbee, or buy an exercise bike and put it in front of the TV in your room. It's easy to forget that you're pedaling while you're watching your favorite TV show. You could follow Hal's example by taking up wakeboarding or basketball, which are great sports. Every day Hal devotes some time to one of them. Here's a sample schedule and you'll see how he manages to reconcile sports with his other priorities. What types of physical activity do you prefer? Can you incorporate them into your daily miracle morning ritual? 3. Organize the space. Effective people organize everything both in the work environment, planning, controlling, logging orders, sending thank you cards, and in the personal, sleep, meals, money management, car care, household chores. It makes life a lot easier. Also, good organization helps avoid unpleasant surprises. Let's look at a few examples of organization. 1. Automate everything you can. I always have to have milk, eggs, and bread in my house, but it's pretty tedious to have to stop by the store all the time to restock my groceries. So I found a home grocery delivery service and no longer waste time driving to the store. 2. If some duties do not bring you joy, try to automate them. For example, I do not like to clean the toilet and laundry, so I hired helpers to perform these duties. By the way, this method has another advantage: you do not have to keep order in your house. Of course, not everyone can afford to hire a housekeeper, but if you can't afford it, try to arrange with friends to exchange services or come up with another original solution. One of my friends incorporated house cleaning into his miracle morning ritual and now does some part of the housework every morning. 3. A briefcase and other work supplies. As you know, Hal is not only a best-selling author, but also a lecturer. He travels extensively around the country and abroad, introducing his methodology to everyone. Packing for a trip used to seem like an extremely time-consuming endeavor. Hal had a hard time with it and often forgot something at home or in the office. After forgetting his computer charger for the 3rd time and having to find an Apple store to buy another charger for $99, or, well, asking for one at the hotel, like a razor or an extra set of cuff links left behind by a previous guest, he realized it was time to stop being a slob. At home today, Hal always had a travel bag with everything he needed on the road, and now he could leave at a moment's notice with everything he needed for his traveling business: business cards, brochures, copies of his books, adapters, and chargers for his phone and computer. 4. You realize the importance of being organized if you run into the same problem many times or find yourself missing things several times because of poor preparation. If you're leaving the house with time to get to your first destination today and you remember that your car tank is out of gas, and it's not the first time this has happened, then you need a routine that allows you to get out early. And here's what you can do. Prepare your lunch, gym bag, or briefcase the night before, iron and prepare your clothes for tomorrow. Prepare a travel briefcase with brochures, catalogs, and other necessary items. Take healthy foods, apples, coleslaw chips, carrots, so you don't have to stop at the store and buy something unhealthy to snack on. 5. Organization is necessary for everything. Without it, life turns into chronic stress. And it's so easy to avoid. This is especially true for future millionaires. 6. Time scheduling. To maximize productivity, income, and focus your efforts in the right direction, you need to schedule. If you spend too much time rushing from one task to the next, and then spend as much time wondering where it is going and whether there has been any progress at all, you can miss so many opportunities. I hope you get my point. What I meant to say was that planning always allows for impressive results. 7. You must make a schedule to organize your days and weeks. Your schedule, or schedule, should consist of time blocks, each set aside for tasks with the highest priority. In addition, it should be updated. Most people understand that living on a schedule is very convenient, but few people use it all the time. 8. Of course, I know that all your life you have dreamed of getting rid of all sorts of charts. Believe me, I understand you perfectly. Nevertheless, the better your schedule is, consisting of separate time blocks of 1 to 3 hours, the more free you will feel. Each block is dedicated to the projects and tasks that are most important to your life and business. This is not to say that your schedule cannot be flexible. I even strongly recommend that it accommodate possible changes. 9. Make separate schedules for family life, entertainment, and recreation. You can set aside time in your schedule to do whatever you want to do this moment. In that hour you will do clearly whatever you feel like doing. You can swap time blocks or move them aside as needed. It's important to live your days and weeks purposefully, with a clear idea of where you're going to invest each of your hours, even if any of them you intend to spend on anything you want. The important thing is to plan for it. 10. A schedule is an effective tool for increasing productivity. If you have a schedule, you no longer have to wonder at the end of the day what you spent your time on. However, things won't move forward until you decide to make a schedule. You're going to make the most of every minute, aren't you? 11. I asked Hal to share his schedule for the week, so you got a chance to review it. Although Hal enjoys the freedom of entrepreneurship and can afford not to follow a schedule, he would probably say that a schedule is paramount to his maximum efficiency. Keep in mind, sometimes things don't go as planned, so you have to make changes to your schedule, including various events, invitations to speak, vacations, and so on. But it's a necessity. When Hal returns home or to the office, he stays on schedule. Effective organization of the day also allows you to get rid of emotional fluctuations in making daily decisions. How many times has disrupting an appointment thrown you off balance, preventing you from concentrating? It's quite possible that you thought about it for the rest of the day. But if you stick to a schedule that includes important things to do, such as a networking event, handling ads, or making phone calls, you can get your thoughts back on track. Take control of your life. Don't make your productivity dependent on chance and get rid of extraneous influences on your schedule. Make a schedule that includes all of your activities, as well as time for family, wellness, and fun, and stick to it steadily. Schedule. If you need help with scheduling or support, send a copy to a like-minded community member or coach and report back. Commitment to the organization will give you much better control over your productivity and getting results. 4. Be consistent. If there is a secret to success that is not obvious to everyone, it is consistency. Achieving any result, from improving physical fitness to expanding your business to strengthening your relationship with your family, requires consistency and regularity. In the next chapter, one will discuss some of the secrets of consistency and give advice on the practical application of this important principle. In the meantime, prepare yourself for further work, even if the result does not come as quickly as you would like. Have the patience to withstand the frustrations and setbacks that are inevitable when forming new habits. Successful millionaires are consistent, persistent, and determined to act every day. And you should be, too. If you need help with scheduling or support, send a copy to a like-minded community member or coach and report back. Commitment to the organization will give you much better control over your productivity and getting results. How is your self-esteem? The American playwright August Wilson wrote, "Resist the darker sides of your nature. Try to cast them out with enlightenment and forgiveness. Willingness to fight your demons will make your angels sing." Self-esteem gives us the courage to try new approaches and instills faith in ourselves. Allow yourself to be proud of yourself. This is very important. Of course, you have to be realistic about your weaknesses and always strive for perfection, but feel free to be proud of your strengths and enjoy the small victories. Often our days are filled with disappointments, procrastination, and rejection, so it's important to treat yourself well. If you are actively working on yourself, you shouldn't underestimate yourself. I set aside a separate page in my journal to jot down declarations of self-love. On days when I need extra encouragement, I write about what I like about myself. High self-esteem and self-respect are incredibly important. You probably already know that a negative attitude towards yourself leads nowhere and very quickly. With the right attitude and a positive attitude, all difficulties will bypass you and you will respond with dignity to all the challenges of the day. You will remain calm and continue to act. You will be confident in your abilities and committed to the principle of consistency. Your behavior will change and success will not be long in coming. Self-government in action. Being organized helps you manage your life. Developing this ability helps you become a leader. By giving up the victim mentality, you will know exactly what values you want your life to be based on. Step 1. Learn the 4 principles of self-government. 1. Take full responsibility. By doing so, you will declare your determination to change your life completely. Your success depends only on you. 2. Take care of your health first and foremost. If morning exercise and physical activity are not yet your priority, strive for it. In addition to exercising in the morning, set aside 30 to 60 minutes a day 4 to 5 times a week for exercise. We'll talk about how to always be alert and energetic with proper nutrition in the next chapter. 3. Organize the setting. Start by making a schedule. Figure out what areas of your life or business need organization and implement it to add value. That way you can predict the outcomes of your day-to-day activities and ensure your path to success. The key for you is to introduce a system of organization and maintain it, perhaps with the help of a coach, report partner, or colleague, and to rally your team by example by expressing a commitment to self-management. 4. Act consistently. Success requires organization. Be consistent and true to your values. When trying a new way, spend enough time on it before throwing in the towel in the ring and turning to something else. Step 2. Develop self-control and self-esteem through affirmations and visualization. To do this, take the first opportunity you get. Getting results takes time, so the sooner you start, the sooner you'll see the first improvements. I hope you have already understood how important personal growth is for success. As you read this book, and I recommend you do it at least twice, I advise you to pay attention to everything you should be improving and growing in. If you need a push from the outside to do so, try not to miss it. Write affirmations to improve your self-esteem. Visualize yourself as a confident person with high standards, someone who loves and respects themselves. If this seems too difficult, remember the power of gradual change. You don't have to do everything at once. By the way, I have some good news for you. In the next chapter, we'll go into detail about how to organize your life so that you're always in great physical shape and in excellent mental and emotional health. By organizing your life properly, you can maintain mental clarity, focus, and determination every day. Portrait of a Millionaire, Ryan Holiday, best-selling author and media strategist. I wake up around 8 o'clock, and I always stick to a simple rule. Before I check my email, I have to do at least one thing. Maybe I take a shower, go for a walk, or write down my thoughts in my journal. But more often than not, I work on a book. Most days, I try to write for an hour or 2 in the morning before I get to the other pending tasks on my schedule the day before. Chapter 11. The second unobvious millionaire principle, energy sources. The world belongs to the energetic. Ralph Emerson. It takes energy to become a millionaire. No matter where you're going to invest, what you're going to make money on, or how you're going to grow your business, it takes a lot of physical, mental, and emotional energy to create value. But here's the trouble, sometimes it runs out. There are days I know you do, too, when you wake up and feel neither the energy nor the will to fight the many problems. Running a startup, developing a company, building a business from the ground up, it's all exhausting both physically and intellectually, and even on good days. It's not easy to stay motivated in the face of uncertainty and constant pressure of circumstances. On good days you need enthusiasm, planning, and persistence. On bad days you need the same and more. It takes a lot of energy to get rich. It is a prerequisite. You can come up with a brilliant business plan, put together the best team, create a great product, but if you don't have the energy to take advantage of it all, it becomes unnecessarily difficult to achieve your goals. If you want to get rich, you need a lot of energy, and you need to be able to distribute it evenly. The energy nourishes your determination, keeps your mind clear and capable. Because of this, you get great results every day. Energy is contagious. You radiate it, transmitting your enthusiasm and positive attitude to everyone. Energy is the foundation of everything. It's what attracts success. It is reasonable to ask, can you strategically plan your life so as to maintain a constantly high level of mental, emotional, and physical energy? After all, this essential resource should always be available to you. The solution to this problem is usually to resort to all sorts of stimulants, such as caffeine and sugar, and this helps for a while. Then, however, there is a drop in energy. You've probably noticed that the pep pills don't last long enough to keep you going, but they usually stop working when you need them the most. You're probably thinking right now, but there must be a better way. Of course it exists. If you're only kept awake by coffee and unrelenting determination, you're deprived of the opportunity to figure out where your energy comes from and how best to organize your life to have as much of it as possible. The first thing to understand is that your goal is not to function at your best all the time. It's not practical to keep your energy high all the time, because it has natural cycles, ebbs and flows. Think about when you experienced bursts of energy during the day, and try to rest when it goes down. Just as plants need regular watering, so too do energy reserves need constant replenishment. You can be at your limit for quite a long time, but over time your brain, body, and spirit are bound to need recharging. Think of the reservoir where energy is stored. If you don't manage that supply properly, you're bound to get into a lot of trouble in the form of a breach and a leak. And then, no matter how much new energy you pour in, you won't feel invigorated. Instead of overstressing, burning out, and stressing yourself out, why not start managing your energy and implementing an automatic energy replenishment system? This will allow you to patch up the holes in your reservoir and replenish as needed. And if you've already got yourself chronically tired and exhausted, if you're out of shape, miserable and often don't do a lot of mandatory tasks, then keep in mind that constant fatigue and lack of energy is an unacceptable state and should never be tolerated. Learn some simple ways to strategically plan your life to keep your mental, physical, and emotional energy at a high level. I can recommend 3 ways that I use myself. Recuperate with food and drink. Nutrition plays the most important role in maintaining high activity. If you belong to the majority of people who are not accustomed to watching their diet, you are probably guided by taste in the first place and only then think about the effect of it if you consider the latter at all. Meanwhile, the food that brings the most pleasure often does not give the most energy. There's nothing wrong with prioritizing tasty foods, but if you want to be healthy and full of energy like a champion, you have to stick to the critical rule of appreciating the energy potential of food and putting it ahead of the taste. Why? Digestion is one of the most energy-consuming processes in our bodies. Think back to how tired you feel after a lavish Thanksgiving meal. After a heavy meal, your eyes feel sleepy and you are tempted to take a nap. There's a reason this reaction is called a food coma. Bread, meat, dairy products, and processed foods use a lot of energy to digest, leaving little energy for vital activities. Fruits, raw vegetables, nuts, and cereals, on the other hand, usually give us more energy than it takes to digest them, making us active and alert. Everything you feed your body either adds or takes away health and vitality. If you drink water, give yourself a plus. A double shot of tequila is a fat minus. If your diet is full of fruits and vegetables, you get a few pluses at once. If you eat fast food, give yourself minuses. Eating right is not that difficult, especially if you remember that it optimizes the most important area of life. If you haven't been eating right up to now, get your head on straight. If you haven't even tried to change your diet so far, be determined to evaluate what you eat, when you eat it, and, most importantly, why you eat it. Otherwise, you can't even hope to perform at your best. Strategic eating habits. Up until this minute, you may have been asking yourself, when should I have breakfast during Miracle Morning? Let's talk about that now. We're going to find out what foods are most conducive to maximum productivity, and we're going to figure out why you choose certain foods. By the way, I would call this the most important question. When to eat. It takes energy to digest food, too. The denser the meal, the more energy the body has to allocate to digest it, and the weaker you will feel. I recommend that you eat breakfast after your morning ritual so that the blood flows to your brain and not to your stomach area. This will make you more focused and active while practicing life circles. Some people feel more hungry in the morning than others. You may want to start the day with a small serving of healthy, fatty foods to provide your brain with fuel. According to research, mental acuity and poise are largely dependent on the fat you consume. Our brains are 60% made up of fat, including the kinds of fat, like omega-3, that you can get from food, says nutritionist Amy Jamison-Petnick. She directs the Healthy Living Implementation Program at the Cleveland Clinic and also lectures from the American Dietetic Association. Hal starts each morning with a glass of water and healthy fats. He usually eats a tablespoon of coconut oil or adds the oil to his natural coffee. Coconut oil and other oils contain healthy fats that produce energy for the brain. Cocoa is a very healthy product. It contains antioxidants. Cocoa is one of the 20 substances with the highest ability to absorb free radicals. In addition, cocoa lowers blood pressure. And best of all, drinking this drink makes you happy. This product contains phenylethylamine, called the drug of love, which promotes mood and pleasure. This chemical allows you to experience feelings similar to falling in love and also acts as a stimulant, increasing the liveliness of your mind. In other words, cocoa is a very popular product with nutritionists. If you want to eat something first thing in the morning, let it be something light and quickly digestible, such as fruit or smoothies. We'll talk more about this later. What explains our food choices? Let's take a deeper look at why we choose certain foods. What guides us when we store in a store or look at a menu at a restaurant for lunch? Does your choice depend solely on taste? Appearance? Cooking convenience? Health benefits? Diet and the desire to follow it? Most people are guided by the taste of food. Some even develop an addiction to foods that they particularly like the taste of. If you ask anyone why they prefer this type of ice cream, or why they drink a certain beverage, or why they bought fried chicken for dinner, you are likely to hear similar responses. Because I like ice cream, I like the taste of soda, now I want fried chicken. All of these responses are based on the emotional satisfaction that arises after experiencing the taste of these foods. A person is unlikely to explain his choice by saying that these foods are good for his health or make him feel awake. If you want to work hard and be productive every day, who doesn't? If you want to be healthy and not get sick, and who doesn't? Periodically analyze what you eat and why. Let me repeat, because this is very important, evaluate food in terms of benefits, not taste. You only taste the food for a few minutes, but the harm to your health and activity affects you all day, and maybe even your whole life. That doesn't mean you should eat what you don't like just for the benefits and nutritional value. Food can have a combination of both pleasant taste and energy value. But if you want to be awake every day, to work hard and enjoy a long and healthy life, then healthy foods should definitely be on your table. What foods should be eaten? Before we get to that question, let's talk about what to drink. You remember that the awakening ritual suggests that you drink a glass of water first thing in the morning in order to recover the fluids lost during the night and to feel a burst of energy. As for menu planning, a diet rich in healthy foods, such as fresh fruits and vegetables, will keep you active, focused and motivated, protect you from illness and improve your health, and make you feel comfortable. Hal has come up with a great smoothie for his miracle morning that has everything your body needs. All in one tall foggy glass. Hal's smoothie contains a full range of proteins, including all the important amino acids, rejuvenating antioxidants, essential omega-3 fatty acids that strengthen the immune system, cardiovascular system, and stimulate brain function. This drink also contains vitamins and minerals, all for starters. Some superfoods are uplifting, like cocoa, the grains of the tropical plant from which chocolate is made, or poppy seeds with their long-lasting energy-sustaining effects. This plant is widely known for its calming effect on the hormonal system, and chia seeds, which stimulate the immune system with nutrients and suppress appetite. A super smoothie will give you an energy boost in the morning, and it's delicious. You may even find that it gives you the ability to work wonders every day. They say you are what you eat. It's true. Take care of your body and it will take care of you. My attitude towards nutrition has changed. I stopped treating food as a reward and a source of pleasure. Now food for me is fuel for my body. Today, I try to eat tasty, healthy foods that give me the strength to lead an active life and allow me to work as hard as necessary. I still occasionally indulge in something tasty that doesn't fall into the healthy eating category, but I do it when I don't need to stay very active, say on a weekend evening. It became easier for me to make healthy eating choices after I paid attention to how I felt after eating certain foods. I did this by setting a timer for 60 minutes after each meal, and at the end of those minutes I evaluated how I was feeling, and I soon determined which foods gave me the most energy and which did not. And, the difference in energy on days when I eat salad and smoothies and days when I can't resist a chicken sandwich or a flavorful pizza is evident. I felt energetic in the former case, but not in the latter. What if your body gets everything it needs to function and enough time to rest? What if you gave your body what it needs? Give yourself the gift of good health by consciously choosing what to eat and drink. If you only remember to eat when you can't stand hunger anymore, chances are you'll pop into a fast food restaurant. And that means it's time for you to develop a different approach to eating. Reflect on questions like these. Am I able to consciously assess the health consequences of consuming different foods and put the benefits before the taste? Do I drink enough water to keep my body from dehydrating? Am I able to plan my meals, including snacks, so as to avoid any unhealthy eating habits? Of course, you have to do all this and more. Just imagine how much better your life would improve, how much energy would be freed up to actively run your business if you became conscious and purposeful about nutrition. You can maintain a positive emotional and mental attitude. Lack of energy makes us feel exhausted, while an excess of energy creates a positive attitude toward the world and inspires enthusiasm. You will become more disciplined. Lack of energy weakens the will, so we choose easy decisions instead of the right ones, and excess develops self-discipline. You will live longer. You will become an example in matters of healthy nutrition for your subordinates and loved ones. Our lifestyle stimulates and helps those around us to live the same way. Your health will improve, you will feel much more awake. Finally, the main benefit is that you'll have no trouble maintaining optimum weight. And more importantly, you'll expand your business faster, increase your sales, attract great team members, and make more money because you look and feel great. Don't forget to drink clean water throughout the day. Lack of water leads to dehydration. This harmful condition occurs when the body does not get enough fluids to perform its functions. Even a little dehydration deprives you of energy and makes you feel tired all the time. Following the 5-step strategy described above, drink the first glass of water at the very beginning of the day. In addition, I would recommend that you always carry a large bottle of water with you. You should make it a habit to drink at least half a liter of water every hour or two. If you have a hard time remembering this, set a timer on your smartphone and every time you hear the beep, drink the water and fill up the bottle. Carry a water bottle with you to replenish your body's water supply when you need it. As for the frequency of meals, it is believed that you should eat every 3 to 4 hours in small portions. Food should be quickly digestible. To prevent a rapid drop in blood sugar levels, I often snack on healthy foods, such as fresh fruit and nuts. My favorite snack is kale chips. On days when I need to be as active as possible, I try to eat the healthiest foods. In my opinion, eating healthy meals for energy, from breakfast to dinner, combined with exercise, allows me to take some liberties in the evenings and weekends. During this time, I eat whatever I want, but a little at a time. I don't limit myself in my food choices, but I always eat exactly as much as I need to satisfy my hunger. In conclusion, food is a source of energy. Try to use the best sources of energy possible so that you feel great and stay awake and active throughout the day. If you pay more attention to the benefits of certain foods and less to your tastes and eat healthy fats and fresh, raw foods that give you the most energy, you will pass the first stage of energy engineering. Sleep and wake up to win. The more you sleep, the more you achieve. This statement may seem counterintuitive, but it is true. You should get enough hours of sleep each night to have time to recharge and function effectively the next day. Sleep is incredibly important for normal immune system function, metabolism, memory, learning ability, and other human body functions. During sleep, recovery, healing, rest, and growth take place. If you don't sleep enough, you gradually deplete your body and your ability to perform daily complex tasks deteriorates significantly. Just sleep or sleep enough. How many hours of sleep are enough? There's a significant difference between how much sleep you can get and how much you need for optimal body function. According to a study by scientists at the University of California, San Francisco, some people have a gene that allows them to get a great night's sleep in just 6 hours of quality sleep. However, this gene is very rare, occurring in only 3% of the population. As for the other 97%, 6 hours is not enough for them, or most likely for you and me. Even though you are able to function successfully after 5 or 6 hours of sleep, you would feel much better and achieve more with an extra hour or two in bed. Perhaps my words will not convince you. Many of you are probably thinking, spending more time in bed to get more done? Is that possible? However, a number of scientific studies confirm good sleep increases productivity. Not only do people work more efficiently and faster, their mood in general becomes much better. The need for rest varies, but according to research in the field, the average adult needs about 8 hours of sleep to get the full recovery necessary to meet the demands of daily life. I, like many people, have been led to believe that I need 8 to 10 hours of sleep to get a good night's rest. In fact, I sometimes sleep less and get enough sleep, and sometimes more. To determine whether you get enough sleep, try to assess how you feel. If you slept well, you will be energetic and awake all day, from waking up until bedtime. If you did not sleep enough, you will go for another cup of coffee with sugar at noon or at 4 in the afternoon, or maybe at 12 or at 4. If you are one of the majority, sleep deprivation will make it difficult for you to concentrate, think clearly, and remember. You may notice that you are inefficient and ineffective at home or at work, and you may blame your busy schedule. And the more the lack of sleep, the more noticeable the negative symptoms. In addition, the lack of rest takes a heavy toll on your mood. And being an entrepreneur is not for the faint of heart. Scientists say that not getting enough sleep at night spoils the character. The person becomes grumpy, less patient, and often gets angry at others. Because of lack of sleep, it is difficult to communicate with people, which, of course, does not bring anything good. We often save on sleep in order to get as much done in a day as possible. If you don't meet the deadline for a project, sooner or later you will be tempted to cut back on your sleep. Unfortunately, lack of sleep quickly causes a loss of energy, and this opens the way to viruses and diseases in your body. Regular lack of sleep weakens your immune system and makes you vulnerable. You end up getting sick and losing work days or even weeks to illness. And that, you must agree, is not good for the development of your business. With the right sleep regimen, the body works like clockwork, the person is pleasant to talk to, and their immune system is strengthened. This is exactly what you need to increase sales and attract more good employees to your business. Think of it as recharging your inner battery while you sleep and wake up rested and in a great mood. Lifesavers will attract business good fortune to you, since a happy entrepreneur is also a rich entrepreneur. The benefits of sleep. You may not realize the importance of sleep. While you sleep, processes occur in the body that strengthen memory, restore physical strength, heal illness, reduce stress, and improve response. Sleep improves your memory. While you sleep, your brain is actively working. Sleep cleanses the body of toxins, products of the day's activities. Sleep strengthens memory and reinforces the practical skills learned while awake with memory consolidation. If you're trying to develop some skills, both intellectual and physical, you do it in practice up to a certain point, says sleep specialist Dr. David Rappaport. However, something happens during sleep that allows you to master them more effectively. In other words, if you're trying to learn something new, whether it's Spanish, a new stroke in tennis, or the specification of a new product line in your business, you do better if you allow enough time for sleep. Sleep helps you live longer. Too much or too little sleep shortens life expectancy, although it is not yet clear what is the cause and what is the effect. A 2010 study of women between the ages of 50 and 79 showed that women who slept less than 5 hours or more than 7.5 hours died more often. Consequently, proper sleep patterns will have a positive impact on long-term health. Sleep stimulates creativity. Before rushing to the easel with brushes in hand or taking up pen and paper, get a good night's sleep. In addition to consolidating memory, it turns out the brain reorganizes and restructures memories, which awakens creativity. Researchers from Harvard University and Boston College found that emotional stimuli are anchored during sleep, which aids the creative process. Sleep helps maintain an optimal body weight. If you are overweight, you are less energetic compared to people of normal weight. With lifestyle changes and the inclusion of exercise, diet, it would be worth it to go to bed earlier. The new workload would have to be made up for with extra rest. University of Chicago researchers found that dieters who spent the optimal number of hours sleeping lost more pounds. The difference was almost 56%, than those who did not sleep enough. The latter lost more muscle mass. In addition, the thinners felt more hungry if they did not get enough sleep. Sleep and metabolism are controlled by the same parts of the brain. When you feel sleepy, appetite-awakening substances are released into the bloodstream. Sleep reduces stress. When it comes to health, there is a close connection between sleep and stress, both of which affect the heart and blood vessels. Sleep reduces stress levels and therefore makes it easier to control blood pressure. Also, during sleep, cholesterol levels in the blood are lowered, which provokes cardiovascular disease. Sleep helps avoid mistakes and accidents. In 2009, the U.S. National Highway Traffic Safety Administration reported that tired drivers are more likely to be involved in a fatal hit-and-run accident. They are even more likely to be involved in crashes than drunk drivers. Most people underestimate the importance of such a problem as sleepiness, and society pays a huge price for it. Lack of sleep directly affects reaction speed and decision-making. Lack of sleep affects your driving abilities just as much as a serving of alcohol. Now imagine how it affects the concentration that every entrepreneur needs. Getting regular, long rest is just as important to working at your best as eating a healthy diet. Sound and healthy sleep promotes clear thinking, unwavering vigor, and productive activity. You've probably already figured out how many hours of sleep you need to be at your best, so now it's important for you to learn how to optimize your sleep. Or maybe your approach to waking up is more important than the length of your night's sleep. Napping during the day is not the best strategy for winning. The truth about waking up in the morning. The saying "he who is late" has a deeper meaning than it may seem. By pressing the snooze button on your alarm clock and putting off waking up until the last minute, you start your day with resistance. In other words, you sleep, even though you should be doing something, like taking care of someone. Each time you push the button, you confirm that you are resisting the onset of a new day, the flow of life, awakening and building the life you say you are ready to fight for. Robert Rosenberg, chief physician at the Center for Sleep Disorders in Prescott Valley and Flagstaff, Arizona, states, constantly hitting the snooze button does two very bad things to yourself. First, you break your sleep into several parts, including very short ones, and that kind of rest is very poor. Second, you try to dive into another sleep cycle even though you know in advance that there is no time to complete it. This leads to the fact that during the day you periodically feel drowsy. Waking up with a desire to get down to business as soon as possible and achieve your goal, you are sure to be among the few highly effective people who live in accordance with their desires. And most importantly, you will feel happy. By changing your morning wake-up ritual, you will change everything. Do not take my word for it, listen to the words of the world-famous Lark. They include TV host Oprah Winfrey, motivational speaker Tony Robbins, entrepreneurs Bill Gates and Howard Schultz, writers Deepak Chopra and Wayne Dyer, presidents Thomas Jefferson and Benjamin Franklin, scientist Albert Einstein, the ancient Greek philosopher Aristotle, and many others. You can't list them all. No one has taught us that by consciously formulating the intention to wake up with a strong desire, and even enthusiasm, you can change your life. If you lie in bed every morning until the last minute and then barely make it to work, take your child to school or take care of your family, and when you get home you relax in front of the TV until it's time to go to bed, as I once did, then I want to ask you, when are you going to be the person who can achieve your goals for health, well-being, happiness, success, and financial independence? Isn't that what you want? Don't you deserve it? When are you going to start living instead of drifting like a log, taking every opportunity to get away from reality? How will your reality, your life, become something you never even dreamed of? If you haven't thought about it yet, adopt the wake-up strategy described in Chapter 2, and sooner or later you're sure to win. If you have trouble going to bed on time, set your alarm for the time you need to go to bed, say an hour before you go to bed. That way you can gradually get everything done and ready. Today is the best day to give up your past self and finally become what you should be, so that your life can be completely transformed. And the best guide on the way of such transformation will be our book. It will help you turn your usual life into the life of your dreams. How many hours of sleep do we need? Any expert in the field will tell you right off the bat that there is no optimal, one-size-fits-all sleep time. Different people need different hours of sleep, depending on factors such as age, genetics, stress levels, general health, physical activity, diet, including when you last ate, and many others. For example, if your menu consists of fast food, convenience foods, sugary foods, and the like, it will take longer for your body to recover during sleep because it will be busy flushing out the harmful substances from the food all night, which will eventually lead to dehydration. When you eat dietary meals made from natural products, the body recovers and rejuvenates much more effectively. A person who eats healthy foods wakes up fresh and alert. He is able to work with full efficiency, even if he slept less than usual. It should also be remembered that sleep is either too little or too much. According to research by the National American Sleep Association, too much sleep, 9 hours or more, leads to increased morbidity and accidents, and even high mortality. Research also suggests that factors such as depression may also be associated with too much sleep. Of course, there is plenty of evidence presented by countless studies and experts to support the fact that the optimal length of sleep varies. Therefore, I will not formulate a single opinion on this subject. I would like to share with you my personal experience and the results of my experiments, as well as the thoughts of the greatest minds in the history of mankind. Be warned, sometimes they are contradictory. How to wake up alert and energetic with less sleep. After numerous experiments with different lengths of sleep, based on the results of similar experiments by other fans of the miracle morning method, Hal came to a striking conclusion: the effect of sleep on the body depends on our ideas about its optimal duration. In other words, how we feel upon awakening. An important distinction depends not only and not so much on how many hours you slept, but on how you expected to feel in the morning. Suppose you think you need 8 hours of sleep to feel rested, but you go to bed at midnight and get up at 6. You're probably thinking, yeah, you only have 6 hours to sleep, and you need 8 to get a good night's sleep. That means I'll probably feel tired in the morning. Guess what happens when the alarm goes off and you open your eyes? What's the first thought that pops into your head? The same one that was the last thought that popped into your head the night before: I only slept 6 hours and I definitely feel tired. So your prophecy comes true. If you tell yourself you're going to feel tired in the morning, you will. If you're sure you need 8 hours of sleep to rest, then sleeping even a little less will make you feel tired. But what if we change the mindset? The connection between mind and body is very strong, so I think we can convince ourselves to wake up in the morning full of energy, no matter how many hours we sleep. How many hours of sleep do you really need? It's up to you to decide. If you constantly struggle with sleepiness and it keeps you from living, I recommend you to read Sleep Smarter, 21 Essential Strategies to Sleep Your Way to a Better Body, Better Health, and Bigger Success, 21, by Sean Stevenson. In my opinion, it is one of the best books on the nature of sleep, backed by serious research. Recharging rest. In addition to sleep, rest is also important. Some people think the two are identical, but that's not true. You can get 8 hours of sleep at night, but if you work at your best during the day, you won't have time to think or recharge your battery. If you work all day on different tasks, have a quick dinner, and go to bed late, you simply don't have time to rest. Often your weekends begin with taking the kids to volleyball or basketball games, watching a soccer game, then going to church, singing in the choir, then being a guest at several birthday parties, and so on and so forth, a routine that will do you more harm than good. Each of these activities is fine in itself, but there is no room in your busy schedule for recreation. In our culture, the more fulfilling and vibrant life we live, the more valuable and significant we are. In fact, we can only be that way if we find peace and harmony with ourselves. Despite our best intentions of living a harmonious life, in today's world we have to be constantly connected to act effectively. These demands drain a person emotionally, spiritually, and physically. Instead of running around like a squirrel on a wheel, learn to value moments of silence, solitude, and peace. Do you know how it will change your life, your parenting responsibilities, your chances of success in business? You may find the idea of taking breaks with a mile-long to-do list absurd, but quality rest is essential to staying productive. According to research, rest reduces stress. Types of rest such as yoga and meditation have positive effects on heart rate, blood pressure, and oxygen consumption, and help prevent arthritis, depression, hypertension, insomnia, infertility, cancer, and anxiety. The benefits of resting for the soul are of the utmost importance. By slowing down and calming down from time to time, you can hear your inner voice and access your knowledge and intuition. Rest and the close state of relaxation allow you to reconnect with the world around you and bring ease and contentment back into your life. And, if you're curious, you'll become more productive, enjoyable with friends and family, not to mention spouses, and a much happier person overall. Just as the earth should lie fallow and not produce crops all the time, a person should rest. We need to recharge our batteries from time to time, and the best way to do that is to get a good rest. Easy recreation. Most people confuse relaxation with entertainment. To relax, we can go for a bike ride, work in the garden, play sports, or even go to a party. Any of these activities can only be called recreation in the sense that they take us away from our routines, but, frankly, they can hardly be called recreation. Rest is a state of rest or such a pastime in which mental and physical strength are restored. In contrast to sleep, a person remains conscious. Rest crosses the bridge to sleep. We achieve these states in the same way, by creating a special space. Every living being needs rest, including you. Lack of rest is very detrimental to health. Consider simple ways to organize recreation. A great place to start to make a difference is to devote 5 minutes each morning to meditation or being in complete silence as part of the practice of life circles. You can also set aside 1 day a week for rest, such as Sunday, if it is not busy with your business. Read, watch movies, do quiet activities with your family, or even spend some time alone. Try cooking at home, playing quiet games with your children, and enjoying each other's company. Drive in silence, turn off your radio and put your phone away. Go for a walk without headphones. Walking in nature without specific goals, such as losing weight, will benefit you. Turn off the TV and other devices for a while and spend time in complete silence. Take your time to drink a cup of tea, read something inspiring, make a journal entry, take a hot bath, or go for a massage. Go on a nature retreat. You can do it with coworkers, friends, members of your church, in short, any community of which you are a member. Or with your family, your spouse, or no company at all. Even a short nap during the day will allow you to rest and recharge. If during the day I suddenly feel like I'm running out of energy and there are still many hours before I go to sleep, I set the alarm clock and take a 20 to 30 minute nap. Such short naps help to normalize sleep in general. It is useful to allocate for recreation a specific time with clear boundaries so that you can devote it only to yourself. Vacation habit. An entrepreneur, by default, has to fight all the time. You need to organize your time off in the same way that you schedule business meetings. This way you will provide yourself with many times more energy than you spend on planning. They don't teach us how to rest properly in school, so you are unlikely to learn this science without help. After all, You are a motivated, responsible entrepreneur, so you will have to make this issue a priority. It must be said that learning various contemplation exercises and incorporating them into your daily life is a very effective way to provide excellent rest for your body, mind, and spirit. Practices such as lunchtime meditation, yoga, and being in silence help you to immerse yourself and achieve complete relaxation, especially if practiced regularly. The more deeply you integrate rest and quiet into your daily life, the greater the payoff you will receive. You may not need to spend as much time resting during quiet periods, but during busy times, especially before turning in a project or signing an important contract, you need to rest and spend more time in silence. Combined with exercise, proper nutrition, and regular sleep, rest hours will give you a powerful boost for business and personal growth. After implementing these 3 practices, healthy eating, sleeping, and resting, into your daily routine, you may at first find that the new approach to life makes you uncomfortable. Your mind and body may resist it. Don't give up on the right way of life because of it. Energy sources in action. So, let's summarize. Step 1. Organize your meals so that they provide you with enough energy first. To do this, you must be aware of the detrimental health effects of eating unhealthy foods, and the benefits must mean more to you than your tastes. After drinking a glass of water in the morning, eat a meal high in healthy fats to fuel your brain. Include another healthy dish made from natural foods on your menu every day. Replace potato chips with kale chips or choose fresh fruit. Always carry a bottle of water with you to avoid dehydration. Step 2. Get enough sleep and wake up with the idea of winning, not forgetting your daytime rest and established wake-up times. Depending on what time you wake up to begin your life-saving practice, choose your bedtime to ensure that you get enough rest. For at least a few weeks in a row, go to bed at the same time to get used to your new routine. If you need an extra incentive to go to bed on time, set your alarm an hour earlier than you intend to go to bed, and get ready for bed early. After 2 weeks, you can experiment with the optimal bedtime for maximum energy for the day. Step 3. Set aside time in your schedule for rest and recovery. Let it be meditation, an afternoon nap, a walk, or any other pleasant activity. Hal, for example, takes a 2-hour lunch break every day, during which he can play basketball or go wakeboarding, 2 sports that invariably energize him. What could you plan to have the same effect? In addition to the miracle morning ritual, plan regular rest and recuperation throughout the day. It will be easier for you to focus on your goal if you include such activities in your daily routine. Portrait of a Millionaire, Tim Ferriss. Tim Ferriss, author of the bestseller How to Work 4 Hours a Week Without Being Stuck in an Office from Bell to Bell, Live Anywhere and Get Rich, starts the day with cleaning the bed and 10 to 20 minutes of meditation. Then he does some light exercise and 5 to 10 minutes of journaling. Chapter 12. The third unobvious principle of the millionaire, determination. A successful fighter is an ordinary person who knows how to achieve a state of complete concentration. Bruce Lee, martial artist and movie actor. Every one of us has met someone like that. You know what I mean. He runs marathons, umpires little league games, volunteers in the school lunch program for underprivileged students at his son's school, and in his spare time perhaps writes short stories. To top it all off, he's a brilliant entrepreneur, getting bags of mail, winning all sorts of awards, but putting all business aside when it comes to growing and expanding his business, and that's how he lives year after year. You probably know someone like that, an incredibly, inexplicably productive person. Or maybe you know someone of a different sort, an entrepreneur who runs a multi-million-dollar business, even though he rarely shows his face in the office. Even in the middle of the work week, he is playing golf or relaxing at the lake. Every time you meet him, you find out from him that he has just returned from vacation or that he is about to go on a trip. This man is healthy, happy, and capable of making anyone feel like $1 million. You may know both types of people, but you don't know how they manage to be so successful. You probably think that they are just lucky, or that they have unique talent, or that they have the right connections, or that they have a special kind of character, or that they were given superhuman powers at birth, and so on and so forth. Of course, all of the above helps significantly in acquiring wealth, but in my experience, every highly productive person has a developed ability to focus on achieving goals or purpose. Purposefulness allows you to always keep your priorities in mind and mobilize all of your energy to focus on your most important goals, regardless of your circumstances or how you feel. This ability is essential to becoming an exceptionally effective actor. Purposefulness is the ability to properly allocate time and prioritize, which we discussed in Chapter 7. By developing it, even though you don't become Superman, you can get superhuman results. And there are a number of simple and comprehensible reasons for this. Focusing on the goal allows you to act more effectively. Acting effectively doesn't mean doing more or doing work faster. It means doing what you need to do, doing what helps you achieve your goals and make progress. Focusing on the goal allows you to act more rationally, which means reaching your goals with fewer resources, such as time, energy, or money. Every time you are distracted from your goal, you are wasting resources, especially time. In this sense, every minute spent on extraneous activities can be considered wasted. Focusing on the goal allows you to be more productive. All activities are not always productive. Very often people work hard, but they don't get rich that way. We mix activities that don't produce results, like checking email, washing the car, or rewriting this month's to-do list for the 12th time in a row, with productive activities. If you have priorities, a clear plan of action, and you're consistently tackling the most important tasks, you're not just doing something, you're being productive. Next, we'll look at what steps will help you develop the sense of purpose you need to get in line with highly productive people. If you can take advantage of this, you will achieve much more. With purpose, you don't waste energy doing things that aren't too important, getting mediocre results for all your endeavors, but you unlock your potential and improve your quality of life. Let's look at Miracle Morning as a task. As part of this ritual, you must concentrate on the 4 steps described below. Determine the best conditions for achieving maximum concentration. So, in order to achieve maximum focus on the goal, you need the appropriate environment. So first you need to choose a place. It might be a bedroom or the backyard of the house. It doesn't matter what that place will be, but it must be in order to achieve focus on the goal. If the materials you need to practice saving circles are scattered everywhere, from the glove compartment of the car to the kitchen table, you are unlikely to be able to concentrate. In addition, setting aside a special place for your morning ritual builds the habit of being focused. If you practice concentrating on the same bench at the same hour every day, after a while you'll notice that you sink into the right state of mind when you barely sit down on it. If you travel a lot, this place can be a car, a hotel room, or any cafe. Try to develop a new habit before you go on a trip or journey, and you'll focus on the goal as easily as you would in your office. If you have prepared properly and always have everything you need with you, you can work anywhere. Avoid clutter. Clutter and disorder are a very serious obstacle to achieving focus on purpose, so it is very important to eliminate them. Marie Kondo's The Life-Changing Magic of Tidying Up, 22, which has become a bestseller in the field of nonfiction in the last decade, describes how orderly physical and mental space promotes a balanced way of thinking and increases motivation for action. There are 2 types of disorder, mental and physical, and each of us often encounters both. Our thoughts are often in chaos. For example, we think, my sister's birthday is coming up. I have to buy her a gift and pick out a birthday card. I had a great time last night, having dinner at a friend's house. It would be nice to thank the lady of the house. Today I have to answer an email from a new client before I leave work. In addition, we are constantly accumulating a bunch of unnecessary things, folders of papers, old magazines, notes, clothes we don't wear, junk in the garage. All sorts of trinkets, jewelry, souvenirs are piling up all our lives. Clutter envelopes us in a thick fog, and in order to concentrate on important matters, you need to see clearly. In order to have clear thoughts, you need to get rid of problems from your mind and not be stressed by the thought of forgetting something. If you want to clear your space of junk, we recommend a simple procedure. Make a list of urgent things to do. Surely a lot of things you keep in your head, so put them all on paper. Add to it the contents of countless notes cluttering your desk and computer monitor, day planner, and refrigerator. Where else could they be? Collect them all in one place, write them in a diary, or take notes on your smartphone, and your memory will be freed up. Are you feeling better now? Keep cleaning up, it's just the beginning. Clean up your workspace. Spend half a day or a day sorting out all the folders full of documents, stacks of papers, and drawers full of unopened letters. Throw out anything you no longer need. Scan or photograph important documents. Write down in a journal anything that requires your attention and cannot be assigned to anyone else. Set aside time in your schedule to take care of these matters. Get rid of junk. If possible, take apart and clean out all the drawers of your desk, study, closet, and all the other areas where you do not find peace and quiet. This also includes the car and suitcases. This kind of cleaning can take anywhere from a few hours to a few days. Get rid of unnecessary things on a daily basis until the work is done. Don't look to yourself for excuses like "I can get through this in one weekend," that way you'll never get to work. Pick one box and start there. You'll be surprised at how much progress daily short cleanings make. You can get valuable ideas on this from Steve Scott and Barry Davenport's book 10-Minute Declutter, The Stress-Free Habit for Simplifying Your Home. By organizing your environment and your mind, you will achieve a level of focus on purpose that you never even dreamed of before. This will save you energy because you won't be distracted by anything but the really important things to do. Protect yourself from uninvited intrusions. In addition to running the business, I'm working on this book, and I have to pay attention to my wife and children. You understand the tremendous value of time to me. I'm sure you value it just as much. To get rid of distractions and focus on the task at hand, I almost always keep my phone on Do Not Disturb mode, which blocks all incoming calls, messages, emails, and social media notifications. This simple feature increases my daily productivity and focus on the task at hand. That's why I recommend setting aside time aligned with your work schedule to answer calls. The same approach can be applied to any messages, notifications, social media updates, and adjusting your availability to colleagues, coworkers, or clients. Do Not Disturb is not just a screensaver on your phone. Let your subordinates know what times you can and cannot be reached. Train the ability to focus on the goal. Once you have chosen a place to practice and gotten rid of the junk, you will realize that you have gained a previously inaccessible ability to concentrate on the matter at hand as the fog in your head dissipates. Next, you need to move on to the next stage. You can do this by asking yourself 3 questions. 1. What work should I continue to do or devote more time to? 2. What should I start doing to get better results? 3. What must you stop doing immediately to increase your productivity? If you know the answers to these questions and act accordingly, very soon your productivity will rise to a level you never dreamed possible. Let's look at each question in more detail. What work should I continue to do or devote more time to? Let's be honest, not all strategies and tactics are equally effective. Some are more effective than others. Some are highly effective for a while, but then they go down. Some have the opposite effect than expected. You're probably busy doing lots of things right now, and as you read these pages, you'll nod your head approvingly more than once. If your techniques work, write them down. Maybe you're already using the Do Not Disturb feature on your smartphone, or, say, you've made progress in sports and are in great physical shape. Include your techniques on your at-works list, making sure they contribute to your success. After all, your activities should be focused on success. Remember the Pareto's Law, or the 80-20 rule, which says that 80% of results are a consequence of 20% of effort. What kind of effort provides that much of the results? It's nice to do what you enjoy, but first and foremost, your actions should grow your business and increase your bank account balance. After reading this chapter, make a list of the things that really work. Hopefully, these will include the practice of life circles. Keep doing all the things on that list until something more effective comes along. Assess objectively whether you are doing enough of each activity on the list. Shouldn't you pay more attention to something? But activities that don't get you closer to your goal shouldn't be included here. Achieving perfection in everything cannot be the goal. And if you strive for it, you will only overwork yourself. Working in a state of fatigue is unproductive and only distracts attention from important activities. Continue to do only those things that are effective. Depending on your goal, spend more time doing them. What should I start doing? Once you've determined which tasks are most effective and what you should spend more time on, move on to the question of what else you can do to achieve success as quickly as possible. I have some great recommendations for you in this regard. Analyze your wealth accumulation plans as suggested in Chapter 6. Evaluate your financial condition daily and weekly, both your personal funds and business performance. Exercise regularly. Eat healthy foods. Develop good sleeping and resting habits, as described in Chapter 11. Think about the tasks that will affect your income or business profits that you are neglecting. Plan who you will hire first and next, for example, a secretary, a virtual assistant, or an intern. Hiring staff will free up your time, so it's an investment, not an expense. Make an ideal schedule for your workday, a constantly renewable, ideal plan of action for the week, divided into time blocks, as described in Chapter 10. Don't forget the dangers of overwork and fatigue. Even Rome was not built in one day. Don't put 58 items on your to-do list for tomorrow. However, you won't lose sight of any of the to-dos if you take advantage of keeping a daily journal. Add 1 or 2 to your toolkit until it becomes a habit. Improvement comes gradually. What should we stop doing? You've probably already made a list of things to start doing, and now you're wondering where to find the time to do them all. Now you need to give up those things that take time away from you, but don't get one step closer to your goal. So you free up time for more useful activities. I'm sure you do things every day that you are glad to get rid of by delegating them to someone else or in some other way. So why don't you stop? Eating unhealthy foods that don't give you the energy you need and rob you of your motivation and vitality? Do chores at home? Answer emails and texts instantly? Answer the phone? Have the call recorded on your answering machine, and you will answer it when you have a minute to spare. Read and publish posts on social media? Watch television for hours on end? Worry about something you can't change anyway? Perform routine operations like paying bills and grocery shopping several times a week and cleaning the apartment every so often? If you want to focus on your goal quickly, stop reacting to emails like a seasoned reporter. Do you really want to be distracted by every other email, message, or social media post? I don't think so. So turn off receiving notifications in your phone, tablet, and computer settings. Technology was invented for our convenience and shouldn't run our lives. It's up to you to decide how often you should check all your gadgets. Most people's jobs don't require immediate responses to a call, message, or email. We don't have to be available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, not counting immediate family members and children. Most smartphones have a feature to ignore all calls except those from persons on a special list, such as relatives. Allocate time in your schedule to check your email and answer urgent calls. Adjust your schedule and to-do list to include new tasks and eliminate irrelevant ones. In conclusion, developing the ability to concentrate is like developing a muscle. It is very important to have this skill in order to accumulate wealth. The millionaires I knew were sure to learn how to concentrate on their goals, and those who had difficulty doing so not only practiced all the methods they knew, but even hired coaches whose job it was to help them stay focused and not get distracted at crucial moments. Just like a muscle, concentration and determination need to be trained, only then will it develop. Don't judge yourself harshly if you can't do it right away. The main thing is not to quit training. In time you will learn to do it quickly. In order to become a goal-oriented person, first of all you need to imagine yourself as such. I recommend adding a few lines about acquiring the ability to focus on purpose in your daily affirmations and exercises that you are going to do. Most people will be genuinely surprised to learn how little time they devote to their most important activities. Today or tomorrow, set aside an hour to concentrate on one task that is important at the moment. You'll be surprised not only at your own productivity, but also at the burst of energy it generates. So you've already added effective techniques for developing purpose to your arsenal of success tools. Do the steps below and move on to the next chapter, in which we will try to hone your wealth accumulation skills and incorporate them into the practice of life circles in an original way that you probably haven't heard of yet. For steps to achieving focus. Step 1. Create a comfortable environment for practicing mindfulness. If you find it easier to do this in a public place, such as a cafe, plan to do this practice when you visit such a place. In your home environment, first do the steps in Step 2. Step 2. Clean up your house and your head. Start by putting your office in order. Then free your mind by putting your thoughts on paper. Make a must-do list on your computer, phone, or journal. Step 3. Protect yourself from intrusive distractions by turning off all notifications and turning your phone to Do Not Disturb mode. Let those around you know what time you won't be available because you're scheduled for focus training. Step 4. Make lists of things to do that require focus. In your journal, smartphone, or computer, create 3 lists. What should I keep doing? What should I pay more attention to? What you should start doing. What you should stop doing. Write down everything that comes to mind, and then review the notes to decide which tasks can be automated, outsourced, or delegated. How much time do you spend on the most important work of business development and profit creation? Ask yourself these questions over and over again until you're completely clear on what you should be doing yourself, and you can schedule your day so that about 80% of your time is spent on work that produces results. Assign the rest of the tasks to assistants. Now you know how to effectively incorporate lifelines into your life to enrich all aspects of it. Whether you become a millionaire or not, you will still succeed if you practice miracle mornings at the very beginning of your day and implement the non-obvious principles of success. Now let's look at what makes millionaires different from most people and how to develop their distinctive traits. Portrait of a Millionaire, Aubrey Marcus. Aubrey Marcus, founder and CEO of Onnit, begins his morning with 20 minutes dedicated to water, light, and movement. In his book On the Day, Own Your Life, he writes that every day he drinks a mineral cocktail in the morning consisting of 350 grams of filtered water, 3 grams of sea salt, and a squeezed lemon. This drink helps him replenish the supply of moisture and minerals expended during his night's sleep. Then he immerses himself in blue light to restore his daily biorhythm either outdoors in the sun or with a special device. Finally, he does at least a minute of physical exercise to wake up his body. This gives him the opportunity to work with maximum productivity all day long and keep everything under control. Chapter 13. The 30-Day Miracle Morning Program is a challenge for you. Life is too short. These words are repeated so often that they have already become a commonplace, despite all their fairness. You don't have time to be miserable mediocre. Not only is it impractical, but it hurts. Seth Godin, writer and author of the popular New York Times blog. A 3-step strategy to acquire any habit in 1 month. Let's act as the devil's advocate. Can Miracle Morning change all areas of your life or business in just 30 days? And can anything cause serious change so quickly? Remember that thousands of people have seen this for themselves. If it worked for them, it will work for you. It takes time to form any habit, so don't expect to get it right from day one. However, if you are persistent and start every morning with the practice of life circles from the Miracle Morning program, it will soon become a habit and you will get the first fruits. Remember, win in the morning and you're a winner all day long. The first few days are difficult, but you'll quickly get used to the new routine. Of course, many argue about how long it takes to establish a new habit, but aren't you convinced by the example of the hundreds of thousands of people who have managed to master the snooze button on their alarm clock and now wake up every day in anticipation of a miracle morning? Their experience proves the effectiveness of any habit-forming strategy consisting of 3 stages. From the unbearable to the inescapable. This 3-step strategy allows you to acquire any useful habit in 30 days. As a result, you will learn new attitudes and make a plan of action to organize your daily life in a new way. Stage 1. Unbearable, from day 1 to day 10. In the beginning, any activity new to a person requires enormous effort, and accustoming oneself to early rise is certainly no exception. You are struggling with old habits that have taken root and become entrenched over the years. It takes willpower. At this point, thought is more important than action, and if you don't think about it, it can definitely end your endeavors. The habit of pressing the snooze button is what keeps you from becoming a superstar. So be patient and don't give up. As you struggle with deeply ingrained behavioral patterns and limiting beliefs, you will realize what you are made of and what you are capable of. You need to stay the course and stay true to your vision. And trust me when I say you can do it. I have seen firsthand how hard it is to realize on the 5th day that there are still 25 days to go before you become a full-fledged skylark. But keep in mind, by day 5, you've already pessimisted off the first step, which means you're probably firmly on the right track. Remember, your initial negative feelings will not last forever, so you must continue, because before you know it, you will get what you are striving for, becoming what you always wanted to be. Stage 2. Uncomfortable, from the 11th to the 20th day. In the second stage, your body and mind begin to get used to waking up early. You will notice that getting up in the morning is getting easier little by little, but it's not a habit yet, it's not quite you yet, and you're probably not too comfortable yet. The biggest temptation at this point is to decide to reward yourself with a break, especially on the weekend. Deciding to sleep in on Saturday and Sunday will only lead to additional difficulties on Monday, especially if you are at the beginning of your journey. A common question on the Miracle Morning Community Forum is, how many days a week should you get up earlier with this method? The most common response is, when I started skipping Saturdays and Sundays, I couldn't get rid of the feeling that I was missing my most productive time when I woke up late on those days. So now I get up early all week. After all, no one is forcing you. Do as you see fit, and concentrate on making progress on the essentials. Once you have completed the first step, you can consider the hardest part behind you. Way to go! Do you really want to go through the first, hardest, stage again because you allowed yourself a couple of days off? Believe me, you do not need it, so do not do it. Stage 3. Unstoppable, from the 21st to the 30th day. At this point, early rise is no longer just a habit, but part of your nature. Your body and mind are accustomed to this new way of life, so the next 10 days are extremely important to reinforce the habit. By practicing the Miracle Morning method, you will learn to properly understand the 3 stages of habit change described above. Now that you've learned the simplest and most effective strategy for successfully implementing and reinforcing any habit in 30 days, you know what you need to do the Miracle Morning 30-Day Life Transformation Program. All you have to do is get started and stay the course. What's the reward? The 30-Day Miracle Morning Life Transformation Program is the foundation for success in all areas. Practice it in the morning, and each new day you will become more disciplined, that is, able to keep commitments, purposeful, that is, focused on what matters most, and attuned to personal development, which is probably the most important thing for success. And in the next 30 days, you'll notice how you become the kind of person you need to be to achieve extraordinary success in your personal, professional, and financial life, the kind of success you dream about. And Miracle Morning will transform you from just a fun idea to try out, though perhaps not without apprehension, into a lifelong habit. It will allow you to become the person who leads the life of your dreams. You will unleash your full potential and see the results of your labor that you never expected. In addition to developing the skills of a successful person, you will develop a mindset that will change your inner and outer life, as the practice of life circles opens up access to the physical, intellectual, emotional, and spiritual benefits of silence, affirmations, visualization, exercise, reading, and writing. You will feel less stressed, more focused, happier, and more vital. You will have more strength and energy, clarity and motivation to pursue your highest goals and boldest dreams, especially those you have been putting off for too long. However, your life will improve only after you become the person who can improve it. This is what the next 30 days can give you, the beginning of a new life. You can do it. If you're nervous, hesitant, and worried about not being able to go through these challenges for a full 30 days, relax, it's okay. Especially if you have a hard time getting up early. Not only is your condition understandable, it's actually a good sign that confirms your willingness and determination to act. So, let's begin. Action plan for implementing the Life Transformation Program Miracle Morning. 1. Get everything you need to start the program quickly and do all the exercises. Read on www.tmmbook.com everything you need to get started quickly on the 30-day Miracle Morning Life Transformation Program, exercises, affirmations, checklists, progress charts, and various helpful materials. With their help, it will be easier for you to start and complete the program. So take the time to do it now. 2. Plan your first wonderful morning. If you haven't already done so, make a decision to start practicing the Miracle Morning method as soon as possible. Tomorrow is best. Immediately take a notebook and put this item in your daily routine, and also think about where you are going to do the exercises. I recommend not doing it in the bedroom, so you won't be tempted to go back to bed. For example, my Miracle Morning takes place in the living room while everyone in the house is sound asleep. Some people practice outdoors, such as on the veranda or in the park. Choose a place that is comfortable for you so that your practice is not interrupted. 3. Read the Quick Start Exercises page of the website and do them. Read the introduction to the 30-day Miracle Morning Life Transformation Program. Follow the instructions to complete the recommended exercises, which should take no more than an hour. Like any worthwhile endeavor, life transformation with Miracle Morning requires preparation. It is very important to do the initial exercises. Your morning will always begin with preparatory work done the previous afternoon or evening, aimed at getting you mentally and emotionally in tune with the practices. Preparation includes the steps from the 5-step awakening strategy described in Chapter 2. 4. Find a partner for the report. I don't think you would deny the obvious connection between success and responsibility. Although most people strive to get rid of outside scrutiny, the presence of someone who encourages us to meet higher, even higher than the standards you set, is very valuable. Any one of us would benefit from the support of a responsible partner. That's why I highly recommend asking someone in your circle, a relative, a friend, a colleague, anyone you trust, to join you in doing the 30-day Miracle Morning program. Not only will you greatly increase your chances of getting to the end of it, but you'll also make your activity more interesting and fun. The excitement of what you're doing and the commitment to do it yourself will give you even more energy, increasing your motivation. And if your friend, buddy, family member, or colleague also take it with inspiration and determination, you'll make progress much faster. Call, text, or email one or more people and ask them to join you. The easiest way to get people excited about your idea is to send them a link to www.miraclemorning.com, where they will get free and immediate access to all the tools for a quick start to the Miracle Morning program, which includes a free video lesson on Miracle Morning, the free audio lesson Miracle Morning, 2 chapters from the book The Magic of the Morning. It will cost them exactly nothing, and you will team up with someone who also intends to change their life for the better, and you can support and encourage each other and keep each other accountable. Important: don't put off your first Miracle Morning until you find a partner. Whether you find someone or not, I recommend that you plan and start the program tomorrow. Don't put it off. It will even be easier for you to convince someone to join you if you get a little practice and at least a little experience. Get started, and then as soon as possible, invite a friend, family member, or colleague to go to www.miraclemorning.com and get a free Miracle Morning Practice Toolkit. In less than an hour, that person will be ready to be your partner for the Miracle Morning Report and will, we must assume, do so with great enthusiasm. Are you ready to improve your life? What is the next level of your personal or professional fulfillment? What aspects and areas of your life do you need to transform in order for it to improve? Give yourself a gift. Spend the next 30 days changing your life and important relationships day by day. Whatever happened to you in the past, you can build a different future by changing the present. Conclusion. The deal. Any success is a story of constant transformation, change, and improvement. Richard Branson, billionaire founder of Virgin Group. I didn't have much at first. To name just a few of those things: wealth, the ability to set goals, proactivity, organization, productivity, the ability to get up early. Many more items could be added to this list, but the point is clear: when I was young, there were no prerequisites for me to become a millionaire. I look back on that time with a mixed feeling of amazement and irony. Sometimes when I look at my life now, I can hardly believe that I was the same person then and I am the same person now. It is inconceivable that in my youth I would have woken up in the morning before the alarm clock rang, let alone gotten up before dawn. And it is unlikely that I would have begun the practice of life circles immediately upon awakening. At first glance, that young man had no chance of getting rich. Nevertheless, it happened, and today I am very rich. This is true, as is the fact that I did all the practices from the Miracle Morning ritual this morning. Is it realistic? If you're still telling yourself that you're not a genius or a guru, but just a simple person seeking self-improvement, if you're still doubting your ability to do all the Miracle Morning practices 365 days a year, try doing them for, say, 100 days a year. That's what I do, for example. On the other days, I do them in a reduced schedule. Some days I get busy, and I don't manage to do anything resembling a proper Miracle Morning practice. On such days it seems like a true miracle that I manage to make it to bed in the evening. However, it reminds me of one truth: everything passes. If I lose control in the morning, it's not uncommon for the whole day to go wrong. Problems grow like a snowball. My mood and energy are lost, and I can't quite master the situation and feel the calmness I feel when I start the day in peace and quiet. I really don't want to waste any time in vain. After all, who knows how much time I have left? After all, I don't know. But I do know that we always get less than we want. So when things fall out of hand, I close my eyes and say to myself, tomorrow morning everything will be different. And guess what? It usually is. As a rule, the reminder that days, like mornings, and all life, are transient is enough to make me go back to my morning ritual. So, you don't have to be perfect. You probably don't aspire to that. But you can and should try to get better and improve your Miracle Morning practice a little bit each day. This, like compound interest, will quickly increase your gain. Way to wealth. If the main idea of the book has escaped you, let me repeat: you will never become a millionaire if you only get up early. Many people spend their entire lives waking up early and working hard, but they don't even manage to get their own house. Waking up early gets you as little closer to riches as opening your own account. Still, Miracle Morning is an effective method of success. The practice of life circles is of great benefit. The strategies described in the book for forming a way of thinking that promotes the acquisition of wealth all work. All of them are effective. Let's take a closer look at why this is so. To get rich is to go a certain way. Although this statement sounds trite, there is truth in it. Few people get rich overnight, and the lucky ones suffer greatly afterwards. Steady, joyous wealth comes at the end of a long road. Along the way we encounter signposts such as starting a business, buying out rented real estate, acquiring money management and money multiplication skills. But these roadblocks speak to the manifestation of something deeper. They indicate personal growth. Whatever you think, I do not believe that there are millionaires who have not paid attention to their own development. They have all walked the same path that you are now at the beginning of, the path of self-improvement and learning. When I think back on my youth, I realize that in many ways I have remained the same, but I have become a better person. As I look back over the years and my path to wealth, I realize that I made a deal. I traded the old me, the one who slept late and always put off important things, for the current me. Inside, I remained the same, but I took it to the next level. I still had a lot to learn. Thanks to Miracle Morning, I had graduated, giving up old interests to become what I am now. That's why Miracle Morning is so effective. It gives time and ways to change for the better. Miracle Morning makes everyone equal. All people have strengths, different talents, life experiences, strengths and weaknesses. But there is something in common: everyone gets one morning every day. Throughout life, the day begins in the morning, and those mornings can help you live the life of your dreams unless, of course, you want to spend your whole life dreaming about it. The choice is yours. Fortunately, tomorrow morning isn't far off. What decision will you make for your future happiness, health, and well-being? A gift from Hal Elrod, The Miracle Equation. There are only two ways to live your life. The first is as if miracles don't exist. The second is to live your life as if nothing but miracles existed. Attributed to Albert Einstein. Now you know that you are capable of getting up early, staying awake all day, focusing on your goals, and learning the lessons from millionaires as described by David Osborne. If you apply all of this to success in different areas of life, you will go much further. You will be able to make your life truly incredible. I would like to recommend that you add another one to your tools for working on yourself, and it's called the Miracle Equation. It is a strategy that I use to unlock my potential as a salesman as well as a friend, spouse, and father. It has helped me tremendously in achieving my goals. My mentor Dan Cassetta taught me, we don't need goals to achieve them, we need to develop the qualities of a person capable of achieving goals, even if some were not achieved. The main thing is to become a person capable of giving himself wholeheartedly to the most important goal, whether or not he succeeds. An unattainable goal, despite the likelihood of failure, awakens in you determination, motivation, and resolve. You have to show all you can do. 2 solutions. In a situation of serious challenge, one has to make decisions about how to achieve one's goal. You could set a deadline, make a plan of action, and ask yourself a simple question: what decisions should be made and what should be taken care of beforehand? Soon find out that regardless of the goal, 2 decisions that form the basis of the miracle equation influence the outcome of the venture the most. Unshakable faith. At one time I tried to get unrealistic results in sales. Although this example comes from my business experience, it will show me how to look at the situation from a different perspective. At the time, I was often plagued by fear and insecurity, but after thinking about my goals for a long time, I came to an important conclusion. In order to achieve an unrealistic goal, you have to constantly maintain a belief in success, regardless of the state of affairs. I knew that at some points I would begin to doubt myself, and that I might be off course and the goal would seem unattainable. There would be times when I would have to overcome the inevitable doubts with unwavering faith in success. In order to maintain it at such times, I repeat the miracle spell. I will strive for my goal, no matter what. It simply cannot be any other way. Of course, not everyone is able to maintain an unshakable faith. Most people do not succeed. If a wish seems unfeasible, the average person gives it up. When so much is at stake, the team fails on all fronts, and there are only seconds left before the deadline. Only the very best, the stars in their field of endeavor, do not hesitate to say to the rest, "Pass me." And the team sighs with relief because they are afraid of missing the crucial shot, but not Michael Jordan, who at one point made the decision to maintain an unshakable belief in success, even though he might miss. Although the real Michael Jordan, the star basketball player, missed the basket 26 times on crucial shots, nothing in the world could shake his belief that he would score. This is the first decision that all successful people make, and it's the same decision you should make. When you go off course in your pursuit of a goal, what goes down the drain first? Right, the belief that the desired outcome is possible. And then the inner voice starts to say, "Okay, I'm off track. It doesn't look like I'll ever reach my goal." And with each passing moment, your faith melts away. But you don't have to put up with it. You have both the ability and the determination to keep your faith, no matter how things turn out. This is the key to gaining wealth, because it can be impossible to control the results. On bad days at work or in business, you may doubt your abilities. On the hardest days, you may doubt that things will end well. But again and again it turns out that the belief that nothing in the world is impossible is alive and keeps you going towards your goal, whether it is a monthly sales plan or a 30-year career plan. It is very important to review your actions to acquire wealth by checking with professionals in other high-performing fields. Such comparisons are very helpful. If you don't take the time to analyze this information, you can get hung up on your failures. The best athletes always believe that their every throw or shot will bring victory. And that belief, which needs to be developed, is not based on the probability factor, but on something else entirely. Most salesmen operate under the law of averages, but you and I are talking about miracles. If you miss time after time, tell yourself the same thing that outstanding athletes do: no matter what, I'm still going to make the next shot. It's the only thing I can do. And if you miss again, your faith will not be shaken. You repeat the magic affirmation: I will reach my goal ________ at any cost. You can have it any other way. That's how you support your purposefulness and realize your intention. Even the best athlete has bad days, when in the first 3 periods of a game it seems like there is no way he can score the decisive goal. But in the 4th period, when the team desperately needs his talents, they begin to work wonders. They constantly demand assists and firmly believe in their abilities. And they make 3 times as many successful shots in the final period as they did in the first 3 periods of the game. Why? Because they've taught themselves to have faith in their talent, skills, and abilities under any circumstances, no matter what the numbers are on the scoreboard. Their unwavering faith in success is reinforced in them by the second component of the miracle equation: extraordinary effort. Extraordinary efforts. If you let your faith fizzle out and your success go down the drain, your efforts almost always go down the same way. You say to yourself, after all, what's the point of achieving the impossible? And suddenly you catch yourself wondering if you'll ever get out of debt, make your business profitable, let alone anything more. I had experienced similar feelings many times. In a state of utter desolation, I wondered if it was worth it to keep trying. And you, too, may have thoughts like, there's no way I'm going to make it. My finances are falling apart. This is where extraordinary efforts come into play. You need to stay focused on the main goal, refresh your vision of it, get back to that big why in your heart and mind that made you put that goal in the first place. You should change your approach to developing a goal. Ask yourself the question: the end of the month is approaching, and the goal was planned to be achieved by this date. What should I do? What do I need to do to achieve it? Regardless of the answer, you must remain consistent and persistent, regardless of the current results. Whatever the answer, keep trying, regardless of the current state of affairs. You have to believe that you still have the power to succeed. Maintain an unshakable faith and make extraordinary efforts until you hear the signal announcing victory. This is the only way to make a miracle happen. If you act like an ordinary person in similar circumstances, that is, you do what human nature tells you to do, you will continue to be ordinary. Don't settle for being mediocre. Remember, thoughts and actions determine the outcome, so they should be treated as self-fulfilling prophecies. Now let me introduce you to an excellent strategy that guarantees the achievement of any goal, even the most ambitious. The miracle equation. Unshakable faith plus extraordinary effort equals miracles. Maintaining an immutable faith is much easier than you think. The main thing is to understand that it is a way of thinking and a strategy, not an action. Faith is a very complex concept. A salesman can never close all the deals. No athlete in the world will score every goal. You can't win every battle in business or at work or at home, for that matter. So just tune in with an unshakable faith that will motivate you to make extraordinary efforts regardless of the results you get. Remember, the key to solving this equation and maintaining faith and success, even in moments of doubt, is the affirmation of a miracle: I will achieve my goal ___________ at any cost. There simply can't be any other way. Once you've set a goal, incorporate it into your morning routine. Keep repeating the affirmations every morning, and maybe even every evening. In addition, say your affirmation of a miracle every day during the day as well. You should repeat it when you take the kids to school, on the train on the way to and from work, on the treadmill, in the shower, in line at the cash register, in other words, everywhere you go. This affirmation will strengthen your faith and become the inner stimulus that will make you take another shot at your goal. Gift lesson. Remember what my mentor Dan Cassetta said about why it's good to set yourself goals? It helps you become a person who can achieve them. You won't always achieve all of your goals, but you can become someone who maintains an unshakable faith and makes extraordinary efforts no matter what. That's how you become the person you need to become in order to systematically achieve grandiose goals. What a great lesson for your children. And while it almost doesn't matter from this point of view whether or not you achieve your goals, oddly enough, you will begin to achieve them much more often. Do the best athletes always win? Of course not. But most of the time they do. And the same thing will happen to you. You can wake up early, then vigorously and enthusiastically do the practice of life circles, be organized, focused, and determined, and handle any financial problems like a true millionaire. But without faith in your goal and extraordinary effort, you will never achieve the success you dream of. The miracle equation will give you powers that go beyond the ordinary, human ones. You will tap into a source of energy that can be called God or the universe, the law of attraction, or just plain luck. I don't know how it works, but I do know that it works. Since you've read the book up to this paragraph, it means you crave success more than anything else. So make a commitment to follow all the recommendations in the book on your way to riches, including the miracle equation. You deserve it, and I sincerely wish you reach your goal. How to use the equation in practice. 1. Write the miracle equation on a piece of paper and hang it up wherever you can see it. Unshakable faith plus extraordinary effort equals miracles. Determine your main goal in gaining wealth for this year. Which goal will bring you the closest to your ideal life? 3. Make an affirmation of a miracle. I will achieve your goals and plan of action at any cost. There is simply no other way. It's more about the kind of person you plan to become. Your self-confidence will increase, and regardless of the results, you will learn to put everything you have into every attempt. In conclusion, congratulations. You have managed to do what few people do: read the book to the end. Now that you've made it this far, there's something important to say about you. You don't intend to be satisfied with what you've accomplished. You are striving for more. You want to grow as a person, you want to do more, contribute more, and earn more. Now you have a unique opportunity to incorporate the practice of life circles into your daily life and business and ultimately transform your life so that it surpasses your wildest dreams. And you can take advantage of the tremendous advantage of the experience of the most motivated people in the world. In 5 years, counting from this very minute, your family life, business, relationships, and income will be the result of one single factor: who you become during that time. It's up to you whether you wake up early every day and devote the time to self-improvement. Seize the moment, draw a picture of a happy future, and apply what you have learned to bring that vision to life. Imagine that a few years have passed and you get hold of a diary that you started keeping right after you read this book. In it, you find goals that you once wrote down, the dreams so bold that you didn't dare tell anyone about them at the time. And then you realize that your dreams have come true. Figuratively speaking, you are now standing at the foot of a mountain that you have to climb. All you have to do is to wake up an hour earlier every morning and start the day with Miracle Morning, practicing lifelines day after day, month after month, year after year, to lead yourself, your business, and your success to new heights. And be sure to supplement your Miracle Morning with a commitment to learn the lessons of accomplished millionaires and leverage the miracle equation to get results you couldn't even dream of. The purpose of this book is to help you take advantage of our knowledge and experience and improve all aspects of life faster than you think possible. People who have achieved amazing results were not born successful. They dedicated their lives to self-development and got what they wanted. And you too will become one of those people, I am sure of it. Let's get to the action. The 30-Day Miracle Morning Program. tmmbook.com. 150. 40. www.mytmmcommunity.com. Facebook. At Hal Elrod. Twitter. Facebook.com/YoPaulHal. Facebook. 27. Amazon. 570. The prerequisites for what became Hal's life's work were laid when, in his 20s, he was involved in a car accident. After a head-on collision between Hal's car and a truck traveling at about 110 kilometers per hour under the control of a drunk driver, Hal was clinically dead. He suffered a severe head injury and had 11 broken bones. Hal spent 6 days in a coma. The doctors claimed he would never walk again. However, contrary to their opinion and the temptation to consider himself a victim, Hal accomplished a lot by overcoming impossible circumstances. Not only did he get back on his feet, but he also ran an 83-kilometer ultramarathon. In addition, he became a successful entrepreneur, even though he was not yet 30. In November 2016, Hal was on the verge of death again. He was diagnosed with a very rare and aggressive form of blood cancer. Doctors estimated his chance of recovery at only 30%. After surviving the toughest year of his life, Hal recovered and continued to carry on his mission by becoming the executive producer of the documentary Miracle Morning. Most importantly, Hal is eternally grateful to fate for having met the woman of his dreams, Ursula Elrod, and for living with her and their 2 children in Austin, Texas. David Osborne is a major shareholder in the 6th largest U.S. real estate company, which employs about 4,500 representatives. In 2017, the company closed more than 34,000 deals worth more than $10 billion. In addition, David is a principal investor and manager in more than 35 profitable companies in the real estate operations industry and co-founder and chairman of Magnify Capital. Today he does business in over 40 states in the United States and Canada. David also works with the New York Times. He wrote the bestseller Wealth Can't Wait. Committed to sharing and distributing knowledge for free, David founded GoBundance, an association of socially responsible entrepreneurs with unique lifestyles. He is also a board member of One Life Fully Lived and Habitat for Humanity, Austin, and a member of Tiger 21. David is involved in many charitable projects such as preventing cancer, building clean water sources, helping to lift women and children in Ethiopia out of poverty, Glimmer of Hope, providing extra care for newborns at Dell Children's Hospital, and others. David is the happy father of 2 daughters and a son. He is married to a wonderful and talented woman, Tracy Osborne.